Just at that moment, Lin Moyu heard a fierce heartbeat emanating from within the time array. The strong thumping sound was like thunder, shaking the entire formation. The individuals hiding in the sanctuary rushed out, their faces pale, seemingly having just experienced a terrifying event, and the expressions of the human race god venerables also changed simultaneously. Not good, the golden sand behemoth is about to break the array suppression. The sanctuary within the time array not only has the ability to control the speed of time but is also the key to suppressing the golden sand behemoth. However, the array needs people to control it. The reason the god venerables take turns here is to control the sanctuary and suppress the golden sand behemoth. Lin Moyu had examined the talismans inside the sanctuary and understood their function. Seniors, please quickly return to the sanctuary to control the array. Leave the suppression of the golden sand behemoth to me. I will block these sand beasts. Several god venerables looked at Lin Moyu, their eyes showing hesitation, clearly asking, "Can you do it?" Jianshin spoke up, "Then leave it to you. We have no other choice." Regardless of whether Lin Moyu succeeded or not, they could only place their trust in him now. The army of skeleton god generals surged forward, replacing the god venerables to intercept the sand beasts. The participation of the skeleton god generals allowed the human race god venerables to retreat. They quickly returned to the Grand Hall, controlling the formation to suppress the heart of the golden sand behemoth. Meanwhile, the skeleton god generals attacked the god venerable, level sand beasts with all their might. Although their sword energy could not inflict significant damage on the sand beasts, merely grazing their skin, the important factor was the overwhelming numbers of the skeleton god generals tightly surrounding the beasts. The power of the skeleton god generals was only at the minor god venerable level, still a long way from the god venerable realm. Even with a numerical advantage, they were not the opponents of the sand beasts. The gap between a true god venerable and a minor god venerable was vast. Within the human race, only a select few outstanding geniuses could achieve power comparable to a god venerable while still in the minor god venerable realm. Only transcendent geniuses like Xiao Shen could use the power of a minor god venerable to defeat a god venerable. Although the skeleton god generals were powerful, they were ultimately not geniuses and lacked the ability to fight above their level. In the past, no matter how numerous the skeleton god generals were, they could not stop the god venerable level sand beasts. A single attack from a beast was enough to kill millions of skeleton god generals. But now, things were different. Thanks to the golden armor talismans, the defense capability of the skeleton god generals had reached the god venerable level. Even a true god venerable would require several attacks to break through the golden armor talismans. The golden armor talismans on the skeleton god generals were layered, so when one layer was broken, another replaced it. This continuously strengthened their defensive capability. Even if they couldn't defeat a god venerable, they could at least slow them down. Every burst of golden sand spat out by the sand beasts, which was strong enough to wipe out the skeleton god generals, was blocked by the golden armor talismans. The talismans were constantly being crushed, but layers replaced layers. There were 23 remaining sand beasts, 20 of which were god venerable level, with the strongest being only a stage 3 god venerable, weaker than Jianshin in actual power. The 3 elite sand beasts, however, possessed the power of stage 5 god venerables or higher. These were the most difficult to deal with. Lin Moyu divided his army into 3 groups, each consisting of 200 legion commanders, to surround the 3 elite sand beasts. Outside them were 100,000 skeleton god generals, tightly encircling the battlefield. The 20 god venerable level sand beasts were also besieged by 100,000 skeleton god generals. In total, Lin Moyu mobilized over 2 million skeleton god generals. From a distance, the battlefield was merely a sea of golden light. One could vaguely see the golden armored sand beasts struggling, attacking madly. The golden armor was constantly being crushed, but due to the excessive layering of the golden armor talismans, it could not be completely destroyed immediately. The skeleton god generals thus contained the sand beasts, preventing them from attacking the time array. The heart of the golden sand behemoth continued to beat fiercely, still struggling, but thanks to the control of the god venerables, the suppression power of the Grand Hall was maximized. The time array was unaffected by external forces, and the situation gradually stabilized. Lin Moyu turned to look at the array, and whispered, "It's time to claim the merit in the god city." He pointed a finger at the sky, casting the plant-level spell, Summon Skeleton King. In an instant, the sky darkened, and the gray undead flame fiercely erupted, dominating heaven and earth. The Skeleton King's throne appeared in the fire, and the Skeleton King sat upon it, exuding an authoritative aura. The Skeleton King rose, his bone cloak flapping. The Skeleton King's throne transformed into a magnificent two-handed bone sword, falling into the Skeleton King's hand. Lin Moyu threw a golden armor talisman onto the Skeleton King. With a hum, the Skeleton King was immediately covered with a layer of golden armor. Then, an invisible aura emanated from Lin Moyu, the source law, Strengthen Soldier spell. Strengthen Soldier at 150 fusion consumed soul power. It entered the strengthened state. In the strengthened state, the damage dealt by the Skeleton King increased tenfold. The strengthened state continuously consumed soul power, but this could be replenished by eliminating enemies. In the strengthened state, a portion of the soul power acquired from enemies could be absorbed and accumulated as power for oneself. However, foreign soul power often contained impurities, and it was best to refine and purify it before absorption. The Strengthened Soldier spell increased the Skeleton King's damage tenfold. The Skeleton King was originally only at the Stage 2 God Venerable level. Now his strength was comparable to a Stage 3 God Venerable. Combined with the God Slaying technique, this power was truly astonishing. Lin Moyu calculated that based on his own soul power, he could maintain the strengthened state for at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes was enough time to accomplish many things. The Skeleton King stood tall in the sky, 10,000 feet high, with the aura of a God Venerable. The undead flames surged, burning the sky and earth. He locked onto a God Venerable, level sand beast. Sword light flashed, the God Slaying technique. God Slaying was the Skeleton King's strongest move, capable of piercing all defenses and cleaving both body and soul. A miserable roar echoed. The God Venerable, level sand beast was smashed to pieces, and a huge, dazzling yellow crystal fell from the sky. The God Venerable sand beast was instantly killed by the Skeleton King. 10 God City merit points received, Lin Moyu thought to himself. Compared to completing basic missions in the Secret Realm, earning these 10 God City merit points was much easier. His gaze swept over the field. Every God Venerable, level sand beast became a merit point target in his eyes. However, he dared not touch the elite sand beasts. He knew he couldn't kill them even if they stood still. The Skeleton King focused on the next target, raising his bone sword to attack. The God Slaying move had a cooldown time, so the Skeleton King would not stop during this period. The elimination of the God Venerable level sand beast seemed to have triggered something. The golden sand behemoth's heart beat harder and more violently. The Grand Array, which it had just stabilized, began to shake fiercely again. Lin Moyu frowned. Is this guy going to risk everything? The elite sand beasts seemed to have received an order, howling at the sky in unison. They spat out golden beams of light that shattered the encircling undead legion. After spitting out the light beams, their aura quickly weakened, instantly dropping to the Stage 3 God Venerable level. The elite sand beasts transformed into ordinary God Venerable sand beasts, and their bodies also shrank. Lin Moyu did not understand what they were planning, but it was certainly nothing good and was related to the golden sand behemoth. 8 seconds later, the elite sand beasts weakened further. Judging by their aura, they were only at the Stage 1 God Venerable level. At this moment, the remaining God Venerable sand beasts also roared at the sky in unison and spat out light beams. The light beams carried astonishing power, breaking through the skeleton God generals and flying straight into the sky. As the light beams were spat out, the aura of the sand beasts also diminished. Suddenly, Lin Moyu felt a sense of unease. An abnormal energy surge erupted from the sand beasts. They were about to self-destruct. Lin Moyu did not hesitate, immediately attempting to recall the skeleton god generals, but failed. The surrounding space was enveloped by an invisible force. The skeleton god generals could not retreat. It was the power of the golden sand behemoth. Lin Moyu's heart pounded. He looked up at the sky. In the middle of the sky, a giant golden eye appeared. The cold, ruthless golden eye was staring intently at him. The feeling was like looking at a corpse. Lin Moyu watched the golden eye constrict. This was the eye of the golden sand behemoth. It had not only left behind its heart, but also its eyes. With just a glance, Lin Moyu realized that the golden sand behemoth's eye was not an illusion but a physical entity. The eye swept across the world, and everything on the golden sand planet seemed to freeze. Lin Moyu felt as though he was submerged in mud, moving with extreme difficulty. Not just him, but the skeleton god generals, the human legion, and even the skeleton king were all stuck. A massive force surged from all directions, tightly trapping them. This was no abnormal status, it was a simple blockade by brute force. Even immunity spells were ineffective. The strength of a single gaze from a shore realm behemoth was this potent. If it were to truly revive, how terrifying would its power be? Perhaps a single glance would be enough to annihilate him. Lin Moyu gained a completely new understanding of shore realm experts. If reaching God Venerable from God King was a step, then reaching shore realm from God Venerable was a huge leap. The energy fluctuations grew increasingly chaotic. The sand beasts were about to self-destruct. Soul movement no. 29 activated. Soul power surge over Lin Moyu. The soul eye opened, and his entire body was shrouded in purple light. Soul power began to interfere with reality. The soul shooting bow materialized above his head. Soul power poured into it, condensing into a sharp purple arrow. A streak of purple light flashed, shooting straight into the golden sand behemoth's eye. A piercing scream sounded in his ears. The golden sand behemoth's eye contained its soul, though not in its entirety. When the soul shooting bow attacked, the soul was wounded. Lin Moyu felt relieved. The blockade immediately vanished. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Moyu took a step back, instantly returning to the array. The skeleton god generals and the human legion also retreated hastily. They were not recalled, but stood outside the array, enveloping the entire time array. The layers of golden armor were stacked together, forming the first line of defense. The energy fluctuation reached its limit, self-destruction. Less than 2 seconds had passed since the elite sand beast spat out the light beams. All the changes happened in an instant. Lin Moyu had done his best. Now, they could only rely on fate. Boom! The sound of the explosion was blocked by the array, but the terrifying power of the blast could still be felt. Golden sand flew into the sky. Innumerable debris particles echoed across the horizon. The ground beneath caved in, revealing the planet's true surface. Pale white bedrock appeared. If not for the covering layer of golden sand, this planet would have been a gray-white rock. The power of the explosion swept over. The layers of golden armor in the front broke apart with a roar. Layer after layer of armor exploded under the terrifying force, followed by the rear layers of the undead legion's armor. Without the golden armor talismans for protection, the skeleton god generals were shattered into tiny pieces. In an instant, a massive number of skeleton god generals died, but immediately, they were resurrected, continuing to endure the explosion. The self-destruction of a god venerable was extremely terrifying. The self-destruction of a single god venerable in a star system was enough to destroy the entire star system. Its power far surpassed the explosion of a star. Currently, over 20 god venerables self-destructed simultaneously. The power was unimaginable. If this planet hadn't been modified by shore realm power, it would have long been reduced to dust. The power of the explosion spread out from the planet. Even the golden sand currents throughout the star system were separated by the blast. The explosion lasted for 1 minute. The energy began to weaken and disperse. The skeleton god generals still surrounded the array, but only the golden armor had disappeared. They were otherwise almost unchanged. Lin Moyu, as their master, clearly sensed that almost every skeleton god general had died and been resurrected 2 or 3 times. They died and were then resurrected by the undead resurrection spell. During the explosion, the bodies of the skeleton god generals were almost completely annihilated, but the time array had absorbed the majority of the destructive force. The array remained intact after the sand beast's self-destruction. Golden sand still obscured the sky. Lin Moyu felt no relief at all. The golden sand behemoth's eye was once again scanning in his direction. This time, a thin membrane appeared in its eye, as if wearing an extra layer of armor. Lin Moyu immediately understood. It was prepared. His soul-shooting bow would no longer be effective. The sand beasts that had just self-destructed spat out beams of light that converged in the air, then dissolved into the golden sand behemoth's eye. The eye burst with light, its aura surging. Countless golden sands gathered around it. It gradually grew a head, then a neck, a body, 4 limbs, and finally a sharp, solitary horn in the middle of its single eye, resembling a ray of horn. A colossal one-horned behemoth appeared in the sky. This was the golden sand behemoth. The golden sand behemoth used the power of its eye to condense the golden sand into a body. Some said, golden sand was originally a part of the golden sand behemoth, its flesh and blood. It's not surprising that it has rejoined its body. But Lin Moyu knew that the golden sand behemoth before him was not its complete form. It only had the shape of the golden sand behemoth. Its power was vastly inferior to the shore realm golden sand behemoth. The golden sand behemoth in the sky roared. The golden light on the sharp horn radiated brilliantly. Its aura grew stronger and stronger, instantly reaching stage 9 God Venerable, just 1 step away from the peak of God Venerable. A star river law appeared in the sky, filled with surging golden sand, like countless sandstorms raging. Immediately after the golden sand behemoth's form solidified, its heart beat fiercely again. The grand hall shook violently. It was anxious to break free and return to its body. As long as its heart returned, it would be resurrected. The heart continuously shook, exerting powerful pressure on the God Venerables. They used all their power to control the array and maintain the suppression. They could not take action. Only Lin Wei was free to act. Lin Wei smiled bitterly. It seemed he had to risk his life. He stepped out of the array, pointed a finger, and the hell flame erupted again. The golden sand was drawn into the flame, causing continuous explosions. The skeleton king's throne appeared, and the skeleton king materialized. Earlier, during the sand beast's explosion, the skeleton king had been destroyed, but it didn't matter if it died, he would just summon another one. As soon as the skeleton king appeared, the behemoth looked over. A hint of disdain appeared in its cold eyes. The golden light on the sharp horn flashed, and a golden lightning bolt shot out. The skeleton king could not dodge in time and was struck instantly. With a loud bang, the skeleton king vanished completely, destroyed on the spot. Can't even block it. Is the disparity that great? Lin Nui was frustrated. The power of a stage 9 god venerable was indeed too strong. The skeleton king could not withstand it. If fighting alone didn't work, then he would resort to the old method, relying on the sheer number of the undead legion. The Star River Law flickered. Tens of thousands of Death Knights and tens of thousands of Bone Dragons illusionarily flew out from the Star River Law. The undead legion immediately occupied the entire space. The behemoth was tightly surrounded within it. If it can't win, I must buy time. Lin Moyu understood clearly that currently, he could only try to prolong the fight, waiting for reinforcements. The golden sand behemoth roared. The sharp horn shot out flashes of Minghuan lightning. The Minghuan lightning tore through the undead army. Although terrifying, even after its damage was reduced by tens of thousands of times, it still exceeded the average endurance threshold. The innate defensive ability of the undead was useless against the power of the golden lightning bolts. Whether they were Death Knights or Bone Dragons, they vanished instantly upon contact with the Minghuan lightning. The lightning's force was too strong, it was impossible to block. The most annoying thing was that the lightning bolts automatically sought targets. After eliminating one target, they immediately moved to the next with astonishing speed, almost the speed of light. Before the first target had dissolved, the lightning had already struck the next one. By the time the first target collapsed, the lightning had pierced through hundreds, even thousands of others. Seen from afar, a streak of golden light appeared within the undead army. It was the afterimage of the lightning bolts. In less than a second, tens of thousands of advanced undead were annihilated. The attack power was terrifying. It seemed to contain the power of law. It is indeed a Shore Realm Starry Sky Behemoth. Lin Moi witnessed the scene. He knew he couldn't stop it. Now he could only rely on the advantage of numbers and try to buy time. How long can I last? He wasn't sure. He calculated the time. Reinforcements would arrive in 40 minutes. He had to hold out for these 40 minutes. No matter what. The golden sand behemoth's horn shone again. Another lightning bolt shot out. 2 bolts of Minghuan lightning raged within the undead army. The casualty rate doubled. Lin Moyu's heart felt cold. If it was only one lightning bolt, he wouldn't worry. He had enough undead to serve as meat shields for the opponent. 2 lightning bolts he could also endure. But if a third and fourth lightning bolt appeared, no matter how many undead he had, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, if he wasn't careful, the golden sand behemoth might have other tricks. A Shore Realm Starry Sky Behemoth. Just one eye was this terrifying. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. He absolutely had to prepare a proactive response. 40 minutes. He had to hold out for 40 minutes, no matter the cost. Lin Wei was clear about his objective, to survive the 40 minutes. But he understood that with his strength, he could not confront the golden sand behemoth. Relying on the advantage of numbers might prolong the time, but it wasn't certain. If the number of lightning bolts continued to increase, no amount of undead would be enough. If the undead were insufficient to restrain the golden sand behemoth, it would charge at him, and he would be in danger. He had to plan for all possibilities. Lin Moi took a deep breath. He realized this was an incredibly difficult battle. The golden sand behemoth possessed extraordinary intelligence. It had prepared very thoroughly. If he hadn't suddenly appeared, it would have escaped the danger long ago. His appearance was a variable, but looking at the current situation, the golden sand behemoth would not give up easily. The battle had reached this point. For the golden sand behemoth, it was a life or death struggle. If it failed, the human Shore Realm experts would arrive, and it would have no chance to escape. Lin Moyu could imagine that neither side could afford to fail. Both their wills were incredibly firm. Thus, they could only fight to the end. A battle plan quickly formed in his mind. Simultaneously, the Witch of the Undead appeared next to him. A gray light appeared beneath the feet of all the undead, granting them an extra chance for resurrection. Just as Lin Moi was thinking, the golden sand behemoth's horn shot out another lightning bolt. 3 bolts of Minghuan lightning raged within the undead army. With every passing moment, countless undead were eliminated. The undead legion closest to the golden sand behemoth had died, and been resurrected multiple times, exceeding the cycle of life and death granted by the undead resurrection, and the witch of the undead. But this time, they were truly dead. They could not be resurrected again. The Death Knights and Bone Dragons were still the front line. Their positions, after falling, were immediately replaced by others. The undead legion stubbornly surrounded the golden sand behemoth, absolutely refusing to let it break the encirclement and escape. The skeleton god generals had dissolved, reverting to the three basic skeleton types. The power of the skeleton god generals was useless here. Lin Moyu needed as many numbers as possible. Lin Moyu pointed at the void. Brand new bone dragons and death knights materialized. The number of dead bone dragons and death knights had exceeded 500,000. The reserves needed replenishment. The linked spell was activated. Lin Moyu only needed to summon once, and as long as the quota was not exhausted, the summoning process would automatically continue without his intervention. However, the summoning speed still couldn't keep up with the casualty rate of the undead legion. He could only conclude that his summoning power was still insufficient. Although the undead legion served as cannon fodder, restraining the golden sand behemoth was only the first step. Next, Lin Moyu began the second step. He took out a piece of flesh and blood, the flesh and blood of a stage 3 god venerable of the silver human race, the only piece of god venerable flesh and blood he had left. Although he knew its effect would be minimal, it was better than nothing. Focusing on the golden sand behemoth, he pointed forward. A red light flashed. The source law, time curse. The curse was cast, but the golden sand behemoth barely reacted. With its soul level, this curse had little effect. Lin Moyu naturally understood this. He only wanted to inflict a little more damage, even if only slightly. Immediately after, a halo flashed on his finger. Source Law, Strengthened Soldier. Lin Moyu once again cast the Source Law spell, increasing the attack power tenfold. The plant-level spell Corpse Explosion activated. The flesh and blood in his hand turned to dust. The corpse exploded, equivalent to a full force blow from the stage 3 god venerable when alive, and the power was increased tenfold. This single strike was comparable in power to a stage 4 god venerable, but facing the golden sand behemoth, it was still nothing. After the fierce explosion, the golden sand behemoth was completely unharmed. Only a few grains of golden sand fell. The corpse explosion was virtually ineffective. This result was within his expectations. Just as Lin Moyu attacked, the golden sand behemoth shot out another lightning bolt. 4 consecutive lightning bolts raged incessantly. The casualty rate of the undead legion soared again. Lin Moyu's expression remained unchanged. The soul shooting bow appeared above his head. This time, in the strengthened state, the power of the soul shooting bow was also increased tenfold. That wasn't all. Lin Moyu shouted softly, casting another source law, focus power spell. His aura surged, rapidly breaking through to the god venerable realm, then stage 1 and stage 2 god venerable, and charging straight toward stage 3. Breaking through to stage 3 god venerable was Lin Moyu's limit. Lin Moyu knew that if he dared to break through to stage 4 god venerable, his soul would instantly shatter. The soul power of a stage 3 god venerable poured into the soul shooting bow. A sharp purple bolt arrow condensed on the bow. The arrow radiated an overwhelming aura. A powerful soul pressure spread everywhere, which even the array struggled to contain. The god kings in the array were all speechless. Lin Moyu's strength far exceeded their imagination, completely outside the scope of their understanding. Is this really something a god king can do? A god king defeating a god venerable? Am I dreaming? How did he do it? Why is he so strong? I've never seen anything like it. Oblivious to these exclamations of admiration, Lin Moyu focused his entire mind on that arrow. He used all his source law spells, pushed his realm to the absolute limit, and poured all his soul power into the soul shooting bow, condensing the strongest arrow. With a sure realm, level soul eye and stage 3 god venerable soul power, plus the source law spell increasing damage tenfold, the combined effect was that even a stage 5 god venerable expert would be instantly annihilated by this arrow. But that was still not enough. This was not the final form of this arrow. The power of faith surged like a waterfall into the arrow. The most miraculous aspect of the power of faith was its ability to amplify any type of spell, any law, any attack. When 10,000 units of the power of faith were infused, the power of the soul arrow doubled. When 30,000 units were infused, the power of the soul arrow doubled again. When all 60,000 units of the power of faith were infused, the power of the soul arrow tripled. The greater the amplification, the greater the amount of power of faith required. 60,000 units of the power of faith had at least made the soul arrow 3 times stronger. And this calculation was based on the power already amplified by the source law spell. The purple gold soul arrow became even more dazzlingly brilliant. Looking at the arrow, he felt as if he were standing near a star. The golden lines on it were incredibly intricate and beautiful, yet simultaneously exuded an aura of profound sadness and decay. But this was still not the end. He continuously drew more talismans. One complex, high-level talisman after another was skillfully drawn. The soul-extinguishing talisman recorded a high-level talisman aimed at the soul, capable of inflicting powerful damage. It could be used independently or combined with any soul attack. The talisman flew into the soul arrow. The golden lines on the arrow seemed to come alive, and the aura of profound sadness and decay intensified. In the array, the few god kings observing him simultaneously let out agonizing screams. Each of them clutched their heads in pain, squeezed their eyes shut, with blood-laced tears flowing down their faces, their expressions terrified. No one dared to look at him anymore. What kind of arrow is that? It's too terrifying. Just looking at it makes my soul feel pierced. This arrow is too terrifying. Even a god venerable could easily be killed. He is clearly only a stage 5 god king. How can he condense such a terrifying arrow? He is using a god venerable level soul artifact, amplified further by the power of faith. Not only that, he added a talisman. I saw that it was a high-level talisman. To be able to use a god venerable level soul artifact, his soul must be at least stage 4. As long as he doesn't die, he will easily become a god venerable. All the god kings present were completely in awe of him. Strong soul, strong spells, strong artifacts, coupled with his understanding of talismans and astonishing power of faith. He was an almost perfect manifestation. The future achievements of a figure like him were immeasurable, fundamentally incomparable to theirs. None of the god kings or minor god venerables here could feel envious of him, because he had completely surpassed them. They couldn't even feel envy. The powerful soul arrow was finally formed. It could be said to be his strongest attack. If this strike was ineffective, he had no other recourse. His soul locked onto the colossal golden sand behemoth. Under the relentless assault of the undead legion, regardless of the cost, the goal was to eliminate the enemy. The colossal golden sand behemoth was besieged and could certainly not escape. The 5th lightning bolt appeared. 5 bolts of Manhwa lightning simultaneously raged. Every second, countless undead were eliminated. But immediately, more undead rushed forward, leaving no gap whatsoever. The colossal golden sand behemoth was covered in fearless skeletons. Although their attacks were ineffective, they never stopped, pouring down like incessant rain. Even if I can't kill you, I will make you feel pain. Lin Mui lightly pointed his finger. The bone hell instantly descended, covering the golden sand behemoth. The wild Manhwa lightning swept across the bone hell. In less than half a second, the bone hell was completely destroyed, but it didn't matter. Lin Moyu only needed it to serve as a marker. The bone hell had located the golden sand behemoth, and its soul was also tightly locked. From now on, every arrow shot by the soul shooting bow would be a direct hit. The golden sand behemoth seemed to sense the killing intent. A look of unease appeared in its eye. The purple gold light pierced the void, penetrated the behemoth's body, and stabbed straight into its soul. A terrifying scream echoed throughout the star system. All the turbulent golden sand currents in the star system abruptly halted. This arrow was immensely powerful. Lin Moyu hadn't even used all his trump cards, yet it was strong enough to eliminate a stage 6 god venerable. As long as the soul hadn't reached the shore realm, it would be severely wounded, or even destroyed. The golden sand behemoth was once a shore realm behemoth, so its soul naturally reached the shore realm. In its peak period, it could completely disregard Lin Moyu's arrow, but not now. The golden sand behemoth now possessed only 1/10,000th of its former power. Its soul was merely a remnant soul. This arrow inflicted enormous damage, causing it unbearable pain. Its aura immediately collapsed. The Manhwa lightning paused in mid-air. 250 lightning bolts vanished on the spot. The remaining 3 bolts also stopped attacking, merely flickering in the air. Effective, Lin Moyu was secretly delighted. Then I will try again. He circulated his energy, his aura instantly surged, breaking through to stage 4 god venerable. Immediately after, his soul loudly shattered. The innate great tree trembled. The innate talent activated. In a purple light, Lin Mui's soul instantly recovered, returning to its peak state. He voluntarily experienced death once to completely replenish his soul power. Lin Moyu did not hesitate, once again using the source law spell, pulling his realm back to stage 3 god venerable. Fully prepared. A second soul arrow appeared in the soul shooting bow. Lin Moyu inscribed the soul extinguishing talisman onto the soul arrow. Unfortunately, this time there was no power of fate. The power of this arrow was less than the previous one, but the golden sand behemoth was now severely wounded and no longer as powerful as before. The purple gold soul arrow once again pierced the void, directly penetrating the golden sand behemoth's soul. A miserable scream echoed again. The behemoth's aura weakened further. 2 of the remaining 3 lightning bolts were destroyed, leaving only 1. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. At this point, he had no retreat. He could only fight with his lie. Lin Moyu raised his realm again, actively self-destructing his soul. His innate talent was activated again. This was Lin Moyu's second resurrection. Since refining the Undying Sprout, his chance for resurrection had increased by 1. He could resurrect twice every 30 seconds. After the final resurrection, his talent would reset after 30 seconds, granting him 2 more resurrection chances. This resurrection ability was usually reserved for critical moments, but to eliminate the golden sand behemoth, Lin Moyu was determined to use it. He had truly staked everything, responding with all his might. The Source Law spell was running. Lin Moyu's aura rose again to stage 3 God Venerable. The soul shooting bow condensed a third soul arrow. The golden sand behemoth tore through the countless surrounding undead. Seeing Lin Moyu, its eye was filled with fury and hatred. But what did that matter? Lin Moyu didn't care at all. The soul arrow formed in the soul shooting bow. The golden sand behemoth roared fiercely. All the golden sand on the planet violently flew up. The entire planet was submerged in a sandstorm. The golden sand behemoth loudly exploded. One eye was swept into the sandstorm and disappeared. Running away. He can't escape. The soul arrow flashed with purple light, disappearing into the void. The golden sand behemoth was fleeing. Its body vanished, leaving only a lone eye escaping. This was the true nature of the golden sand behemoth's eye. It abandoned its colossal form. Even the undead legion couldn't stop it, but its soul was still condensed. The traces remained. Lin Moyu remained calm, focusing his attention on its soul, shooting out the third arrow. The soul arrow pierced the void, leaving only a streak of purple light before vanishing. A miserable shriek echoed throughout the star system. Even within the array, it was clearly audible. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the problem was solved. Compared to prolonging the time, chasing it away in fear was much better. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's hair stood on end. His soul received a critical warning. The innate gray tree violently shook. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal also roared. Danger, extreme danger. His soul heard the fierce heartbeat of the golden sand behemoth. Then, the Manhwa lightning appeared before his eyes. 5 lightning bolts had appeared, 4 were destroyed, but 1 still existed. The golden sand behemoth appeared and disappeared, but the lightning bolt did not vanish. It remained in midair. Following the heartbeat of the golden sand behemoth, the lightning bolt suddenly shot out, piercing through the skeletons one by one, accelerating toward Lin Moyu. Scored. Lin Moyu did not hesitate, quickly retreating. Countless skeletons appeared before him, serving as human shields to block the lightning bolt. The skeletons were pierced by the lightning, and shattered on the spot, but the lightning bolt seemed completely unaffected. Its astonishing speed charged straight at Lin Moyu. The power of the lightning was too terrifying. The skeletons simply couldn't block it. The tactic of using human shields was completely ineffective. This lightning bolt carried the power of law. Its attack power reached at least stage 8 God Venerable, perhaps even higher. The skeletons couldn't endure it, and he himself couldn't block it. He would certainly die. The number of resurrections granted by his innate talent had been exhausted. Even if he had 8 or 9 chances left, they would be ineffective. Judging from the previous performance of the Manhwa lightning, it could attack multiple times. The skeletons would be killed, and resurrected, only to be killed again. In the moment of life and death, Lin Moyu quickly considered all methods of self-rescue. The next second, the Calamity Scepter appeared in his hand. Lin Moyu knew very well that only the Calamity Scepter could block the Manhwa lightning. Currently, he couldn't unleash the Calamity Scepter's true power, but using it as a simple staff was not a problem. Seeing the lightning bolt approaching him, Lin Moyu did not hesitate, swinging the Calamity Scepter to meet the lightning. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook heaven and earth. The lightning bolt exploded. Golden light enveloped his vision. Nothing else could be seen. Lin Moyu was blown away by an incredibly immense force. He flew straight out of the planet, traveling tens of thousands of miles, reaching the star system. Looking at the slowly flowing golden sand currents around him, like a galaxy, a sense of joy surged in Lin Moyu's heart. He was not dead. He had actually blocked the lightning bolts. He looked at the Calamity Scepter, There wasn't a single mark on it. The durability of the Calamity Scepter exceeded all expectations. This proved that the Calamity Scepter's rank was incredibly high. Recalling the Calamity Scepter, Lin Moyu flew back. On the planet, the sandstorm continued. The lightning bolt had exploded, and the immense force had swept the golden sand on the planet into the air. Even the layer of golden sand covering the array was blown away, revealing the ground beneath. Now the entire planet was exposed, gray-white, no longer concealed by golden sand. Lin Moyu finally saw the array clearly. The time array was actually a circular formation. On the outer side of the array, the time chambers and the control halls were all built on the same circle. The circle was the main foundation, responsible for maintaining the array. Beneath the array, a colossal golden heart was continuously beating. With every beat, it didn't spew blood but golden sand. It wasn't ordinary golden sand, but a type containing immense energy. The array absorbed those grains of golden sand, refining them into golden crystals, and then discarding the excess golden sand. Who knows how many years the heart of a once mighty shore realm starry sky behemoth has been used as a discardable material for refinement. It beats incessantly, and the array continuously refines and collects. It was truly lamentable. Lin Moyu returned. The golden sand behemoth's heartbeat was clearly faster, emitting an emotion of rage, but it could do nothing to Lin Moyu. The grand array firmly suppressed it. With the failure of this escape attempt, it had no other opportunities. The human race shore realm experts had certainly received the news and were likely on their way. When they arrived, the array would be reinforced, and it would be imprisoned here for tens of thousands of years. Even the escaping one-eyed entity would be found and eliminated. The crisis was resolved, but the undead legion remained. Until the human reinforcements truly arrived, he could not recall the undead legion. He could relax but could not be careless. Disaster often struck when one was complacent. Lin Moyu began to review the battle. He and the Golden Sand Heart had fought for less than a minute, especially his 3 consecutive arrows. The entire process was less than 5 seconds. The battle was extremely fierce, every second was a matter of life and death. Lin Moyu realized that when facing a true expert, all kinds of unconventional tricks were useless, everything had to rely on genuine strength. If the Golden Sand Heart hadn't only had its eye remaining and its realm hadn't been weakened, he would have surely died. He recalled what Bai Yuan once said, "A bigger fist is the only truth. Everything else is false." In reality, this was true. Whether in a major world or a minor world, reality was always cruel. Besides realizing his fist wasn't strong enough, Lin Moyu also felt the power of faith. Without the power of faith, the first arrow would not have inflicted enough damage on the Golden Sand Heart's remnant soul. The next 2 arrows might not have been able to force it to flee. However, the power of faith also had its limits. The quantity was finite, and the effect was also limited. To achieve higher amplification, the amount of power of faith consumed increased exponentially. 10,000 units of the power of faith could double the amplification. To double it again required 30,000 units of the power of faith. To triple it required 60,000 units of the power of faith. If he wanted to quadruple or quintuple the amplification, the power of faith required would increase substantially. As Lin Moyu knew, when the amplification reached 10 times, the amount of power of faith required would increase exponentially. Furthermore, the stronger the attack, the more power of faith was needed. Lin Moyu was very clear. The strongest soul arrow he could create, in terms of attack power, only met the standard of a stage 4 or stage 5 god venerable. If it were a shore realm level attack, 60,000 units of the power of faith would struggle to even double the amplification. 60,000 units of the power of faith, at his current collection rate, would take 600 days. The collection rate was too slow. This power of faith is truly scarce. No wonder those shore realm patriarchs wanted to establish faith towers across the entire star field. The amount of power of faith needed for their spells was probably an astronomical figure. Looking back at the entire battle, Lin Moyu felt he had performed quite well, with few obvious flaws. Only in the very last moment was he too careless. He needed to correct this in the future. Time passed slowly. The Golden Sand Heart's beating grew slower and slower, almost calm. After 30 minutes, a vast and powerful aura descended, enveloping the entire star system. A gentle, sudden aura descended, carrying no heavy pressure. Simultaneously, the Golden Sand Behemoth's heart instantly calmed down. Countless scattered golden sand also fell to the ground, as if an invisible hand had smoothed away the chaos. Lin Moyu looked up at the sky. His gaze pierced through the sea of stars, seeing a powerful figure approaching by stepping through the void. 1 second he was outside the star system, the next, he was standing on the planet. A shore realm expert has indeed arrived. Lin Moyu was not surprised. He had anticipated the possibility of a shore realm expert appearing. Immediately after, a middle-aged man with an ordinary, unremarkable appearance appeared on the time array. He lightly touched the array, and the entire array immediately shook violently. A dissatisfied spiritual cry sounded, and then the heartbeat vanished. The golden sand behemoth was completely suppressed. The power of law, Lin Moyu muttered to himself. He clearly felt the transformation of the law. Even the time law was momentarily stagnant. The time law was the foremost law, and only the power of law from a shore realm expert could affect it. Lin Moyu knew the other party was using the power of law but did not understand the method of its application. After all, he had not yet reached the shore realm. He only knew what it was like, not its true value. Many things, if one had not reached the realm, could never be fully understood. Several god venerables flew out from the hall, leaving the array, and uniformly bowed to the middle-aged man. "Greetings, sir." The middle-aged man simply uttered a calm and relaxed him. "You've worked hard." The others quickly shook their heads. "Not hard. This is our duty," Tian Shen said. "Fortunately, we had the help of this young friend this time. Otherwise, the situation would have been much more difficult." They didn't know what happened outside after entering the hall, but they speculated that Lin Moyu must have stopped those sand beasts. The faces of the god venerables turned slightly red. They didn't expect to ultimately rely on a junior god king. It truly shames us god venerables. The middle-aged man looked toward Lin Moyu. "I have a general understanding of what happened. You all are fortunate to have met young friend Lin here." Then, he looked at Lin Moyu. "Young friend Lin, please come over here for a moment." In these two sentences, his tone was completely different. When speaking to the god venerables, his calm tone contained a faint sense of majesty, maintaining the demeanor of a shore realm patriarch. But when speaking to Lin Moyu, his tone suddenly became gentle, completely unlike the attitude of a shore realm expert toward a god king. It was more like a conversation between equals. Lin Moyu naturally did not refuse. "Senior has a command, this junior obeys." The middle-aged man laughed heartily. "Since you've agreed, let's go up." He flew straight up. Lin Moyu immediately followed. In the blink of an eye, the two were in the starry sky. Seeing the two leave, the god venerables were stunned. "Did you hear that? Earlier, Sir called him young friend Lin, and judging by Sir's attitude, he seems to be conversing with this young brother as equals. Sir conversing with a god king of the same generation. It feels unreal. This god king Lin is very strong, no weaker than us. Perhaps for this kind of top-tier genius, Sir lowered his status." They all knew the identity of the middle-aged man. A shore realm patriarch conversing with a god king of the same generation felt incredible. A shore realm expert was a truly paramount existence. How noble was their status? Jian Shen suddenly frowned. Didn't a junior named Lin Moyu recently clear 3 secret realms? This Lin Moyu is surnamed Lin, and young friend Lin is also surnamed Lin. With Jian Shen's words, everything immediately became clear. Of course it's him. No wonder. The genius who cleared 3 secret realms is truly worthy of his reputation. If he reaches the shore realm one day, his future is difficult to predict. Everyone sighed in admiration. Over the years, they had met countless geniuses. Even they in their youth were outstanding geniuses, but compared to Lin Moyu, both they and other talented individuals they had seen seemed to fade into obscurity. In the starry sky, the middle-aged man smiled at Lin Moyu. Young friend Lin is indeed a young talent. With the God King realm, to single-handedly stop the sand behemoth. I fear it would be difficult to find anyone comparable in the entire major world. Lin Moyu humbly replied, "Senior exaggerates. This junior was just lucky." The middle-aged man maintained his friendly demeanor. "Strength is strength. How can you speak of luck? My surname is Sung, and my name is Jay. Young friend Lin's soul has reached the shore realm. You are half a step into the shore realm. We can consider ourselves friends." Lin Moyu asked, "Senior Song, what are your plans next?" Songji said solemnly, "The main task is to reinforce the array to prevent this from happening again." Lin Moyu showed a look of confusion. The golden sand behemoth Sai, which contains its remnant soul, escaped. Doesn't Senior Song plan to find it? As long as the golden sand behemoth Sai is outside, a disaster like today could still occur. If anyone else had dared to say this to Songji, they would likely have been met with the question, "Does this old man need your guidance?" But when Lin Moyu said it, Songji merely laughed heartily. "Young friend Lin doesn't know. It's not that we won't look, but that we can't look. It is naturally not difficult to find it. You also know about the human emperor internet. It can't possibly hide." Lin Moyu nodded. That was true. Under the surveillance of the human emperor internet, no matter how well concealed the opponent was, it would be found. Then why weren't these Shore Realm patriarchs pursuing it? There must be another reason. Songji explained, when the Golden Sand Behemoth was killed that year, its body and soul were split in two, with the eye and the heart each taking half. This means the Golden Sand Behemoth still has the potential to revive. If we destroy its eye, only half of its soul will remain in the heart, and thus it will never be able to revive. Lin Moyu suddenly understood. If it no longer has the potential to revive, the Golden Sand Behemoth might self-destruct. The array is still refining it. Is that why? Songji praised him again. Young friend Lin is indeed clever. The Golden Sand Behemoth is a Shore Realm Starry Sky Behemoth. Its heart continuously produces the power of law. We use the array to refine that power of law into law crystals. For the specific use, you will naturally know when you reach the Shore Realm in the future. Lin Moyu acknowledged this. Knowing this much information was sufficient. If Songji were to explain what the power of law was, he definitely wouldn't understand. It wasn't necessary to know. There were some things that couldn't be understood just by exclamation. One needed to comprehend them personally. Songji said, young friend Lin has rendered great service this time. Otherwise, the human race would have suffered countless casualties. According to the human race's regulations, you will be rewarded. I wonder what young friend Lin needs. Anything within the regulatory limits can be granted. Lin Moyu knew he had saved countless lives, and averted a catastrophe this time. Receiving a reward was natural. He thought the reward would just be God City merit points. He didn't expect to be able to choose directly. According to Lin Moyu's speculation, both the Human Emperor Internet and the Shore Realm experts were equally superior entities, especially the Human Emperor Internet, which always acted according to rules. Rewards for merit. Punishment for crime. It was truly fair and impartial. Even Shore Realm experts could only exercise a little authority within the rules, not violate them. The Human Emperor Internet's rewards were primarily God City merit points. If one needed something else, they could exchange merit points for it. But according to Songji, besides God City merit points, he could choose other things. Choosing the reward directly meant skipping the step of exchanging with God City merit points. Songji also hinted that choosing the reward directly would be more beneficial. After a moment of thought, Lin Moyu spoke. This junior does not know what to choose. I ask senior to help me select the reward. Songji smiled at Lin Moyu, seeing that the young man had skillfully pushed the problem back to him. As a Shore Realm senior, he naturally couldn't choose something useless. But choosing something too good would violate the rules of the Human Emperor Internet. However, it didn't matter. He could use his own private authority to reward Lin Moyu, considering it a gesture of befriending this young genius. Lin Moyu maintained a calm expression despite Songji's scrutiny. His heart didn't beat faster. He was truly audacious. Songji laughed heartily. Since you've let me decide, let's do this. God City merit points should still be rewarded. After all, you are currently at the primary grade, and need God City merit points to advance. Jade Fairy has already given you the soul shooting bow. You have enough soul artifacts. In terms of offensive artifacts, you don't need many strong level artifacts. In terms of defense, you have so many summoned creatures that it is almost impossible for an opponent of your level to harm you. So I will choose support items for you. Songji spoke quickly, making a decision very rapidly. Lin Moyu listened. No matter what Songji chose, he would not object. Songji would give him the most possible, certainly within the limits permitted by the rules. Songji closed his eyes, contacting the Human Emperor Internet. A few seconds later, the voice of the Human Emperor Internet sounded in his ear. Due to your defeat of the Golden Sand Behemoth and prevention of its revival, the special reward of 2,000 God City merit points is granted. For eliminating a God Venerable, level Sand Beast in the nearby star systems, 10 God City merit points are granted. For eliminating 50,000 God King, level Sand Beasts, 50,000 integral points are granted. For eliminating 500,000 minor God Venerable, level Sand Beasts, 50,000 integral points are granted. Rewards were announced continuously. Lin Moyu felt he had benefited greatly this time. He knew the Human Emperor Internet wouldn't miss a single one. The sand beasts he killed would all be counted as reward points for him. Sure enough, in just a moment, he received 5,000 integral points. His total integral points exceeded 100 million again. Finally, he had a little more integral points. Lin Moyu felt his wallet was full again, enough for him to use for a while, at least. His God City merit points also reached 5,390 points, not far from the intermediate grade. He was no longer worried about the intermediate grade promotion mission. Songji saw the change in Lin Moyu's expression and laughed heartily. Did you receive the reward? Lin Moyu smiled. Thank you, senior. This junior has received it. Alright, let's continue. The second reward, I will grant you a faith tower. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. A faith tower? Could this also be a reward? He could completely set up a faith array, which was not much different from a faith tower. But he didn't say anything, just waited for Songji to explain further. Songji said, you are qualified to establish a faith tower and receive the power of faith. The reward for you is 10 star systems. The power of faith from these 10 star systems will belong to you. These 10 star systems provide about 100 units of the power of faith daily. As for the refinement process, you will handle it yourself. After hearing Songji's explanation, Lin Moyu understood. The faith tower reward was this. He was allocated 10 star systems, gaining 100 units of the power of faith daily. Plus the power of faith he earned himself, he was collecting 200 units daily. How precious was the power of faith? Anyone who had used it understood. Seeing those Shore Realm experts establishing faith towers in every star system, every planet, and every city, he finally understood how much power of faith the Shore Realm patriarchs needed. He only had 10 star systems. How many star systems did those Shore Realm patriarchs possess? How much power of faith did they collect daily? A simple calculation revealed it to be an enormous figure. Even with Lin Moyu's temperament, a hint of greed was inevitable. If he had that much power of faith, he might have been able to instantly annihilate the remnant soul of the Golden Sand Behemoth. Songji, reading Lin Moyu's thoughts, squinted and laughed heartily. Don't think too much. In the future, you will have more and more faith towers. 10 star systems are nothing. Even 10,000 star systems are nothing. But if you want more faith towers, you know what you must do. Lin Moyu naturally understood. It meant strengthening his power and rendering service to the human race. The human race was like this. Rewards and punishments were clearly defined. To gain, one must first contribute. It was very fair. A free lunch almost never existed in the human race. Songji continued. The third reward is one I will grant you personally. Saying that, he took out a jade slip. As the jade slip appeared, the surrounding space violently twisted. This jade slip was incredibly heavy, almost crushing the space. Songji said, I want to thank you. The Golden Sand Behemoth was under my guard. If anything had happened, the responsibility would have been entirely mine. Your help in suppressing the Golden Sand Behemoth this time is a favor I owe you. Within this spatial shattering jade, there is a corner of an ancient talisman charm. Activating it with both soul power and the power of faith simultaneously can unleash an attack. With your soul power, plus 10,000 units of the power of faith, you can unleash a strike comparable to a God Venerable. But remember, you can only use it once a day. Do not rely on it too much. Lin Moyu received the spatial shattering jade and used his soul power to probe inside. Sure enough, he saw a corner of an ancient talisman charm sealed within. The ancient talisman charm was incredibly heavy. The fact that the spatial shattering jade could crush space was entirely due to this corner of the ancient talisman charm. Lin Moyu felt a piercing pain just by glancing at it. His soul power was severely depleted. Compared to the corner of the ancient talisman charm connected to his soul, the other ancient talisman charms were untouchable. The corner of the ancient talisman charm connected to his soul was truly special. In Lin Moyu's view, this jade slip was extremely precious. It was a true life-saving treasure. The only drawback was that it could only be used once a day. In the future, when his realm was high enough, he could study the ancient talisman charm inside. Thank you, senior, Lin Moyu sincerely thanked him. The treasure Songji granted was indeed very precious. Songji nodded. Finally, the talisman saint asked me to pass a message to you. Lin Moyu listened attentively. Senior, please speak. The scene cuts to Lin Moyu's thoughts after the message. Returning to the time array, Lin Moyu was still pondering Songji's instructions. The talisman saint's message that Songji passed on was a single, brief sentence. The secret realms are very important. If possible, try to clear many secret realms, especially the special secret realms. It wasn't an order, but more like a suggestion. Songji conveyed the original message. The talisman saint's tone at the time was exactly like this. The talisman saint was surprisingly polite. Compared to his previous encounters with the house saint, Lin Moyu couldn't help but wonder if all the saints were this good-natured. He found it a bit strange, as he didn't know the talisman saint at all. What kind of figures were the saints? In the entire human race, there were only a few who were elusive and rarely seen by ordinary people in their lifetime. He only knew the house saint. Nevertheless, he had to heed the words of a saint. After all, they were the highest echelon of the human race. Even Shore Realm patriarchs listened to the saints, let alone him. If the talisman saint had said so, he must clear many secret realms. He naturally understood that clearing the secret realms was only the surface. What the human race truly needed were the ancient talisman's charms acquired after clearing the secret realms. The colossal hand condensed from the human emperor internet, which grabbed those ancient talisman's charms every time he cleared a secret realm. The ancient talisman's charms were the most important thing. Sungji had already returned to the time array before Lin Moyu. He reinforced the array, strengthening the suppression power of the Grand Hall. According to him, he had personally killed the Golden Sand Behemoth and personally refined this Grand Hall. Songji used the power of law, completing everything smoothly, and then vanished without a trace. Shore Realm great powers were indeed different, rarely revealing themselves to others. Most of the God Kings didn't know Songji's identity. They only knew he was a very important figure. When Lin Moyu returned to the time array, the attitude of the God Venerables toward him was completely different from how they treated other God Kings. In their eyes, Lin Moyu was no longer a junior, but at least an equal. Perhaps in the future, they would even have to address Lin Moyu as Sir. After Lin Moyu stated his purpose, they immediately led him into the Grand Hall. Their attitude couldn't have been more polite. The other God Kings all looked at Lin Moyu in awe, none dared to follow. They clearly understood that they were fundamentally unqualified to speak with Lin Moyu. The gap between the two sides was too vast, it couldn't be measured by realm alone. Although their cultivation was higher than Lin Moyu's, in terms of true combat strength, all of them combined were not Lin Moyu's opponents. After all, a bigger fist was the hardest truth in this world, especially Luo Feiyu. Previously, he only thought Lin Moyu was a genius. He didn't expect Lin Moyu to be this powerful. The title of junior brother seemed no longer appropriate. Comparing Lin Moyu's vigor with his own, Luo Feiyu felt discouraged, becoming even more isolated. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's voice sounded in his ear. "Senior brother Luo, please come into the Grand Hall for a moment." Luo Feiyu was stunned, then entered the Grand Hall. Inside the Grand Hall, the God Venerables had left. Only Jianshen remained. After the great battle, the God Venerables had suffered considerable losses and had all gone to recover. God Venerable Jianshen was currently in charge of the time array. Lin Moyu stood before God Venerable Jianshen, looking composed. Luo Feiyu dared not be so casual. He respectfully saluted. "This junior Luo Feiyu greets Sir." Jianshen observed Luo Feiyu. "You are Luo Hong God Venerable's eldest son, correct?" Luo Feiyu was surprised. "You know my father." Jianshen's previously cold expression suddenly softened into a smile. "I once fought alongside your father. We were like brothers who experienced life and death together. But later we went our separate ways. I haven't seen him in many years. I didn't expect brother Luo's son to have grown so big, and already be a minor God Venerable. You look very much like brother Luo back then. It truly evokes nostalgia." "So that's the case." Luo Feiyu cleverly changed his address. "Feiyu greets Martial Uncle. My father as well. If Martial Uncle is free, you can visit the Luo family for a drink." Jianshen laughed heartily. "Good. I will go when I am free." He then looked Luo Feiyu up and down, then looked at Lin Moyu. "Young friend Lin, are you truly confident?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's hard to say now, but I must try." Jianshen nodded. "All right, follow me." He walked into the Grand Hall. Lin Moyu signaled Luo Feiyu to follow. A look of confusion appeared in Luo Feiyu's eyes. He didn't know what Lin Moyu and Jianshen were plotting, but it seemed to involve him. However, since the two hadn't explained, he could only follow, walking side by side with Lin Moyu. Luo Feiyu asked, "Junior brother, so your surname is Lin?" He had previously addressed Lin Moyu vaguely. Only when Jianshen called him young friend Lin did he know Lin Moyu's surname. Lin Moyu smiled. "Please don't blame me, senior brother. My name causes some unnecessary trouble, so I deliberately concealed it." Saying that, he removed the hidden information on the human emperor internet, allowing Luo Feiyu to see his full name. "Lin Moyu, you are Lin Moyu." Luo Feiyu exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide in disbelief. Lin Moyu's reputation had recently spread far and wide. Who in the God City didn't know about Lin Moyu? The 3 announcements from the God City, 3 consecutive times clearing a secret realm, had pushed Lin Moyu's reputation to its peak. In Luo Feiyu's memory, this was an unprecedented achievement. Countless people regarded Lin Moyu as a role model. He was the brightest star in the God City today. Luo Feiyu muttered, "It's indeed you. No wonder. No wonder." He emphasized the 2 words. No wonder why. Only he understood. Others only saw Lin Moyu as a top-tier genius who cleared secret realms, who knew that Lin Moyu's combat strength had reached this level. Facing a god venerable, Lin Moyu could fight and even win. With that combat strength, clearing secret realms was naturally much easier. Luffy looked at Lin Moyu. Junior brother Lin, I feel like everyone underestimates you. Lin Moyu smiled humbly. Just luck. Luffy shook his head. It's not merely luck. Strength is strength. I couldn't even pass the second stage of the Black Feather Secret Realm. I could only sink into the Black Sea, but you successfully cleared it. This cannot be explained by luck. Junior brother Lin, can you tell me how the Black Feather Secret Realm is cleared? Lin Moyu did not refuse, and frankly told Luffy the method to clear the Black Feather Secret Realm. After listening, Luffy murmured, so my luck was quite good. If I had been lucky enough to pass the second stage, I would have certainly died in the third stage. The third stage required facing a corner of an ancient talisman charm. Luffy's soul would have been submerged, unable to awaken again. It was falling into the Black Sea that saved his life. Just then, Xianshan stopped. We've arrived. A dusty secret chamber was open. A strange aura immediately flowed out. A strange, ancient aura containing a powerful and mysterious law rushed to their faces. Luffy felt indescribably uncomfortable. His entire being seemed to be in utter chaos. This kind of chaos was indescribable. In short, it made him extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't think in this state. His thoughts were also chaotic due to this law. That it could affect even a minor god venerable showed it was extraordinarily powerful. Luffy glanced at Lin Moyu and saw no abnormal expression from him. While he was observing Lin Moyu, Xianshan was also quietly looking at him. As a god venerable, Xianshan also felt uncomfortable under the impact of that strange aura. Yet, Lin Moyu was completely unaffected. He realized that Lin Moyu wasn't pretending to be calm, he genuinely felt nothing. This indicated that Lin Moyu's soul far surpassed his own. Xianshan looked at the secret chamber and said solemnly, this place is the focal point of the law within the time array. Time is chaotic here, which is why people feel uncomfortable. Outside this room, the flow of time is faster than the outside world, while inside the secret chamber, the flow of time is slower than the outside world. Slowing down time is many times more difficult than speeding it up. In the entire time array, only this single secret chamber has a time flow that is slowed down, and the speed can be up to 10 times slower. 1 day inside is 10 days in the outside world. Hearing Xianshan's explanation, Luffy was slightly bewildered. Slowing down time, what's the benefit of that? Xianshan smiled. Let young friend Lin tell you. Lin Moyu nodded. Sometimes, slowing down time was extremely useful. For example, if someone was critically wounded and only had 10 days to live, but the life-saving medicine would only arrive in 100 days, by entering here, they could buy more time. Lin Moyu only offered a small example, but Luffy immediately understood. If so, it was indeed very useful. Suddenly he seemed to realize something and asked in surprise, Junior brother Lin, do you want me to enter there? Lin Moyu acknowledged this. Senior brother Luo, please go in and wait for me. I will try to find a solution. Lin Moyu wasn't certain, he only said he would try, leaving a small hope for Luffy. If it ultimately failed, it would cause an even greater shock. Luffy understood Lin Moyu's intention. Thank you, Junior brother Lin. I am already like this, things can't get much worse. I have been tormented for so long. Luffy had come to terms with it. As he said, at worst his realm would drop and he would become an ordinary god king. At least he could enjoy good wine for a few thousand years. Not everyone in this vast world could become a god venerable. Countless cultivators who reached the god venerable realm were satisfied with just that. If he couldn't become a god venerable, it was just fate. Luffy was originally a very determined and unattached person. It was just that the illusion of the Black Sea was too overbearing. The endless cycles of reincarnation had become the deepest shadow in Luffy's soul. Whenever he wanted to break through, those shadows would transform into inner demons, causing him to fail. Over time, Luffy's state of mind and belief had eroded, making breakthrough hopeless. Moreover, because of the damage to his state of mind, even his minor god venerable realm was difficult to maintain. As a god venerable, Xianshan naturally saw Luffy's difficult situation, but he was also helpless. Xianshan said, you go into the secret chamber and wait for a while. Wait for us to call you. It might be a bit uncomfortable in the secret chamber. You need to take some time to adjust. Luffy nodded, once again bowing to Lin Moyu and Xianshan. Thank you, your brother Lin. Thank you, Marshal Uncle. Saying that, he quickly walked into the secret chamber. The door to the secret chamber closed behind him. Inside the secret chamber, the flow of time slowed down, making Luo Feiyu's movements incredibly sluggish. However, his consciousness and thoughts remained unchanged, leading to an extreme disconnect. Often, his consciousness just issued a command, but his limbs completely failed to react in time. The discomfort and helplessness made Luo Feiyu feel as if he were lost in a void. He had to force himself to adjust his thinking, slowing everything down, allowing his mind to become completely still. He walked deep into the secret chamber, slowly sat down, and began to meditate. Outside the secret chamber, Jianshan looked at Lin Moyu and asked, "Young friend Lin, how did you know that there was a secret chamber in this grand array that slowed down time?" Lin Moyu smiled. "If I say I could see it, would you believe me?" Jianshan laughed heartily. "All right, with young friend Lin's talent, seeing it is nothing strange." Lin Moyu had indeed seen it. Previously, he had closely observed the time array in the Grand Hall, and knew that this array had two sides, the outside accelerated time, and the inside naturally had to slow down time. Only in this way could the entire Grand Array maintain balance. The ability to use the time stone to set up a time array was already extremely difficult. It also proved that no one in the human race truly controlled the time law. If someone truly controlled the time law, there would be no need for such complexity. Couldn't they just directly use the time law to set up a time acceleration array? It would be a small matter, and they wouldn't need to design a two-sided array inside and out to maintain balance. They could even save the time stone. Jianshan led Lin Moyu to the back of the Grand Hall. Behind the Grand Hall was a relatively large garden. In the garden were 3 time chambers. These 3 chambers were all located at the array's core and were the heart of the entire time array. Jianshan explained that these 3 time chambers could accelerate time up to 200 times. However, this also caused the law to distort, similar to the other time chambers with 100-fold acceleration. In other words, cultivating in these 3 chambers would save half the time compared to the others. The faster the time acceleration, the greater the distortion of the existing laws. When the time acceleration exceeded 100 times, the speed of law comprehension would sharply decrease. Unless one left the current world and used the Human Emperor Internet to control the Human Emperor cultivation field, one could not simultaneously benefit from time acceleration and avoid affecting law cultivation. But the Human Emperor cultivation field was too expensive. Cultivators usually only went there when necessary. If one stayed there all year round, who could afford the cost? The 3 time chambers in the Grand Hall were normally not open to outsiders. They were time chambers reserved exclusively for God Venerables. This time was an exception for Lin Moyu. Jianshan opened one of the 3 time chambers for Lin Moyu. "Young friend Lin, the time acceleration inside is 200 times. I advise you not to stay too long. The faster the time acceleration, the greater the pressure on the soul. The longer you stay, the more harmful it is to the soul. The specific time you can stay depends on the individual. Naturally, the stronger the soul, the longer one can stay." Lin Moyu understood Jianshan's good intentions. "Thank you, God Venerable Jian. I will be careful." Jianshan cupped his hands. "Then I wish young friend Lin good luck." The large door closed behind Lin Moyu. The originally dim time chamber suddenly brightened. Streaks of power belonging to the time law surged up from the ground. Symbols of talismans appeared on the ground. These talismans formed an array, channeling the power of the time stone. The time stone contained the time law. It was the core of the array, allowing the time array to be established. Besides the time stone, a massive energy source was also needed to run the array. Most time arrays use mental energy, but not here. Shorerealm Patriarch Songjie had used the Golden Sand Behemoth's heart as the energy source for the array. Thus, the power of the Golden Sand Behemoth was also mixed into the array. Lin Moyu clearly sensed that within the time law, there were also countless laws related to the Earth attribute. Cultivating the Earth attribute law here would be much more effective than other laws. However, Lin Moyu wasn't interested in comprehending any laws. He wanted to study the fragment of the ancient talisman charm in his soul world. This ancient talisman charm was very special, completely different from the others. Not only could it be seen and touched, but it also actively burrowed into his soul. Lin Moyu even suspected that this ancient talisman charm had its own consciousness. Its power was undeniable, and it wasn't impossible for an artifact, after countless years, to develop consciousness. But when it entered his soul world, Lin Moyu didn't sense any sentience. The appearance of sentience was almost impossible to fake. Moreover, this was his soul world, his home. Therefore, Lin Moyu was certain that this ancient talisman charm had not developed sentience and would not pose any danger to him. What he needed to do now was to master it. Even if it was just a small fragment, it could greatly increase his strength and also conveniently treat Luo Feiyu. His soul touched the ancient talisman charm, feeling the pulse within, comprehending the mystery hidden within. The ancient talisman charm was incredibly complex. Just a small fragment was enough to create a secret realm and operate its own unique laws. Its complexity far surpassed that of super high-level talismans. Lin Moyu analyzed it bit by bit, comprehended it step by step, and gradually clarified the nature of the ancient talisman charm. Time continuously accelerated. For every day that passed outside the chamber, 200 days passed inside for Lin Moyu. Initially, Lin Moyu's progress was very slow. The ancient talisman charm was too complex. In the first 100 days, he only gained minute knowledge. Other than occasional insights, there was nothing else. The ancient talisman charm was like a tightly closed door in front of Lin Moyu. He couldn't enter it. After 100 days, Lin Moyu no longer focused on researching the ancient talisman charm but took out the talisman language book and began to study the talismans recorded within. Using stones from other mountains to polish one's own jade, studying the talisman language might help him open the door to the ancient talisman charm. Under the effect of 200 times time acceleration, the law was distorted, and the difficulty of studying the law increased significantly, but this did not affect the study of talismans. Lin Moyu could still study talismans with extremely high efficiency. The foundational talismans recorded in the talisman language book were gradually mastered by him, then decomposed into lower-level talismans. Lin Moyu's learning speed was very fast. His understanding of talismans had now reached a new level. He only needed 1 or 2 days to master a foundational talisman, and then decompose it. At most, a month was needed to completely separate a foundational talisman. Each foundational talisman could be decomposed into 36 high-level talismans. Missing even one meant it wasn't completely mastered. Lin Moyu would not allow that to happen. Either he didn't learn, or he learned to the end. The golden sand planet had completely calmed down. Compared to the beast tide before, the number of sand beasts in the entire star system had sharply decreased. Recently, the entire star system had been very quiet. The army had temporarily controlled the star system, not allowing outside cultivators to enter. Even the cultivators who were previously in the time chamber were expelled. Currently, in the large time chambers, besides a few god venerables guarding them, only Lin Moyu and Luo Feiyu remained. The two were completely unaware of what was happening outside. Each was immersed in his own world. Lin Moyu studied talismans, and Luo Feiyu tried to keep himself calm. In a flash, 40 days passed. Lin Moyu had spent 8,000 days in the time chamber. After 20 years, he finally mastered all the talismans in the process of his study. A mysterious sense of familiarity rushed back to him. This sense of familiarity was very strange, indescribable. It was a bit confusing, and he couldn't trace its origin. Well, I'll ignore it. If it wants to come, let it come. Closing the talisman language book, Lin Moyu closed his eyes and said nonchalantly, 108,000 basic talismans, 64,000 high-level talismans, a total of 180 foundational talismans. No matter how complex the ancient talisman charm is, it all revolves around one crucial point. In essence, it is all a combination of basic and high-level talismans. Lin Moyu seemed to have vaguely grasped the nature of the ancient talisman charm. No matter how complex the ancient talisman charm was, its core still lay in basic and high-level talismans. Therefore, the ancient talisman charm could also be decomposed and analyzed into countless basic and high-level talismans. Bringing these new insights, Lin Moyu once again began to study the ancient talisman charm and his soul world. This time, he wanted to break open the door leading to the world inside the ancient talisman charm. Even if he couldn't rush straight in, he wanted to at least see what that world was like. The soul eye opened. Carrying the power of the shore realm, it continuously scanned the ancient talisman charm. This was only a fragment of the ancient talisman charm, and was incomplete. Lin Moyu found the fragmented area, and began to analyze it bit by bit from there. Soul power enveloped the ancient talisman charm, carefully seeking out any gaps to infiltrate. The consumption of soul power was rapid. The innate great tree continuously flickered, providing soul power to Lin Moyu. If it were anyone else, their soul power would have long been exhausted, and the recovery speed would be extremely slow. But Lin Moyu controlled the consumption rate, maintaining a balance between supply and consumption, allowing him to continuously conduct research. After 10 days, he finally had some leads. From the fragment of the ancient talisman charm, Lin Moyu successfully extracted a set of high-level talismans. A talisman that acted on the soul, capable of creating illusions. Joy filled Lin Moyu's heart. He knew that the door leading to the world of the ancient talisman charm had opened a small crack. Inside the Grand Hall, the god venerables had recovered their strength. They guarded the time array, primarily to prevent the golden sand behemoth from reviving. Normally, they had to control the array, exerting pressure on the golden sand behemoth's heart. Now that the array was reinforced, the suppression power was stronger, and their burden was reduced. The god venerables, having recovered from the previous battle, were now gathered in the Grand Hall, drinking wine together, their mood relaxed. One god venerable, disregarding his image, sat on the ground, chewing a piece of unidentified beast meat, mumbling, "Young friend Lin has been inside for over 100 days now, hasn't he?" Jianshan took a sip of wine and said softly, 132 days, exactly. Excellent. 132 days. Young friend Lin's soul is indeed powerful, stronger than ours. I could only hold out for a maximum of 100 days. Being able to endure 100 days is already excellent. The accelerated time puts immense pressure on the soul, especially at 200 times the speed. The longer one stays, the more harmful it is to the soul. I estimate young friend Lin's soul has reached at least the peak of the stage 4 rank. That's right, at least the peak of stage 4, perhaps even the jade soul, life and death level. Otherwise, Sir wouldn't have treated him so politely. Sir clearly feels that in the future, young friend Lin will, like him, transcend the Star River and reach the Shore Realm. With young friend Lin's ability, reaching the Shore Realm is surely not difficult. Suddenly, everyone turned their heads. Lin Moyu was walking toward them at a leisurely pace. 132 actual days, equivalent to 26,400 days in the chamber, a total of 72 years. This was the longest cultivation period Lin Moyu had experienced so far, but for the god venerables sitting there, it was only a few short decades, insignificant. Which one of them hadn't spent hundreds of years in secluded cultivation? Time spent cultivating was nothing. Looking at Lin Moyu, every face showed surprise. At this moment, Lin Moyu exuded an indescribable ancient, noble, and mysterious aura. A faint pressure unintentionally radiated, like facing a bottomless abyss. All the god venerables shared a common feeling. They seemed to be facing a Shore Realm expert. Yet, Lin Moyu was clearly just a god king. He was at stage 5 god king when he entered, now he had reached stage 6 god king. After reaching the god king realm, it was common for ordinary cultivators to spend several hundred, even over 1,000 years to advance one stage. Only a genius like Lin Moyu could advance a stage in just a few decades. This junior Lin Moyu greets all seniors. Lin Moyu cupped his hands in salute. The others hastily returned the greeting. Young friend Lin, no need for ceremony. Congratulations, young friend Lin, for your gains. Congratulations on the advancement of your realm. Congratulations, young friend Lin, on your rapid cultivation progress. The god venerables were surprisingly polite. Everyone congratulated Lin Moyu. They only knew Lin Moyu's cultivation had improved, but they were unaware that the advancement of his cultivation was nothing compared to the true gains he had made, which were far greater. Lin Moyu looked toward Jian Shen. Senior Jian, I think I can try to save senior brother Luo. Please help me open the door. Jian Shen stood up. Alright, I'll go open the door. He and Lin Moyu left together, disappearing from sight. The other god venerables looked at each other, bewildered. I retract my previous statement. Young friend Lin's soul has definitely reached the Jade Soul, life and death level. His future achievement of the Shore Realm is guaranteed. Indeed. Just now, looking at young friend Lin was like facing a great figure. Those geniuses outside are trash compared to young friend Lin. Wrong. I've lived for several thousand years, and have never seen a genius like this. Even Xiao Sheng is far inferior to young friend Lin. What is a few thousand years? Even counting 10,000 years, there's no genius comparable to young friend Lin. It is truly fortunate for our human race. In front of the secret chamber, Shen Shen opened the large door. The chaotic aura of the time law once again rushed to their faces. Jian Shen frowned as before. He didn't like this strange aura. Lin Moyu was still completely unaffected, expressionless. But in Jian Shen's eyes, Lin Moyu was entirely different from before. The aura of the time law seemed to automatically avoid Lin Moyu. More accurately, there seemed to be an invisible force on Lin Moyu that blocked the law's aura. The time law aura is actually being affected. Jian Shen admitted that he couldn't do that. In his eyes, Lin Moyu became even more mysterious. Inside the secret chamber, Luo Feiyu sat upright. He seemed to be in meditation, looking very calm, but in reality, he wasn't. His breathing was still unstable. The erosion speed of time was slowed down. It could only delay the worsening of his condition, not cure it. But there was also a good point. Everything here was slow. The impatience in Luo Feiyu seemed to have dissipated considerably. Senior brother Luo, Lin Moyu's voice echoed in the secret chamber. It took Luo Feiyu several seconds to react. Inside the secret chamber, everything slowed down, and the expression on Luo Feiyu's face changed very slowly. Then he slowly stood up. Lin Moyu looked at the scene, feeling a sense of inexplicable amusement, like casting a slow motion spell on an enemy in a small world. Luo Feiyu's movements were slow, taking several times longer than normal, slowly getting up, slowly walking step by step out of the secret chamber. When he left the secret chamber, his entire body suddenly trembled, and his movements abruptly became fast. If Luo Feiyu hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have surely fallen flat on his face. He quickly lunged forward 2 steps, his body suddenly floating up before gently descending. Lin Moyu assessed Luo Feiyu. It seems senior brother is much better these past few days. Luo Feiyu smiled faintly. Everything here is slow, but my thoughts remain unchanged. I contemplated my past and then looked at the present. I realized that my life was quite ordinary. I've accomplished some things and failed at others. For the family, I've been neither good nor bad. I'm not a genius, nor an idiot. For the human race, I hadn't made any outstanding contributions, nor had I done anything detrimental to the human race. At least I once fought on the battlefield and killed enemies. Even if my cultivation regresses later, and I cannot become a god venerable at least in this lifetime, I have no regrets. Drinking good wine a few thousand years later is also a pleasure. After Luo Feiyu spoke, his expression was bold and unrestrained, as if he had completely come to terms with everything. Hearing this, Lin Moyu laughed and replied, "It seems senior brother is fully prepared. In that case, I won't take the gamble." Luo Feiyu was stunned, his eyes wide, looking at Lin Moyu. "Junior brother Lin, you mean you have a way?" Lin Moyu acknowledged this with a hum, speaking cryptically. "Actually, I have a method, but I'm only 5 or 6 parts sure. It might be effective, or it might make senior brother's state of mind even worse. This is a gamble, but a senior brother has come to terms with everything, then I won't take the gamble." Luo Feiyu immediately grabbed Lin Moyu's hand and hurriedly said, "Don't, 5 or 6 parts is a great possibility. It's completely worth risking. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning is worth it. I'd only said that just now. Even if it fails, I won't die, will I? No, even if I have to die, I want to try it once." Luo Feiyu's eye became firm. How could a cultivator who had reached the minor god venerable realm give up so easily? His previous words were indeed just for formality. Lin Moyu naturally understood this. He was just teasing Luo Feiyu a little. "God venerable sir, please grant us a quiet room." Jian Shen naturally readily agreed to Lin Moyu's request. There was no grand hall, but there were many quiet rooms. Going to the nearest quiet room, Jian Shen retreated, leaving only Lin Moyu and Luo Feiyu in the room. Luo Feiyu asked, "Junior brother Lin, what method do you plan to use?" Lin Moyu spoke softly. "Breaking before establishing." "Does senior brother dare to try it once?" "Breaking before establishing." Luo Feiyu was slightly confused. He didn't understand. How to break? How to establish? Lin Moyu squeezed out a drop of black liquid from his fingertip. "I want senior brother to experience the original illusion again. The only difference is that before, senior brother entered the black sea passively, but this time, you will enter consciously and actively. Enter the illusion. Make up for the regrets, and senior brother can use that memory to heal his state of mind." Luo Feiyu's state of mind was damaged by the Black Sea, by the illusory realms of successive lives. Now, letting him re-experience the illusion and make up for all the regrets of those past lives was the plan. Lin Moyu didn't care if this time was the same illusion or not, because that illusion had become Luo Feiyu's subconscious, his instinct. Entering again would surely still be the original illusion. However, there was also a possibility that Luo Feiyu would return with more regrets after the second entry, and his state of mind would be even more shattered. Therefore, this was a gamble, and the outcome depended on Luo Feiyu. Lin Moyu looked at him. "Senior brother, what do you say?" Luo Feiyu didn't hesitate. "I also want to see what kind of illusion I entered before." Lin Moyu lightly raised his finger, condensing a drop of black liquid. At first glance, it was no different from the black water in the Black Feather's secret realm, but upon closer inspection, this drop of water was blacker and much deeper. It was like an entire river or sea compressed into a tiny drop. As long as it was released, it would instantly turn into a vast ocean. The black water slowly floated up to Luo Feiyu's face. It emitted boundless allure, immediately capturing Luo Feiyu's entire attention. His eyes were fixed on the black water, gradually losing focus. The black water radiated a magic that charmed the soul. No one could escape. Lin Moyu's deep voice sounded. Senior brother, have you truly decided? Luo Feiyu's eyes had lost their spirit, he couldn't even answer. He only reflexively nodded. A subconscious reaction that was the effect Lin Moyu wanted, to stimulate the subconscious, making Luo Feiyu experience the illusion once more. His finger moved slightly. The black water turned into a ray of light, piercing directly into Luo Feiyu's forehead. Luo Feiyu fell to the ground, stiff as a corpse. The black water in his soul world exploded, turning into a vast, dark sea, instantly engulfing his entire soul. The scene was a replay of that year, unfolding in Luo Feiyu's soul world. Lin Moyu sat down next to him and said softly, Senior brother Luo, the rest is up to you. Lin Moyu had done everything he could, guided him into the illusion to heal his Dao heart. Now, only Luo Feiyu could save himself. His consciousness returned to his soul world and saw a new visitor there. A corner of an ancient talisman charm was shining brightly. Over the years, in that quiet room, Lin Moyu had diligently studied and analyzed it. The ancient talisman charm was excessively complex, far exceeding his imagination. Lin Moyu realized he had oversimplified the issue, especially after successfully deciphering the first high-level talisman. He understood it even more clearly. Initially, he was excited, thinking he had opened a small crack in the grandeur of the ancient talisman charm, but then he realized that it was only a tiny crack, impossible to widen further. The grandeur of the ancient talisman charm was incredibly solid. It was extremely difficult to shake it. Day after day, he continued his research and analysis. He utilized all the knowledge of talismans he possessed, experimented, and analyzed again. Who knows how many times he failed. Each failure was a powerful blow. Even when resting, Lin Moyu scoffed at himself for being too unrealistic. He was only a god king. Yet he dared to dream of mastering the ancient talisman charm. It was truly beyond his capabilities. But he was unwilling to give up. He didn't know when, but an unyielding will surged in his heart. It was like the time before when he let the undead repeatedly kill him to train his spells to the planet level. He wasn't afraid of death, let alone failure. Gradually, Lin Moyu's Dao heart became even firmer, and his confidence was strengthened. He didn't know when, but a strange sense of familiarity arose in his heart again. I was terrified back then. I didn't understand how I came into contact with the ancient talisman charm. Why, just by facing the ancient talisman charm, did I have such a strange sense of familiarity, as if I had seen it somewhere before, or even drawn it myself. Curiously, in his memory, this event seemed not to exist. Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out, and eventually let it go. However, once that sense of familiarity appeared, he suddenly found that the ancient talisman charm seemed much simpler. He could easily decompose some high-level talismans, opening the door to the ancient talisman charm, and the crack widened a bit more. He remembered very clearly, that sense of familiarity first appeared when he observed the Soulfire talisman in the grand competition in the 4-star field. Since that sense of familiarity appeared, he had a kind of innate sense for talismans. Learning became easy and effortless. Talismans that others took decades, even hundreds of years to learn, he only needed about 10 days, or even just a few days, to fully master. The set of talisman language books was enough for talisman masters to study for a lifetime. Yet it was so easy in front of him. He couldn't explain this phenomenon. Subsequently, for a long period, this decomposition of the ancient talisman charm went extremely smoothly, even feeling like plain sailing. He also gradually uncovered the secret of the ancient talisman charm. The ancient talisman charm was formed by countless high-level and basic talismans. Even a small corner of the ancient talisman charm could be composed of thousands of high-level talismans and tens of thousands of basic talismans. These talismans were interlaced, forming an incredibly complex three-dimensional structure. Not only that, they were also combined in the form of a talisman array, eventually creating the ancient talisman charm. The ancient talisman charm transcended matter, broke rules, and thus possessed the power of law. It was also due to the support of these countless talismans that even when the ancient talisman charm was only a corner or a fragment, it could still exert great power, as it still contained a large number of talismans inside. During the analysis process, he finally understood some basic principles of the ancient talisman charm. However, with his current ability, he couldn't draw an ancient talisman charm. The most basic requirement for drawing an ancient talisman charm was to control the power of law, which only the Shore realm could achieve. That was still too far away for him. He understood this clearly, so he never dared to dream of drawing an ancient talisman charm. Currently, being able to control a corner of the ancient talisman charm was already an extremely good result. Gradually, he understood the function of this corner of the ancient talisman charm. This corner of the ancient talisman charm was one of the cores of a complete ancient talisman charm. A complete ancient talisman charm usually had multiple such cores. Its function was illusory transformation, simply put, to create illusions, making people unable to distinguish between reality and falsehood in battle. If it unleashed its full power, it could instantly pull the enemy into an illusion, causing them to lose autonomy. However, because it had to continuously switch between illusion and reality, it had two sides, yin and yang. It could continuously switch between reality and illusion. It was precisely because it was in the state of illusion that he could see it. As for why it automatically entered his soul world, he still hadn't found the answer. After decades of continuous effort, he could finally control a part of this corner of the ancient talisman charm. For example, he could use the ancient talisman charm to condense a substance similar to the black water. The black water could cause people to fall into an illusion, making it difficult for them to control themselves. Through observation, he saw that the black water he created from the ancient talisman charm could affect god venerables up to stage 6. Only high-level god venerables above stage 6 were unaffected. If the power of faith was added, the effect of the black water would be further amplified. This alone significantly increased his combat effectiveness. At least when facing stage 6 god venerable cultivators, he no longer needed to risk his life, but could employ more tactics to deal with the enemy. While Luo Feiyu was experiencing the illusion, he had reaped the rewards of over 70 years of cultivation. Overall, the effect was very good, and he was very satisfied. Luo Feiyu sometimes frowned, sometimes beamed with joy. His soul was experiencing various illusory scenes, and his mood in the illusion was occasionally reflected on his face. Lin Moyu noticed that Luo Feiyu's expressions were mostly joyful. Luo Feiyu's aura was gradually stabilizing. This proved that his state of mind had changed. Passively entering the illusion and actively entering the illusion were completely different in nature. The difference lay in control. When a minor god venerable like Luo Feiyu actively took control in the illusion, even if he became an ordinary person, he could still defy the heavens and change his fate, reversing the situation. Seeing Luo Feiyu's aura becoming increasingly firm, Lin Moyu was no longer worried. Luo Feiyu had won, he had regained his path of cultivation. This time, not only did Luo Feiyu win, but Lin Moyu also won. The black water talisman he created had played an extremely effective role. From now on, you are the black water talisman. One day, I will restore you to your complete state. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, his words filled with strong resolve. Luo Feiyu needed time to recover. Lin Moyu's mind moved. His consciousness entered the human emperor internet. He was instantly transported to the small courtyard of the Secret Realm Strategy Organization. Looking at the flowers and grass inside and outside the courtyard, every blossom and every plant was unique. Every time a member of the Secret Realm Strategy Organization died in battle, a new species of flower or plant would grow here. Lin Moyu sighed. He didn't want to become one of them. Walking into the small courtyard of the Secret Realm Strategy Organization, there was no one inside. Lin Moyu stood in the center of the courtyard and spoke. Record strategy. The human emperor internet immediately responded. A blank book appeared before Lin Moyu's eyes. He only needed to use his thoughts to record the battle strategy. Recording the strategy was not complicated. In just 2 minutes, Lin Moyu completed the Secret Realm strategy book. The strategy was quickly verified by the human emperor internet. Simultaneously, Lin Moyu received a notification congratulating him on becoming a Stage 3 member of the Secret Realm Strategy Organization. All data for the primary grade Secret Realm area has been opened to the user. A portion of the data for the intermediate grade Secret Realm area has been opened to the user. Please check the details yourself. Advancing to Stage 3 member increased his authority again. All data for the primary grade Secret Realm area in the God City star field was now freely accessible. The primary grade area had a total of 5,688 secret realms, with 162 cleared and 5,526 remaining. A quarter of the data for the intermediate grade secret realm area was also open. The intermediate grade area had a total of 722 secret realms, but only 10 secret realms data was open to him. To view more intermediate grade secret realm data, he needed to advance to Stage 4. The requirements for advancing to Stage 4 were clearly stated. There were 3 methods: clear 1 intermediate grade secret realm, or clear 2 primary grade secret realms, or provide a large amount of secret realm data. Naturally, the data must be new, not previously provided by others, and non-repetitive. Only one of the 3 requirements needed to be met to advance. If he wanted to advance from Stage 4 to Stage 5, there were similar 3 methods: clear 1 intermediate grade secret realm, or clear 4 primary grade secret realms. He could also rely on a large amount of data, but data for intermediate grade secret realms was required. Primary grade data would be useless. Lin Muoyu understood. No one would choose the method of clearing 4 primary grade secret realms. Compared to intermediate grade secret realms, primary grade secret realms were much safer. The main reason was not the danger level, but because cultivators who reached the stage 4 rank were fundamentally at the primary god venerable realm, sufficient to conquer most secret realms. Higher level god venerables could not enter. Therefore, this was a last resort. They could only choose intermediate grade secret realms. But intermediate grade secret realms were too dangerous, and the difficulty was too high. The majority of people couldn't clear them. Typically, they chose to accumulate information for the Secret Realm Strategy Organization, thereby slowly raising their rank. Lin Muoyu recalled the Talisman Saint's instructions. He told him to investigate the data on the special secret realms. Somjid didn't elaborate. It was also the first time he had heard of this type of secret realm, and he was extremely curious. A secret realm that the Saint Venerable paid so much attention to was clearly not simple. Very quickly, Lin Muoyu found the relevant data. There were a total of 6 special secret realms, 3 of which were primary grade, 2 intermediate grade, and 1 advanced grade. Their locations were very peculiar, forming a triangle shape. The advanced grade secret realm was at the apex of the triangle, and the 3 primary grade secret realms were at the base. Looking at the markings in the data, Lin Muoyu felt something strange. The entire map of the God City star field appeared in his mind. On the map, the star systems were densely packed, and the secret realms flickered. He obscured the star systems, leaving only the secret realms. Then, he marked the locations of the 6 special secret realms on it. Lin Muoyu suddenly realized that all the secret realms, when put together, formed a talisman, ancient talisman charm, combined with the image he saw in the Black Feather's secret realm. The talisman exploded, and the secret realm transformed. Lin Muoyu completely understood. All the secret realms were actually the result of a complete ancient talisman charm exploding. Although the ancient talisman charm had shattered into thousands of pieces, they still circulated according to a certain rule. In the vast God City star field, they still maintained a certain distance. Looked at from a macro perspective, it was still recognizable as an ancient talisman charm. If he could clear each secret realm and collect all the fragments of the ancient talisman charm inside, he could restore a complete and powerful ancient talisman charm. How great the power of this ancient talisman charm would be was difficult to guess. Lin Muoyu speculated that it certainly surpassed the Shore realm, perhaps even stronger than the Saint Venerables. Could this be the reason why M must clear so many secret realms? The Talisman Saint must have a very deep study of the ancient talisman charms. Perhaps he wants to restore this ancient talisman charm. Lin Muoyu felt this possibility was very high. Shore realm experts didn't do meaningless things. Looking at the locations of the special secret realms, they were definitely a part of the core of the ancient talisman charm. The ancient talisman charm in the Black Feather secret realm was also part of the core, but it didn't become a special secret realm. Perhaps it was because the perfection degree of the ancient talisman charm differed. The Blackwater talisman was also a core, but it was too severely damaged, so it eventually became an ordinary secret realm. I obtained the Blackwater talisman, which means I can also obtain the other core fragments. If so, I must go to these special secret realms. Moreover, there weren't just a few core fragments. Lin Muoyu mentally deduced the ancient talisman charm. Based on the location of the Black Feather secret realm, combined with the locations of the special secret realms, he quickly inferred the secret realms that might contain the remaining core talismans. He marked those secret realms. These would be the secret realms Lin Muoyu prioritized for conquest. After obtaining the Blackwater talisman, Lin Muoyu's curiosity about the ancient talisman's charms had reached its peak. Lin Muoyu continued to examine the data on the special secret realms. Very quickly, he learned the unique features of these secret realms. More than 10 minutes later, his ear twitched, hearing some movement. Luo Feiyu was awake. Luo Feiyu woke up as if from a long sleep. He was full of energy, and his aura was completely changed. His state of mind had recovered. His aura was stable. The path of cultivation, which had been broken, was now reconnected, even firmer than before. Breaking before establishing. After this ordeal, Luo Feiyu's Tao heart surpassed his previous state. Although his state of mind had been tormented for several years, his cultivation had regressed slightly, but it was negligible. His future was much brighter than his past. Congratulations, senior brother Luo, for breaking and then establishing. Your Tao heart is firm, and breakthrough to God Venerable is imminent. Hearing Lin Muoyu's congratulations, Luo Feiyu was overjoyed. He almost knelt down to thank Lin Muoyu. He was truly his savior. Luo Feiyu vowed, Junior brother Lin, in the future, If you have any need, just say the word. Even if it costs my life, I will not refuse. Lin Moyu laughed and replied, Senior brother Luo, you speak too seriously. The two left the quiet room. Jian Shen had already left and was not outside. Returning to the grand hall, they met a few god venerables. The eyes of the god venerables swept over them, showing a hint of surprise. They all knew Luo Feiyu's situation. Damage to the state of mind was the most difficult to cure. They didn't expect Lin Moyu to have saved him. Lin Moyu's methods were even more sophisticated than they had imagined. Jian Shen laughed heartily. Congratulations, congratulations. After this battle, nephew's future will surely be immeasurable. Martial uncle overpraises. Feiyu's talent is limited. This time, keeping my life is already fortunate. Luo Feiyu saluted everyone. Seniors, when you are free, please visit the Lu family for a drink. Feiyu will surely bring out the best wine to entertain you. The god venerables also smiled and agreed. One god venerable said to Lin Moyu, young friend Lin's methods are indeed brilliant. Even damage to the state of mind can be healed. This old man is impressed. Soul damage and state of mind damage are the two most difficult types of injuries to treat. Young friend Lin is truly a great power. Young friend Lin is truly a talent rarely seen in 1,000 years. This old man has rarely been impressed in his lifetime. Every god venerable was very polite to Lin Moyu, even somewhat flattering. They all believed that in the future, Lin Moyu would definitely surpass the god venerable realm and reach an unattainable realm. At that time, they would have to respectfully address him as Sir. Why not befriend him now? It would be difficult to get close later. Outside the array, golden sand flew everywhere. Lin Moyu and Luo Feiyu flew through the sea of sand, heading toward the teleportation array. They were not in a hurry, flying slowly. Luo Feiyu's eyes were filled with a smile, his heart was filled with endless gratitude. Lin Moyu originally planned to go to another star system where there was a secret realm he had selected, which contained an ancient talisman charm core. But Luo Feiyu insisted on dragging Lin Moyu back to the Luo family, saying he had something to give him. Luo Feiyu didn't know what it was, only that it was very special. The item couldn't be stored in spatial artifacts, and was inconvenient to carry, so Luo Feiyu kept it at home. The elders in the family had all seen it, but no one recognized what it was. Even the stage 6 god venerable in the Luo family, despite using all his strength, couldn't damage the item in the slightest. They also tried to refine it and craft it into an artifact, but they all failed. Thus, it was clear that this was no ordinary item. The Luo family didn't know how to use it but never considered selling it because it was an item Luo Feiyu had found, so they ultimately left it for him to handle. The two once again used the teleportation array, returning to Star System 13, number 283, and came back to Luo Feiyu's courtyard. In the courtyard was a small room, Luo Feiyu's quiet room for cultivation. The layout inside the quiet room was very simple, with just a cushion and a small table. But Lin Moyu recognized that an array was set up inside the quiet room, capable of making the law manifest, aiding cultivation. In a corner of the quiet room, a black stone stood there. The stone was about half a meter high and 10 centimeters wide. Its edges were very smooth, with clear signs of cutting. Lin Moyu's pupils slightly contracted, showing a look of surprise. It's it. He walked into the quiet room and reached out to touch the black stone. It really is it. Indeed, this stone was identical to the ancient black stone slabs in the mysterious manor area. Luo Feiyu exclaimed in surprise, Junior brother Lin, have you seen this before? Lin Moyu nodded. Aha. Where did senior brother Luo find it? Luo Feiyu replied, I once left the god city to go to the Black Tortoise battlefield. At that time, I clashed with a foreign race expert. After a great battle, he accidentally acquired this stone. Originally, there were many small meteorites in the starry sky, and this stone was among them. During the great battle, the other meteorites were all destroyed, only it remained intact. At first glance, the black stone was nothing special. When placed among other stones, it was difficult to distinguish it. Its only distinguishing feature was its hardness, so hard that even a god venerable couldn't damage it at all. All methods of refinement were ineffective. I tried to figure out a way to bring a piece back for study at that time, but no matter what I tried, I couldn't. I didn't expect to accidentally acquire another piece today. Luo Feiyu asked Lin Moyu, do you know the function of this stone? Lin Moyu shook his head. I don't know either. But in the ancient era, those powerful figures seemed to use it to build houses. Luo Feiyu was stunned. It turns out to be building material. He knew Lin Moyu wouldn't lie to him. Were the ancient people so powerful? They actually used this kind of material to build houses. Using this kind of stone to build houses, even a god venerable can't do that. How powerful were the ancient people? Was everyone stronger than God Venerable? Just thinking about it made him shudder. Perhaps, Lin Moyu replied perfunctorily. He wasn't sure either. Lin Moyu picked up the stone, applying a little force. The stone was surprisingly light. It was so large, yet it weighed less than a kilogram. Even a 3-year-old child could lift it. It was incredibly light yet extremely solid. Two completely contradictory properties coexisted. How strange, Luo Feiyu said. I also found it very strange at the time. A stone so light must be hollow inside, yet it's extraordinarily hard. Lin Moyu carefully observed the stone, noticing some differences at the bottom. At one corner of the bottom, it seemed to have been damaged and then repaired. The feel was not as smooth as the other areas. Lin Moyu asked, Senior brother Luo, how long ago did you find the stone? Luo Feiyu estimated about 500 years. More than 500 years. Not too long, not too short. Lin Moyu pointed to the area that wasn't smooth. Senior brother Luo, does this spot look different from when you found it? He knew Luo Feiyu must have examined it closely that year, perhaps even studied it for a while, but ultimately gained nothing. A stone that was closely observed would surely be remembered clearly. Luo Feiyu looked closely at the spot Lin Moyu indicated. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This spot wasn't like this before. I remembered there was a hole here. It seemed to have been carved out. With Luo Feiyu's words, Lin Moyu confirmed his suspicion. The black stone slab came from the ancient era, and possessed the ability to self-heal, but this ability also had its limits. It could heal cracks, but it couldn't repair surface damage. There was a tiny scratch on the stone, probably caused by something sharp. The stone did not self-heal the scratch, perhaps because the injury had not reached the level that required healing. Conversely, the cracks at the edges of the stone were automatically repaired, but the healed surface wasn't smooth, and the difference could still be discerned. This also explained why Lin Moyu saw many injuries on the walls of the mysterious manor. Over countless years, those injuries still hadn't disappeared. At the same time, it also explained why the stone couldn't be separated. Due to its self-healing ability, it could automatically adhere to other ancient black stone slabs, forming a unified whole. This material from the ancient era was truly miraculous. Luo Feiyu said, I don't have anything precious. Besides this unnamed stone, I only have the Luo family's wine. I don't know if this stone is useful to junior brother Lin. Lin Moyu held the stone in his hand. Whether it's useful or not, I don't know, but I once wanted to obtain it but failed. Since senior brother Luo is kind enough to offer it, it is only right for me to accept it. Not being evasive, Lin Moyu was very straightforward. Seeing Lin Moyu accept the stone, Luo Feiyu was overjoyed. Junior brother Lin, wait a moment in the courtyard. I will go get some good wine. Junior brother, please feel free to enjoy. Saying that, Luo Feiyu flew into his family's wine cellar to fetch wine for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu returned to the courtyard, and continued to observe the black stone. The item he had longed for was now in his hands. It would be difficult to put it aside without a thorough study. On the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary stone. Apart from being remarkably light and incredibly hard, there was nothing unusual. The strangeness, therefore, must lie inside the stone. Lin Moyu used his soul power to attempt to penetrate inside. As expected, his soul power was blocked outside, completely unable to penetrate. The Luo family has tried every method. I don't need to try those again. So, there's only the method the Luo family hasn't used. In his soul world, the soul eye slowly opened. The world became different. Lines of law appeared in his vision. The shore realm, evil soul eye pierced through the outer shell. Seeing the truth inside, Lin Moyu indeed saw something unusual. Countless talismans appeared on the black stone in his hand. The dense talismans interlaced, eventually forming a special talisman. An ancient talisman charm. Lin Moyu's heart slightly shook. The stone came from the ancient era. It was indeed related to the ancient talisman's charms. He had had some guesses before. The stone was both light and hard. These two completely contradictory properties coexisted. It could only be said that its laws had been changed. To change the laws and maintain it for so long, it could only be an ancient talisman charm. Now that he saw it clearly, it was indeed an ancient talisman charm. Everything was explained. The ancient talisman charm was three-dimensional. The talismans on the surface of the stone were just external symbols. These talismans extended from the outside to the inside, finally converging within the stone, forming an ancient talisman charm. This ancient talisman charm had transformed the ordinary into the miraculous, granting the stone astonishing properties. The true power of the black stone was not in the stone itself, but in the ancient talisman charm inside. Lin Moyu felt that if this ancient talisman charm was applied to another material, it might achieve a similar effect. The nature was clear. The next step was to figure out what kind of ancient talisman charm this was. But looking at it now, the ancient talisman charm in this black stone must be the simplest type of ancient talisman charm. The ancient talisman's charms in the God's City star field, and the two severed ancient talisman's charms on the finger outside the God's City were much more complex. Any secret realm, even a fragment of the core, was exponentially more complex than the ancient talisman charm in this stone. The two were completely incomparable. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu smiled bitterly. Did I start learning too far ahead? Learning talismans is a process. One must learn from easy to difficult. He originally thought that all ancient talismans charms were extremely complex. Now he knew he was wrong. There were still relatively simple ancient talismans charms in this world. He had been exposed to complex and advanced ancient talismans charms from the beginning. He was clearly learning university material before finishing elementary school. No wonder he found it so difficult. Luo Feiyu returned, carrying 2 more jars of wine. They were small jars, each containing only 50 caddies, approximately 25 fig. Luo Feiyu placed the 2 jars of wine on the ground, and said, "This is the oldest wine of our Luo family. Each jar is over 3,000 years old, but there isn't much of this wine left." I searched for a long time to find these 2 jars. Lin Moyu did not refuse. He stored the 2 jars of wine and replied, "I won't be polite." Luo Feiyu quickly waved his hand. "You are my savior. What is a little wine? A stone of unknown origin, and 2 jars of millennium-old good wine, for Luo Feiyu, were comparable to the favor Lin Moyu had shown him. But he also understood that he should stop there. If he insisted on a lavish reward, it would only create distance. Treating Lin Moyu as a good friend was much better. Moreover, that was what he wanted in his heart. Lin Moyu held the ancient black stone, his curiosity captured by the ancient patterns on the dark stone. He was eager to study it. "Senior brother Luo, please find me a quiet room." Luo Feiyu immediately pointed to his own quiet room. "This one is fine. The other quiet rooms are not as good as this one." Lin Moyu didn't stand on ceremony, walking straight into the quiet room. The door to the quiet room closed, and the array inside began to operate. The array brought light to the quiet room. It was not dim. Lin Moyu opened the soul eye and began to study the ancient patterns on the dark stone. In the Luo family's main hall, Luo Feiyu met his father, Luo Hong, the Luo family patriarch, a stage 3 god venerable. Besides Luo Hong, there was another elderly man with a more profound aura. Luo Shaishan, Luo Feiyu's grandfather, a stage 6 god venerable, only a small step away from stage 7. As long as he reached stage 7, the family could enter the intermediate grade area of the God City and enjoy better resources. Both knew Luo Feiyu's situation, but they were helpless. They had consulted all the other god venerables, and the answer was the same: the person who tied the knot must untie it. This matter could only be solved by Luo Feiyu himself. Others couldn't help. Initially, they had lost hope. They didn't expect Luo Feiyu to overcome it this time. Not only was his mood better, but his future was also brighter. Luo Hong asked did he accept those 2 jars of wine. Luo Feiyu replied truthfully, he accepted them. Did you tell him the function of the 2 jars of wine? Luo Feiyu shook his head. I felt no need to say much. Saying too much would only make it awkward. Luo Shaishan spoke up. Feiyu is right. No need to be awkward. When he drinks the wine, he will naturally understand. Luo Hong said, there isn't much of this wine left in the Luo family cellar. Using it to befriend a top-tier genius like Lin Moyu is very worthwhile. Luo Shaishan asked Feiyu. Did you say he saw that stone? Luo Feiyu nodded. Junior brother Lin said this stone is an artifact from the ancient era. He had encountered it on the battlefield, but he didn't know its specific function. Luo Shaishan murmured, we studied it for many years and still don't understand it. If he can use it, it will be put to good use. Luo Hong instructed. Feiyu, Lin Moyu is a true dragon among men. He will surely soar high. In the future, you must strive to befriend him and become good friends. Luo Feiyu nodded. I treat everyone with sincerity. Junior brother Lin also treats me with sincerity. We are already friends. In the quiet room, Lin Moyu was deeply engrossed in studying the ancient talisman charm. Using the soul eye, he could only see the superficial talismans of the ancient talisman charm core. Through those talismans, Lin Moyu guessed that this ancient talisman charm core must be a relatively simple type of ancient talisman charm. Although simple, it was still an ancient talisman charm. As he studied, his soul power was rapidly consumed at an astonishing speed, even faster than when he studied the black water talisman. The innate great tree continuously supplemented his power, but it still couldn't keep up. But the most troublesome thing was not that. Whenever he had a lead in his research, Lin Moyu suddenly found himself starting to forget. just like the first time he entered the Venomous Peak secret realm, seeing the fragments of the ancient talisman charm, and soon forgetting them completely. This time was the same. He immediately forgot the talismans on this black stone, completely unable to recall them. Eventually, Lin Moyu had to give up. My realm, oh my realm, he sighed. Lin Moyu withdrew the soul eye, allowing his soul power to recover naturally. Only then did he realize that the black water talisman's active integration into his soul was truly a special circumstance. Even if he had obtained the black stone from the beginning, he couldn't have used it to enter the grand door of the ancient talisman charm. His analysis and study of the black water talisman were not in vain. Thinking of this, he felt somewhat relief. The ancient black stone could not be studied right now, he could only wait for the future. He wondered if reaching the God-Venerable realm would be enough. If not, he would have to wait until the Shore realm. That time would likely be quite long. If outsiders knew Lin Moyu had such thoughts, they would surely beat him up. Others took hundreds, even over 1,000 years, to cultivate to the God King realm. Lin Moyu, even counting the time in the time chamber, had only surpassed 100 years. Others took 100 years to reach the Grandmaster realm, yet he was already a God King. Saying this would surely make many people furious. He composed himself, no longer entertaining fanciful thoughts. Lin Moyu decided to go to the secret realms he had marked to see if he could find ancient talisman charm core similar to the black water talisman. As this thought crossed his mind, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. The Maple Forest secret realm will open in 10 days. The Maple Forest secret realm is a special secret realm. Those interested can accept the mission below beforehand. Lin Moyu was stunned. The special secret realm is opening so soon. The talisman saint must have known the Maple Forest secret realm was about to open, which is why he specifically reminded him. Lin Moyu had already reviewed the data on the special secret realms, which were called the 3 high secret realms: high danger, high difficulty, and high reward. The rewards of the special secret realms were incredibly generous, far exceeding ordinary secret realms, but the danger level was also very high. Every time it opened, a group of people would lose their lives. But faced with such generous rewards, people still flocked to participate. Every time it opened, many people wanted to enter. Since the talisman saint had mentioned it, when the special secret realm opened, Lin Moyu had to go. Following the human emperor internet's reminder, the mission information immediately appeared. God's City mission: explore the Maple Forest secret realm. Enter the Maple Forest secret realm. Collect crimson maple leaves. Conditions: Stage 5 God King and above, Stage 1 God Venerable and below are permitted to enter. Completion requirement: collect 10 small crimson maple leaves. Reward: 100 God City merit points. Failure incurs no penalty. Additional reward: for every extra piece of crimson maple leaf collected, 1 additional God City merit point will be rewarded, no limit. Note: the Maple Forest secret realm is a special secret realm, and the danger level is extremely high. Please note the following points. 1. A portion of the area in the Maple Forest secret realm cannot use the escape talisman. Stay away from these areas. 2. There are many poisonous beasts in the Maple Forest. If you cannot deal with them, immediately use the escape talisman. 3. Prepare sufficient antidotes. If poisoned and unable to resolve it, immediately use the escape talisman. 4. Illusions may appear in the Maple Forest secret realm. If you fall into an illusion, immediately use the escape talisman. 5. If you encounter walking maple trees, immediately use the escape talisman. 6. If you hear talking maple trees, immediately use the escape talisman. 7. If the sky turns blood red, immediately use the escape talisman. The 7 points of caution, except for the first, which warned to stay away from certain areas, all reminded them of the same thing. Immediately use the escape talisman. This showed how dangerous the Maple Forest's secret realm was. Normally, high-level secret realms wouldn't have such detailed warnings. The human leadership needed to temper cultivators. Certain dangers had to be experienced personally for them to grow stronger through hardship. Therefore, information from the human emperor internet usually only pointed out many things that needed to be comprehended by oneself. The provision of such detailed warnings indicated that the Maple Forest secret realm was astonishingly dangerous, especially the words immediately. Lin Moyu felt that was the main point. Perhaps even a moment of hesitation would render the escape talisman useless. After reviewing the mission information from the human emperor internet, Lin Moyu immediately checked the data on the Maple Forest secret realm in the Secret Realm Strategy Organization's file. The Maple Forest secret realm was a special secret realm that only opened periodically. The opening time was not fixed. Sometimes it was a few decades, sometimes over 100 years. Only when the secret realm was about to open could the specific time be calculated. The human Emperor Internet would automatically calculate and announce the secret realm mission 10 days before its opening. Besides the non-fixed opening time, there was another point that was completely different from other secret realms. The Maple Forest secret realm was a multi-person secret realm. Other secret realms usually only allowed one person to participate, like a personal map. But the Maple Forest secret realm was like a map for multiple people to participate, yet it was different from ordinary multi-person secret realms. There was no team formation method. Everyone fought independently. At most, they could support each other in moments of danger. In reality, this support was almost impossible to achieve. The danger points mentioned by the human Emperor Internet were also recorded in more detail in the Secret Realm Strategy Organization's data. The Maple Forest contained many poisonous beasts. No matter the type, they all carried potent toxins. The toxins were not the same. Some could be cured, some could not, but most could not. The data simply stated, if poisoned, retreat. As long as one left the secret realm, the potent toxin would naturally disappear. A day's delay would result in death from the toxin. Life and death were in one's own hands. The other dangers were similar. Whether falling into an illusion, or encountering walking or talking maple trees, one had to immediately retreat. The illusion would cause people to sink, with a maximum time limit of 10 seconds. If one couldn't escape the illusion within 10 seconds, they would be eternally submerged. As for the walking and talking maple trees, they were the demonic beasts guarding the secret realm. These two types of demonic beasts were very strong, at least at the god venerable realm. Besides the saint venerables who could contend with them, even low-level god venerables would simply die. Moreover, some maple trees could even reach the stage 1 super god venerable rank. The human Emperor Internet's warnings were correct. One must flee immediately, or there would be no chance. There was only one difference between the human Emperor Internet's warning and the data. When the sky in the secret realm turned blood red, the human Emperor Internet advised immediately using the escape talisman. However, according to the data, only when the secret realm's sky turned blood red would the second stage begin. However, this assertion had not been verified because when the sky turned red, the secret realm also became extremely dangerous. Some god venerables in the Secret Realm Strategy Organization had tried to challenge it, but ultimately none could endure it. Stepping out of the quiet room, he saw Luo Feiyu waiting outside the door. He looked very excited, his eyes shining with an indescribable brilliance. Junior brother Lin, have you heard the news? Luo Feiyu spoke first. Lin Moyu raised an eyebrow slightly. I've heard it. It's just a secret realm. Why are you so excited? Luo Feiyu smiled. Junior brother Lin, you don't know the full story. The Maple Forest secret realm is completely different from other secret realms of the same rank. Come, let's drink wine and talk. Wine and food were already set out on the small table in the courtyard. It was the familiar breakfast, even including the plate of peanuts. Between cups of wine, Luo Feiyu, still excited, explained to him. The Maple Forest secret realm is a great opportunity to earn God City merit points. The main mission is to collect 10 crimson maple leaves, rewarding 100 God City merit points. This mission can only be done once, but the key lies in the supplementary reward. After completing the main mission, every extra piece of crimson maple leaf collected will grant 1 additional God City merit point, with no limit on the quantity. If you collect more than 10 pieces, it's equivalent to completing an extraordinary secret realm mission. Junior brother Lin, try to think. How much money is that? Speaking of this, Luo Feiyu suddenly froze. He realized he had misspoken. The person opposite him was no ordinary person, but a terrifying figure who had cleared 3 secret realms. Luo Feiyu immediately lowered his voice, being careful with every word. Junior brother Lin, how many merit points did you receive for clearing a secret realm? I won't hide it. About 1,000 points, depending on the secret realm. But the difference isn't huge. Luo Feiyu's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Just like that. Lin Moyu nodded, shelling a peanut. Quite a lot. Luo Feiyu calculated for a while, then replied with difficulty. Then you already have over 3,000 God City merit points. Lin Moyu shook his head. Over 5,000. I also received some other rewards. Luo Feiyu was completely speechless. Heavens. I've done so many missions, worked hard for so many years, and now I only have over 7,000 God City merit points. And junior brother Lin, how long has it been? And you already have over 5,000. It's really disheartening to compare people. He poured himself a few cups of wine, his face flushed. Lin Moyu asked, go on. How do you earn God City merit points in the Maple Forest secret realm? What? Luo Feiyu said, the Maple Forest Secret Realm allows farming merit points, and the quantity is huge. But judging by this Secret Realm mission, collecting crimson maple leaves is not easy. Even collecting a few extra pieces is difficult to continuously farm merit points. Luo Feiyu explained, this is the thing. Normally, if we're not too unlucky, entering the Maple Forest Secret Realm and completing the main mission is not a problem. And we can always collect a few extra crimson maple leaves. Typically, we can collect about 14 to 15 pieces of crimson maple leaves. In other words, each time we enter, we can earn 14 to 15 God City merit points, plus 5 points from the escape talisman, totaling about 19 to 20 points. We'll take the average of 15 points. Fortunately, it's not always this lucky. Sometimes we're unlucky and want to run out immediately. The Maple Forest Secret Realm remains open for 30 days each time. Within those 30 days, we can enter and exit at least 50 times. On average, if we earn 7 God City merit points each time, we can almost earn 300 to 400 God City merit points. Lin Wei understood after listening. So, the Maple Forest Secret Realm could be entered and exited multiple times. 300 to 400 God City merit points was indeed a lot. Luo Feiyu was a minor god venerable. If the difference in strength was large, a god king would earn a little less, but over 200 God City merit points could still be earned. For cultivators, this was a small feast of God City merit points. Only people in the God City knew how difficult it was to earn God City merit points. Luo Feiyu put down his wine cup. Junior brother Lin, are you planning to farm God City merit points this time or clear the secret realm? Lin Wei sipped his wine. I haven't thought about it. I'll see the situation when I get there. Luo Feiyu reminded him, actually, the explored area of the Maple Forest Secret Realm is very small. Even if junior brother Lin is strong, you should still be more careful. Since the secret realm can be entered multiple times, junior brother, please prepare a few more escape talismans to prevent disasters. Lin Wei said softly, I must prepare a few more. He had originally intended to do so, not because he was farming God City merit points. After learning that the Maple Forest Secret Realm could be entered and exited multiple times, he immediately realized he needed to prepare a few more escape talismans. His purpose was to search for the blood, red color change. According to the strategy data provided by the Secret Realm organization, it was highly likely that only when the sky turned blood red would the second stage open. Unless he found other clues within the Secret Realm itself, this was the only clue. As for farming crimson maple leaves, Lin Wei felt he wasn't desperate enough to rely on that to earn God City merit points. Farming for so long wouldn't even earn him as much as clearing one ordinary secret realm. Of course, if the crimson maple leaves were easy to find, he wouldn't mind taking them. Luo Feiyu had experienced the opening of the Maple Forest Secret Realm 5 times in the past few hundred years. The first time he entered, he was still a stage 7 god king. Now he was a minor god venerable. Luo Feiyu couldn't help but sigh. Time flew by so fast. It was a pity that during those 5 openings of the Secret Realm, he only focused on earning God City merit points and fundamentally didn't think about exploring at all. As soon as there was a hint of danger, he would immediately use the escape talisman. Preserving his life was paramount. According to Luo Feiyu, 99 of cultivators were like him, only knowing how to farm. Lin Moyu understood after hearing this. In reality, they knew that even an ordinary secret realm was difficult to clear, let alone a special secret realm. After reviewing all the data, he could basically guess that the danger level of the Maple Forest Secret Realm was at least 10 times that of an ordinary secret realm. Stage 2, which was about to begin, was the most dangerous time. At that time, the escape talisman would become ineffective. What dangers awaited was also something he had never experienced. There was no data to refer to. Only by clearing it would the rewards be incredibly generous, likely allowing him to directly advance to the intermediate grade, entering the intermediate grade area. The two ate and drank their fill, carrying the strong scent of wine as they headed to the Maple Forest Secret Realm. After the mission was published on the Human Emperor Internet, the teleportation array to the Maple Forest Secret Realm was also open. As long as one accepted the mission, they could go. In the Secret Realm Strategy Organization's data, Lin Moyu had seen the location of the Maple Forest Secret Realm. It didn't belong to any star system, but there was a teleportation array that could take one directly near it. Humanity had built a colossal military fortress specifically for the Maple Forest Secret Realm. Troops were stationed inside. Normally, the teleportation array was closed. It was only opened when the Secret Realm opened. The teleportation process, spanning over 10,000 light years, finally ended. The sound of people chattering filled his ears. Countless people appeared in his vision. The teleportation array was located on an extremely large space plaza. It was truly bustling. Taking a glance, there were at least 100,000 people. Countless people were either standing on the plaza or in the space around it. The weakest person was a stage 5 god king. Each person radiated a terrifying aura. It was no exaggeration. These combined auras could easily crush an ordinary plant. If they landed on a minor world, the minor world would shatter. Don't linger in the teleportation array. The reminder voice of the human emperor internet rang continuously. The two immediately left the teleportation array. They had to make way for those coming after them. The Maple Forest secret realm would only open in 9 days. There were still many people who hadn't arrived yet. How vast was the human race? Besides the human emperor internet, no one could know the exact number. Someone once tried to calculate it, only to drive himself mad. Every minute, every second, people were born and passed away in the human race. This number fluctuated wildly, making it difficult to calculate accurately. Today, Lin Moyu witnessed a small part of it. The number of cultivators at stage 5 God King and above was already countless. It was truly a powerful race. On the plaza, thousands of teleportation arrays operated incessantly. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people were teleported here. The number of people continued to increase. Luo Feiyu led Lin Moyu into the starry sky, finding a less crowded spot to stop. He pointed in one direction and said, "The Maple Forest secret realm is about 10,000 kilometers away in that direction." Lin Moyu looked into the distance. The starry sky was silent there. Nothing special could be seen. Luo Feiyu continued, "The secret realm will only gradually appear 2 days before the Maple Forest secret realm officially opens. When that happens, it will be an incredibly spectacular sight. Trust me, the scene is truly magnificent. I've watched it 5 times and still want to see it again." In fact, many people came here not only for the secret realm, but also to witness that magnificent spectacle. Luo Feiyu spoke enthusiastically, introducing everything he knew to Lin Moyu. Currently, only God Kings had arrived, and only low-level God Kings. In 2 days, intermediate and advanced God Kings would arrive, followed by God Venerables. Among them, there were not only Stage 1 God Venerables, but also those with cultivation higher than God Venerable. Stage 1 God Venerables could enter the Maple Forest secret realm, either to comprehend the law or, like the majority of others, to earn God City merit points. Some people with cultivation higher than God Venerable also came, partly to witness this magnificent spectacle. Lin Moyu grew more curious. What kind of magnificent spectacle was it that attracted even God Venerables to watch? Moreover, with so many people, the entrance to the secret realm would surely be incredibly crowded. In the time they were talking, at least 10,000 more God Kings had arrived. Each person rubbed their hands, their eyes bright, eager to try. What excited them was not the secret realm, but the ability to earn God City merit points through the secret realm. Lin Moyu focused his attention on this scene, thinking to himself, what exactly is in the Crimson Maple Leaf? The human emperor internet doing this was equivalent to collecting Crimson Maple leaves indefinitely. This proved that the Crimson Maple leaves must be very useful, and their function was definitely significant. This competition for God City merit points was not only beneficial to the cultivators, but also extremely important to the human emperor internet. Luo Feiyu interrupted Lin Moyu's train of thought. "I have a few friends who have arrived. Junior brother Lin, would you like to meet them?" He knew Lin Moyu didn't like attending useless gatherings, so he had asked for Lin Moyu's opinion beforehand. Sure enough, as he guessed, Lin Moyu wasn't interested. Luo Feiyu had no choice but to go meet his friends himself, while Lin Moyu waited alone. His gaze was directed toward the secret realm. That area was just empty space, there was nothing there. Just approaching it would immediately trigger a warning from the human emperor internet, "Do not approach." Although there seemed to be no obstacles in the starry sky, the human emperor internet had actually deployed invisible shackles. At this moment, Lin Moyu sensed several auras locking onto him. Powerful figures were hidden in the dark void, at least high-level God Venerables, and more than one. If they were present, this place wouldn't need any defense system. Lin Moyu even suspected whether there were any Shore Realm patriarchs here. After all, the opening of a special secret realm was no small matter, significant enough for the Talisman Saint to personally message him. The Talisman Saint's intention was very clear. He hoped Lin Moyu could clear the Maple Forest secret realm, but he didn't force him. Everything was up to his own decision. In other words, perhaps in the eyes of those great figures, his small life was more important than clearing the secret realm. Returning to the waiting area, Lin Moyu stayed away from the crowd, closed his eyes, and sat down. He continued to search for data related to the Maple Forest secret realm and the Secret Realm Strategy Organization's database, while also consulting information on the Human Emperor Network. However, Information about the Metal Forest secret realm on the Human Emperor network was scarce and mostly useless. Most of it was guidance on how to increase the efficiency of collecting God City merit points. Some data even required integral points to purchase, but the content inside was similar, merely guiding how to collect God City merit points and how to maximize benefits. Compared to the mixed information on the Human Emperor network, the Secret Realm Strategy Organization's data was much more reliable. This time, Lin Wei found the data to be very meticulous, including information about the poisonous insects and beasts in the Metal Forest secret realm, which types of poisonous insects were the most dangerous, which were relatively safe, and the things to note in the secret realm were all described in detail. These were all valuable experiences from predecessors. Lin Wei recorded, summarized, and compared them. At the same time, he also researched data on the other two special secret realms, the Volcano Secret Realm and the Giant Stone Secret Realm. Although these special secret realms didn't seem to have much connection, Lin Wei knew very clearly that they all originated from the same ancient talisman charm. There must be some connection between them. From the word this, Lin Wei frowned. Why are all these ancient talisman charms related to plants? Poisonous Maple, Golden Glory, Black Rain, Maple Forest, and some other secret realms. The events that took place inside all had similarities, like a light flashed in his eyes, and his tone became certain. Like a complete world. At this moment, Lin Wei was more than 7 parts sure that this colossal ancient talisman charm contained a world within it. No matter how it was divided, no matter how each corner of the ancient talisman charm transformed into an independent secret realm, traces of it could still be found. Lin Wei had filtered a large amount of data, connected the information, and finally found the answer. The ancient talisman charm transformed into a complete world. After being crushed, each corner of the ancient talisman charm was essentially a corner of that world. They all inherited the will of the ancient talisman charm. However, this discovery didn't help much with the secret realm strategy. The world transformed by the ancient talisman charm was not the same as the real world, but it had a profound impact on Lin Wei's research, and even his future possession of the ancient talisman charm. Lin Wei vaguely understood something, yet also understood nothing at all. The opening time of the secret realm was getting closer and closer. The number of people arriving also increased continuously. When there were 5 days left before the secret realm opened, God Venerables finally started to arrive. This God Venerable also came from the teleportation array. This area of the starry sky had been sealed off by the Human Emperor Internet. There was no other way but to use the teleportation array. By this time, the number of God Kings had exceeded 5 million. 5 million God Kings stood in the starry sky, their aura surging. Even the space showed visible distortions. Lin Wei had left his original position, retreating several thousand miles further away. There were too many people. Only by being far away could he find some peace. 5 days earlier, this place was the stage for the God Kings. Each God King had a majestic and extraordinary aura, standing tall in the starry sky. Many of them had overwhelming auras, extremely authoritative. Especially some geniuses who had reached the minor God Venerable realm, they stood out like stars in the night sky, making it hard to ignore them. Each was an outstanding talent, commanding admiration from others. They carried an air of arrogance. Quite a few people gathered around them. Relying on the strong was the instinct of many people, which was nothing to criticize. These people also did not conceal their identities. Most came from the intermediate and advanced grade areas. Compared to them, the minor God Venerables from the primary grade area were indeed far inferior. Luo Feiyu finished talking and returned to Lin Wei's side, enjoying the scene with him. He couldn't help but sigh. Every time a special secret realm opens, I feel the immense power of our human race. The world is vast, the races are countless, and powerful races are not lacking, but not many races, like our human race, can mobilize millions of God Kings. Luo Feiyu spoke sincerely. Although the human race was only one of the powerful races, if judged by overall strength, few races could compare. Even in the near ancient era, to annihilate the human race, 200 allied races were needed. Even in that situation, the human race did not immediately fail but persisted for hundreds of years. The internal strength of the human race was profound, absolutely beyond what other races could imagine. 5 million God Kings, how many God Venerables could be born from that? Moreover, those 5 million God Kings were not the entirety. There were still God Kings in the 4 major starfields and many who had not yet reached the God King realm. 5 million God Kings was only a small fraction. Luo Feiyu pointed to a person far away, and said, his name is Wan Shang. He is a minor God Venerable from the advanced grade area. 30 years ago, He fought a great battle with a god venerable from the demon race and won. Although he couldn't kill the opponent, he severely wounded him. Lin Moyu looked in the direction Luo Feiyu pointed. He saw Wang Shan. Wang Shan wore snow-white armor. He didn't seem to have many accessories, but was very compatible with his temperament, noble and cold. Wang Shan seemed to sense Lin Moyu's gaze, and turned his head. Their eyes met. Lin Moyu nodded slightly, as a greeting. Wang Shan's expression changed slightly. Lin Moyu's gaze was like a confirmation, or an encouragement. This feeling was like an elder looking at a junior. But Lin Moyu was only a stage 6 god king. A stage 6 god king junior dared to look at him with such a gaze. Wang Shan was a little displeased. What is with this guy's eyes? Why is it so uncomfortable? Lin Moyu had already turned his gaze away. He followed Luo Feiyu, pointing toward another person. Luo Feiyu pointed to a woman not far away. Her name is Mo Chiang. People call her Princess Xiang. She comes from a major sect in the advanced grade area. Princess Xiang, like Wang Shan, is a top-tier genius, capable of contending with god venerables. There was no one around Princess Xiang. She was alone, like a proud and unique peony. She radiated a sharp, murderous aura. She was a peony with thorns. Princess Xiang also sensed Lin Moyu's gaze and turned her head. Lin Moyu's eyes were gentle, and he nodded slightly. Princess Xiang frowned. She had the same feeling as Wang Shan, the feeling of being affirmed by an elder, which made her slightly uncomfortable. This person's eyes were truly difficult to fathom. But she couldn't show her anger. She just secretly remembered Lin Moyu in her heart. Luo Feiyu introduced a few more people to Lin Moyu. They were all minor god venerables and top-tier geniuses. These people were all better than Domfenzies whom he had met at the grand competition in the 4-star field. But compared to Xiao Shen, after comparing them, Lin Moyu still felt that Xiao Shen was more outstanding. Xiao Shen could defeat a god venerable, while still a minor god venerable. His ability was among the best in the human race. Otherwise, how could he be titled the star of the human race? Xiao Shen's reputation circulated not only in the 4-star field, but also in the God City. After all, Xiao Shen originated from the God City and was a native of the God City. 5 days later, god venerables began to appear. The powerful aura of the god venerables made many other cultivators restrain themselves. God King and God Venerable were two different classes, with a huge disparity. Fortunately, the arriving God Venerables maintained a distance. Thus, God Venerables rarely interacted with God Kings. Even top-tier geniuses like Wang Shan or Mu Xian were not qualified to catch the eye of a God Venerable. Lin Moyu noticed that most of the arriving God Venerables were only stage 1, but many of them had auras much stronger than stage 1. Within the ranks of God Venerables, there was also a division between ordinary people and geniuses. A genius minor god venerable like Wang Shan could only be compared to an ordinary stage 1 god venerable. Compared to a true stage 1 god venerable genius, there was still a gap. After all, they were already geniuses when they were minor god venerables. God venerables arrived one after another, and the number of god kings also continuously increased. According to Luo Feiyu, the last time the Maple Forest secret realm opened, there were about 7 million god kings, and over 100,000 god venerables. This time, it would surely be even more crowded. The appearance of the god venerables overshadowed the brilliance of the minor god venerables, attracting all eyes. Only a very few people were unaffected. 3 days before the secret realm opened, a young man appeared in the teleportation array. A powerful aura surged out from him. Although only a stage 1 god venerable, his powerful aura instantly suppressed all the god venerables present. Even stage 2 and stage 3 god venerables couldn't compare. Most of the people here, tens of millions of eyes, all focused on the newcomer. It's Xiao Shen, heavens, Xiao Shen had returned. Xiao Shen, the star of the human clan, had finally returned after disappearing for over 100 years. His terrifyingly powerful aura swept over the crowd, demonstrating to everyone that even among the ranks of god venerables, there existed a world of difference in strength. Standing within the teleportation array, Xiao Shen's gaze scanned the entire field. His eyes were as sharp as a battle saber. Anyone who met his glance felt as if they were being cut. Arrogant as ever, Xiao Shen made no effort to conceal his power, as if declaring to everyone present, "I can suppress all of you with one hand." Luo Feiyu swallowed hard. This is Xiao Shen, he thought, truly fearsome. To have defeated a god venerable, while still a lesser god venerable, was a feat rarely seen in the human clan. He suddenly thought of Lin Moyu, who seemed even more powerful than Xiao Shen. Lin Moyu also looked at Xiao Shen and smiled faintly. Senior brother Xiao is the same as ever, a marvel to behold. Xiao Shen carried an air of desolate solitude, filled with killing intent. Lin Moyu recalled the pride and dominance he had sensed from Xiaosheng before, but back then it was hidden deep within, like a broken saber resting quietly in its sheath. Now that saber had been reforged, sharper than ever, and it brought back a truly domineering Xiaosheng. His gaze swept the area, and no one dared to meet it directly. Even Wang Shang and Mu Xiang had to avert their eyes from his piercing stare. Suddenly, Xiaosheng's eyes landed on Lin Moyu. A slight curve formed on his lips as he rushed forward. Wang Shang smirked inwardly, thinking that Lin Moyu's stare must have provoked Xiaosheng, who was now about to teach him a lesson. Mo Sham also whispered, "Serves him right. His gaze is so annoying." This sentiment was shared by others who had previously been subjected to Lin Moyu's intense stare. Xiaosheng arrived in front of Lin Moyu and laughed heartily. "Brother Lin, I knew you'd be here." Xiaosheng's appearance had already made him the center of attention. As a newly ascended god venerable, and once again the star of the human clan, his presence was dazzling. The pride of the lesser god venerables seemed insignificant before him. Defeating a god venerable as a 9th rank god king, and slaying a god venerable as a lesser god venerable, these were not empty boasts. Countless individuals had tried to surpass him, to become the second star of the human clan, but among the many talents, none had succeeded. Only Lin Moyu, whose fame had recently skyrocketed and who was hailed as the second god of war, was qualified to stand alongside Xiaosheng. Now, Xiaosheng's brother Lin once again drew everyone's attention to Lin Moyu. Wang Shang, Mu Shan, and the others, who were prepared to gloat, found their own expressions turning sour. Lin Moyu smiled. "Congratulations, senior brother Xiao, on achieving the realm of a god venerable and returning to your throne." Xiaosheng waved his hand dismissively. "What throne? With you here, I'm second in command at best." Lin Moyu chuckled, neither confirming nor denying it. Xiaosheng's words sent a shockwave through the crowd. The famously proud Xiaosheng had just admitted he was inferior to someone else. Who was this person? The ever-defiant Xiaosheng was actually submitting to a god king. Who could he be? A 6th rank god king with the surname Lin. Could it be Lin Moyu? No one present was a fool, they immediately guessed his identity. In the Divine City, his reputation was currently at its peak. He was the supreme genius who had cleared 3 secret realms. That feat alone was enough to prove his strength. Clearing secret realms required not only extraordinary intellect and meticulous care, but also unparalleled combat power. A top genius like Lin Moyu certainly possessed the ability to fight above his rank. If he was indeed the 6th rank god king Lin Moyu, his actual combat strength was likely equivalent to a 9th rank god king, or even a lesser god venerable. However, no one believed he could currently match a full-fledged god venerable. Someone thought it through and voiced their conclusion. Xiaosheng must be referring to clearing secret realms. In that aspect, he's admitting he's not as good as Lin Moyu. That seemed plausible. Lin Moyu was indeed a peerless genius when it came to clearing secret realms. There was no precedent in the history of the human clan for someone clearing 3 consecutive secret realms. It was hard not to be impressed. People's imaginations are limited by their own perceptions, and things beyond their understanding are often hard to believe. These discussions were unimportant. Lin Moyu paid them no mind. Xiaosheng waved his hand, and countless heads appeared in the starry void, releasing a thick wave of killing intent. Though the owners were dead, the oppressive aura of god venerables remained, causing many to shudder and retreat. These were the heads of god venerables from various races. Xiaosheng had killed so many. He was terrifying. Had he become so powerful that he could slaughter god venerables like dogs? Why had he brought their heads back? Amidst the murmurs, Xiaosheng said, "Brother Lin, this is the 100 god venerable heads I promised you. 92 are 1st rank god venerables, and 80 are 2nd rank. I was originally going to find a 3rd rank one, but he ran too fast, and I couldn't catch him." He spoke as if it were a simple matter. A promise fulfilled. Lin Moyu smiled. "Senior brother Xiao is too kind." Xiaosheng waved his hand again. "You saved my life. Without you, I would have died long ago. This is nothing. If you need anything in the future, just ask. I won't hesitate." Lin Moyu smiled. "All right, I won't be courteous with senior brother Xiao, then." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and all the god venerable heads were stored away. To others, these heads were useful only for refining artifacts, but to him, each head was equivalent to a full power strike from the god venerable when they were alive, perhaps even stronger. Although the 100 god venerable heads had arrived a bit late and weren't as useful as they would have been before, they were better than nothing. Lin Moyu greatly appreciated Xiaosheng's character, a man of his word. Xiaosheng's words caused another uproar. Before people could recover from the previous shock, they were hit with another. Lin Moyu had saved Xiao Sheng, so that was why Xiao Sheng had nearly died and had not been seen for years. No wonder he was so respectful to Lin Moyu. It was a life-saving debt. Just then, the teleportation array lit up again. A surge of sword ki shot into the sky, condensing into an azure longsword in the void. The sword was ancient, and a terrifying sword intent radiated from it. Anyone who looked at it felt a piercing pain from their soul to their physical body. It's the Azure Sword God Venerable. I can't believe the Wind Forest Secret Realm managed to invite him. I heard the Azure Sword Daoist cultivates an extremely powerful ancient technique. Even as a 9th rank God King, he dared to confront God Venerables. His strength is no less than Xiao Sheng's. As a low-rank God Venerable, he once hunted a Golden Eagle clan God Venerable. If that one hadn't fled quickly, he would have been slain. The Azure Sword Daoist was slightly older than Xiao Sheng. Though he didn't hold the title of Star of the Human Clan, his fame and strength were not inferior. He was simply more active on the battlefield. As a straightforward sword cultivator, he wasn't suited for clearing secret realms. His arrival was a surprise. A figure materialized on the Azure Sword. The Azure Sword Daoist, clad in blue robes, looked like an immortal sage, his presence majestic and unparalleled. He and Xiao Shen were polar opposites. One was wild and unrestrained, the other elegant and refined. The Azure Sword Daoist held a wine gourd, poured himself a cup, and coughed lightly. The long night is eternal. The sword is like a song. Brother Lin, it's been a while. With that, he transformed into a streak of azure light, and appeared before Lin Moyu in an instant. Brother Lin, I knew you would come. Lin Moyu smiled and cupped his hands. Greetings. Azure Sword God Venerable. The Azure Sword Daoist snorted. What God Venerable? Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. Since we're brothers, call me brother. If not, let's not associate in the future. Lin Moyu felt helpless. The Azure Sword Daoist's temperament hadn't changed at all. What could he say? Alright. Moyu greets elder brother Azure Sword. The Azure Sword Daoist took a swig of wine, satisfied. Xiao Sheng interjected. Brother Lin, you can't be so biased. Forced, Lin Moyu had no choice but to acknowledge another elder brother. What kind of day was this? Gaining 2 elder brothers out of nowhere. While the Azure Sword Daoist and Lin Moyu chatted, the onlookers were completely stunned. What did he mean? Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. What on earth had Lin Moyu done? From his tone, it was clear that Lin Moyu had done him a great favor, a life-changing one. Without Lin Moyu, the Azure Sword Daoist wouldn't have his current achievements. Who exactly was Lin Moyu? He was too mysterious. Not only the God Kings, but also the God Venerables were consumed with curiosity. Unfortunately, the Human Emperor Network had completely concealed Lin Moyu's information, leaving their curiosity unsatisfied. Lin Moyu, Xiao Sheng, and the Azure Sword Daoist chatted casually, ignoring their surroundings. They even set up a table and drank wine right there in the void. Luo Feiyu, initially unable to join the conversation, busied himself preparing wine and food. Soon, as they became more familiar, he was able to join in. The others gradually recovered from their shock. Those who had previously earned Lin Moyu's acknowledgement suddenly realized what an honor it was. Even top figures like Xiao Sheng and the Azure Sword Daoist were eager to become his sworn brothers. Just being called elder brother by Lin Moyu seemed like a huge gain, which showed just how extraordinary Lin Moyu's judgment was. Being acknowledged by him was truly a matter of pride. This thought, though strange, felt completely natural. As the opening time for the secret realm drew near, the number of people teleporting in dwindled. Whoever it is here is here. The secret realm is about to open anyway, Zhao Xing said. The Azure Sword Daoist glanced towards the secret realm. Hurry it up. Those guys have already started setting up the formation. In the void surrounding the secret realm, one worship after another materialized. Each was a God Venerable class vessel, and there were 1,000 of them in total. They linked together, forming a special array. Their immense energies merged into a colossal net that enveloped the void, with the secret realm at its center. Why set up such a formation? Lin Moyu asked. He had already discerned its function. It was a suppression array, meant to prevent things from spilling out. Xiao Shen explained. Every time this special secret realm appears, it's like a black hole erupting, spewing out terrifying power. This power is strong enough to kill ordinary God Venerables, and turn tens of thousands of miles of void into a wasteland. Moreover, this power spreads, disturbing the laws of the universe and affecting cultivation over a large area. So, a formation is set up each time to contain it. The Azure Sword Daoist added. It can't be completely contained. It can only minimize the impact. Exactly, Zhao Shen agreed. The power of ancient talismans is truly terrifying. No wonder those great figures want to study them. As someone with a special status, Xiao Sheng knew more than most. Many good venerables knew that there were truly great beings above them, but they didn't know these beings had reached the other shore realm, nor did they know what they pursued. Lowering his voice so others couldn't hear, Xiao Shen continued. The Azure Sword Taoist, of course, was also aware. He took a sip of wine. The ancient talismans are just one part of it. The events that occurred in the ancient era are what's most important. I understand studying ancient talismans, but the ancient era was countless eons ago. What's the point in studying it? The great figures naturally have their reasons. If you want to know, go ask them yourself, the Azure Sword Taoist replied. How do you know I haven't asked? Xiao Shen would on. For your information, I have. The Azure Sword Taoist looked at him with a smile. And what was the answer? Xiao Shen ordered. There was no answer. I asked that old geezer, and even he didn't know. The Azure Sword Taoist burst out laughing. Then what are you blabbering about? Can't I even talk about it? Bold. We still have some time, the Azure Sword Taoist said. Tell us what you know. Let's broaden our horizons. Fine, I'll talk, Xiao Sheng agreed and began to speak at length. In reality, he didn't know much about the secrets of the ancient era, certainly not as much as Lin Moyu. But what he shared was enough to enlighten the Azure Sword Taoist. Luo Feiyu sat beside them, quietly refilling their cups. He appeared calm, but his mind was in turmoil. Heavens! Is this something I'm allowed to hear? Figures above God venerable, secrets of the ancient era, ancient talisman scripts. Oh my God, what am I listening to? Am I going to be silenced? If Lin Moyu knew his thoughts, he would have told him he was overthinking it. This was all just superficial information, knowing it wasn't a big deal. The true plans of the human clan's upper echelon were only known to those who reached that level. Just as those in the other shore realm couldn't see the broken path to the God realm, they didn't know which sacred venerables had walked that path towards the distant horizon. Boom. A thunderous explosion shook everyone's soul. The silent void rippled like a stormy sea. Space warped, and the entire starry sky trembled violently. Many god kings, here for the first time, were flustered, their faces pale. But the veterans remained calm. They had experienced this every time the secret realm opened. It's about to blow, Chushim said. The grand spectacle is coming. This is what you call the most beautiful firework display in the cosmos. The Azure Sword Taoist chuckled. The most beautiful firework, indeed. Let's enjoy it together. Lin Moyu looked towards the secret realm. In the dark void, a bright spot appeared. It grew from faint to clear, becoming brighter and brighter. Within a minute, its luminosity surpassed that of a star and continued to intensify. It was like a star compressed to its absolute limit, its light sharp and heavy. After reaching its compression limit, the bright spot suddenly vanished, and the void plunged back into darkness. The calm before the storm lasted less than a second. Then an extremely powerful beam of light shot out from the depths of the void. Boom! The soul-shaking explosion rocked the entire cosmos. In the area of the secret realm, space shattered like a piece of paper being torn, revealing a massive hole. Countless rays of light shot out like rockets. These were not mere light, they were sharp swords carrying chaotic power. Wherever they passed, the laws of the universe dissolved into chaos. Lin Moyu clearly sensed that the power within the light was the power of rules. Ancient talismans transformed into the power of rules, changing the laws and causing chaos. Most people, however, didn't understand the power of rules. They only saw the surface chaos, not its essence. Even Xiao Shen and the Azure Sword Taoist couldn't see through it. Among everyone present, very few understood its true nature. A colossal net appeared in the void. The 1,000 God Venerable class warships had already set up an inescapable trap. The formation was activated, blocking the chaotic rays of light from affecting a wider area. The rays, like sharp swords, relentlessly attacked the formation. The 1,000 warships channeled their power in unison to defend. The formation's barrier distorted under the immense pressure. Each collision of light with the formation created a brilliant, dazzling display of colors. Every impact was a massive explosion, like fireworks detonating in space, each one tens of thousands of miles in diameter, beautiful and magnificent. As Xiao Sheng had said, it was truly the most beautiful firework display. The formation was strong. Despite the continuous, fierce assault, it held firm. However, it couldn't block every ray of light. Some escaped, throwing a vast area into extreme chaos. In this region, the laws were in disarray, making cultivation and comprehension impossible. Lin Moyu opened his soul eye, and saw that the once orderly lines of the universal laws were now a tangled mess. Fortunately, the formation prevented this chaos from spreading much further. The best part is yet to come, Xiaoxing announced. Just as he finished speaking, all the light suddenly contracted and vanished in an instant. Immediately after, an explosion many times more powerful than the last struck. Everyone's soul felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Many cried out in pain. This terrifying explosion seemed to originate from the deepest abyss of the cosmos. Space shattered again, like glass breaking into countless pieces. In that instant, Lin Moyu glimpsed a complex ancient talisman. It flashed, and a terrifying power of rule spread outwards. Lin Moyu sensed this power, but others did not. Most didn't even see the flashing talisman. In their eyes, there was only a sphere of light composed of countless colors. The sphere of light expanded in a flash, growing many times larger than a normal star. It slammed into the formation, causing it to deform violently. Blocked by the formation, the sphere couldn't expand further, but its power continued to accumulate, growing stronger and more brilliant. Unable to expand outward, the power compressed inward. In just a few short seconds, it transformed into a terrifying object containing immense energy. Lin Moyu felt that if it exploded, it could level several star systems. Its energy had reached a terrifying level. If he were to face such an explosion himself, he would be instantly killed without any chance of survival. Without the formation containing it, if the sphere were allowed to explode freely, none of the cultivators here would escape. Geniuses, chosen ones, all were meaningless before such absolute power. Lin Moyu even worried whether the god venerable class warships and the formation could withstand it. Finally, like a powder keg reaching its limit, the sphere of light exploded completely. Another earth-shattering explosion occurred. The space within the formation was utterly annihilated, and chaotic energy from beyond space poured in. Rings of chaotic energy, radiating bizarre colors, mixed with the light from the explosion, creating an incredibly brilliant spectacle. This beauty directly impacted the soul, leaving people mesmerized. Almost everyone present, whether God King or God Venerable, showed a look of fascination, quietly admiring the magnificent scene. Even Xiaoxing and the Azure Sword Daoist were captivated. The entire void fell into a profound silence. Tens of millions of people stood completely still. Lin Moyu, however, was different. His expression remained cool. While admiring the view, he didn't forget to drink his wine and eat some snacks. He had seen through the essence of this beauty. It was the power of rules acting directly on the soul. It affected everyone at a spiritual level, making the scene appear incredibly beautiful, to the point of losing all reaction. This was why the opening of the secret realm was called a rare marvel. It was a beautiful, but unreal image perceived by the soul. Only his soul, having reached the other shore realm, was unaffected. Lin Moyu saw it from another perspective. He knew all this was related to the talisman within the secret realm, which indicated that this talisman also had the ability to bewitch the soul, similar to the Blackwater talisman. He also thought of the potent poison in the secret realm, which would disappear upon leaving. This didn't make sense. Lin Moyu guessed that the poison wasn't real but a kind of illusion at the soul level, an illusion powered by the rules, making it indistinguishable from reality. Of course, this was just his speculation and needed verification. The explosion within the formation continued to change, growing more violent. A large amount of energy was escaping, and the formation was weakening, seemingly reaching its limit. Lin Moyu saw that many of the 1,000 God Venerable class warships were having problems. Cracks appeared on their hulls, their auras weakened, and the formation weakened with them. The God Venerable class warships could no longer hold on. Lin Moyu felt a sense of tension, realizing something was wrong. His instinct was to leave, but the tens of millions of people here were all mesmerized by the power of the secret realm. Suddenly, he realized his reaction was a bit excessive. If there were real danger, the human emperor network would not stand by and do nothing. The tens of millions of powerhouses here were the future of the human clan. How could they be allowed to perish? It would be a catastrophic loss. Lin Moyu took another drink and popped a peanut into his mouth. He knew the human clan must have a backup plan. The formation was cracking like a punctured rubber ball. As the energy inside surged out, the formation was about to break. Lin Moyu felt his hair stand on end. He knew the human clan must be prepared, but he was also ready to act at any moment, ready to escape with Xiaoxing, the Azure Sword Daoist, and Luo Feiyu. He never wanted to place his life in others' hands, he only truly trusted himself. Just then, a figure appeared before the formation. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, then immediately calmed. He knew everything would be fine. So this was the backup plan. He chided himself for being overly anxious. The Wind Forest secret realm had opened so many times, The human clan had long since developed countermeasures. There was no way they would allow a misha. The newcomer simply raised a hand, and the formation was instantly repaired. At the same time, a colossal force surged in, suppressing the chaos. The fireworks vanished, and everything gradually returned to tranquility. This was the power of the other shore realm. The power of rules was truly fearsome. Although Lin Moyu didn't understand it, he could feel its might, the power to change the rules of an explosion at its source. This was a supreme technique only an other shore realm expert could perform. Everyone gradually regained their senses, and looked towards the figure before the formation. She wore a pale yellow palace gown, a peerless beauty. Her beauty was beyond description, her aura like that of the most radiant goddess in the universe, dazzling to an indescribable degree. A group of people suddenly knelt to her. Greetings, ancestor. They were from the Yu clan, paying respects to their ancestor, Lady Yu. Many god venerables also bowed to Lady Yu. Greetings, my lady. The god kings were bewildered. Who was this stunning woman that even god venerables had to address as my lady? I know, she's the ancestor of the Yu clan, the super powerful Yu clan. Heavens, the Yu clan's ancestor is even stronger than a god venerable. What level of existence is that? And she's so beautiful, the most beautiful person I've ever seen. No one can compare. Wang Shang and Mu Xiang also stared at Lady Yu with captivated eyes. Wang Shang had never seen such a beautiful person. Her beauty transcended words, and he felt a deep admiration for her. Such thoughts were not uncommon among the god venerables and god kings present. Lady Yu was noble, beautiful, and powerful, nearly perfect. Mu Xiang, being a woman, looked at her with deep admiration, seeing her as a role model she aspired to be. Lady Yu's gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on a certain spot. Her voice, light and ethereal like a faint fragrance, drifted out. Little friend Lin, we meet again. Lin Moyu cupped his hands in front of Lady Yu. This junior greets Lady Yu. Lady Yu smiled gently, her tone soft. Little friend Lin is still so courteous. We shall speak again another day. With that, Lady Yu took a light step and vanished, leaving behind a lingering scent. There was still more than a day until the secret realm fully opened. The area was not yet completely stable. The energy inside was slowly recovering. Only when it was fully stable would the secret realm officially open. A few minutes after Lady Yu left, everyone came back to their senses. All eyes turned once again to Lin Moyu. Lady Yu had just called him little friend Lin, treating him as an equal. What was Lady Yu's status? How could she be on equal footing with Lin Moyu? Especially the members of the Yu clan, who stared at Lin Moyu in disbelief. They couldn't understand why their ancestor would treat a mere god king with such equality. Outsiders might not know, but the Yu clan knew she was an existence that transcended god venerables. It was too unbelievable for them to accept. In everyone's eyes, Lin Moyu suddenly became incredibly mysterious. Before it, Xiao Shen and the Azure Sword Daoist calling him brother was still within their realm of understanding. It was a meeting of geniuses. Lin Moyu was bound to become a god venerable eventually. But Lady Yu's little friend Lin completely shattered their perception. Especially for those god venerables who vaguely knew Lady Yu's identity, their shock was far greater than others. Lady Yu was an incredibly noble existence. Forget god kings, she wouldn't even bother to greet a peak god venerable. The Yu clan members who had just knelt before her included several god venerables. In her eyes, god venerables were nothing, let alone god kings, who were like ants. What was Lin Moyu's status that she would treat him as an equal? It certainly wasn't because of his cultivation level. Could it be his talent? His talent for clearing secret realms. That seemed plausible. From what I know, the great figures place great importance on clearing secret realms. That's right. I've also heard that the great figures are searching for something hidden within the secret realms. It seems Lin Moyu has caught the attention of the great figures because of his ability to clear secret realms. The god venerables finally found a reason that convinced themselves. Unlike the god kings, no matter how shocked they were, they didn't show it on their faces. Years of experience had made them calmer. Most god venerables had their own clans, and were used to being in charge, so they wouldn't easily show their emotions like young people. Brother Lin, I'm not impressed by anyone but you. The Azure Sword Daoist also raised his wine guard. He agreed. Lin Moyu laughed. I was just lucky. What kind of luck? Daoshang didn't believe him. Don't tell me you don't know who Lady Yu is. Lin Moyu recounted the private mission Lady Yu had given him, including the details about the soul world. Dao Shen and the Azure Sword Daoist were stunned. They were familiar with the battlefield, but they had never heard of such a place. Are there many of these hidden areas? Totem asked. Senior Jiu led me there. I don't know if there are others, Lin Moyu replied. The Azure Sword Taoist said. Lady, you must have seen Brother Lin's potential. Zhao Shen nodded in agreement. Probably. Especially Brother Lin's potential in clearing secret realms. It's truly unmatched. Lin Moyu laughed. Elder brothers, please don't praise me anymore. I don't know where to hide my face. The Azure Sword Taoist waved his sleeve. It's not praise, it's the truth. Why hide such outstanding talent? Indeed, among the God Venerables and God Kings, the main topic of conversation was now Lin Moyu. 2 out of every 3 sentences were about him. Lin Moyu could only feel helpless. How can I control the tongues of the world? Luo Feiyu cautiously asked. Senior, what realm is that lady you in? Adam. You're from the Luo family of the Wine God Venerable, right? Luo Feiyu nodded. Yes, senior. You know my family. Tao Shenra replied in a low voice. An elder in my family knew the Wine God Venerable. As for Lady Yu's identity, you can go home and ask your family. He knew, but whether they would tell was another matter. Luo Feiyu didn't press further. He was sensible enough to know that if it weren't for Lin Moyu, Xiao Shen wouldn't even be talking to him. Xiao Shen's pride was well known. The Azure Sword Taoist laughed. Curiosity is good, but you just need to remember that Lady Yu is someone far beyond a god venerable, a top expert of our human clan. That's enough. Luo Feiyu nodded vigorously, committing the Azure Sword Taoist's words to memory. Just then, Lin Moyu's gaze shifted past the Azure Sword Taoist, looking behind him. The Azure Sword Taoist seemed to sense something as well. The faint fragrance of wood drifted over with a light breeze. Mu Xiang stopped 10 meters away from the group and slowly bowed to the Azure Sword Taoist. The second disciple of the 376th generation of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Mu Xiang, greets martial uncle Azure Sword. Then she bowed to Xiaoshen, Lin Moyu, and Luo Feiyu. Mu Xiang greeted senior junior brother Lin and junior brother Luo. The Azure Sword Taoist was also from the Heavenly Sword Sect, making him and Mu Xiang fellow sect members of a different generation. Mu Xiang first paid respects to her martial uncle before politely greeting the others, her etiquette impeccable. The Azure Sword Taoist grunted. What is it? Mu Xiang, seeming to understand his taciturn nature, got straight to the point. I wish to study the way of the Azure Sword under martial uncle. She stood straight, a sword on her back. Unlike other cultivators who usually stored their swords, Mu Xiang's sword was always on her back, without a scabbard, a sharp longsword continuously radiating killing intent. This was a true sword cultivator. Though they also controlled the laws, they primarily relied on their own sword Dao. They had a type of law unknown to outsiders, the law of the sword heart. Even in special areas without external aid, a true sword cultivator could still unleash astonishing power. The Azure Sword Taoist was such a person, and so was Mu Xiang. The Azure Sword Taoist glanced at her. You know I'm looking for a successor. And you also know that I am very strict with my successors. I wish to try, Wu Zheng said. The Azure Sword Taoist looked her up and down. Mu Xiang was beautiful, with a tall figure and a resolute expression. He looked at her for a few seconds. Then, after the secret realm ends, come find me at the sack. As you command, martial uncle. Mu Xiang joyfully cupped her fists and turned to leave. Xiao Shen asked curiously, Brother Azure Sword, that girl is about to become a god venerable. Why does she want to be your successor? The Azure Sword Taoist shook his head. Not my successor, but a successor of the Azure Sword Tao. It's a bit complicated, an internal sect matter. Let's not talk about it. Mu Xiang's interruption was just a small episode. The group resumed their drinking and chatting. The secret realm area gradually stabilized, the spatial cracks healed, and a bright spot was born from it. The bright spot grew, forming the entrance to the secret realm. The entrance to the Wind Forest secret realm was several times larger than that of ordinary secret realms, highlighting its uniqueness. However, even several times larger was still too small for the nearly 10 million people present. There would surely be a crowd. Fortunately, this was not a concern. The human clan had long figured out a solution. After the entrance fully formed, the 1,000 warships began to move. They surrounded the secret realm, forming another array. This array connected to the secret realm on one end and extended outward on the other, creating funnel-shaped tunnels. Golden paths of light formed within the tunnels, leading directly into the secret realm. Each warship was a funnel-shaped entrance. To enter, one simply had to choose one. Thus, the originally small entrance was expanded 1,000-fold. It's time to earn merit points again. Let's see if I can break the record this time. The Azure Sword Taoist put away his wine gourd, his expression more serious. Aren't you going to try to clear the secret realm? Dalton shook his head. I know my own limits. Ordinary secret realms are fine, but a special one. I'd be lucky to keep my life. He looked at Lin Moy. Brother, be careful. He knew Lin Moy wanted to try clearing it, and wouldn't stop him, only remind him to be careful. Lin Moy smiled. I'm very good at preserving my life. But after the secret realm we'll cure it until we're drowned. Tao Shen laughed bluntly. The wind forest secret realm officially opened. Countless streaks of light immediately shot towards it. The secret realm would only be open for 30 days. Every minute counted in the race for merit points. Tao Shen wave. I'm off. Merit point wait for no one. The azure sword Daoist chuckled. Let's see who earns more. The loser buys the best wine. No problem. The two laughed heartily, and headed towards the secret realm. Lin Moyi looked at Luo Feiyu. Senior brother Luo. Let's go. Luo Feiyu nodded. Junior brother Lin, be safe. Lin Moyi smiled. E2. Senior brother Luo. With that, he turned into a streak of light, and shot towards the secret realm. His speed was astonishing, far surpassing all the lesser god venerables, and only slightly slower than a full god venerable. The streaks of light entered the funnel-shaped entrances, stepped onto the golden paths of light, and vanished. Lin Moyu casually chose an entrance. Since the distribution was random anyway, it didn't matter which one he chose. Even people entering through the same entrance wouldn't necessarily appear in the same place. The special secret realm was copied into countless real worlds, each capable of holding 100 people at a time. In Lin Wei's view, the difference between an ordinary secret realm and a special one was like a single-player map versus a multiplayer map. Besides not being able to form teams, they were essentially the same. Stepping onto the golden path of light, his vision was filled with gold. His sight blurred for a moment, then cleared after 2 seconds. An aura completely different from the outside world hit him. Compared to ordinary secret realms, this place was much more intense. The laws operated in unpredictable ways, as if it had its own independent system of laws. Just as I thought, the ancient talisman script has created an independent world, he mused. This world existed between reality and illusion. It could be considered real or illusory, but its essence was still dependent on the larger world, both independent and dependent. Truly miraculous. Lin Moyu didn't rush. He didn't need to compete for merit points. He carefully sensed the aura of the secret realm, comparing its differences with the outside world. Perhaps because it had been opened many times, the aura of the outside world had seeped in quite a bit. Many items from the secret realm had been taken out. Those red maple leaves all contained fragments of the talisman script. Although the first stage had not been completely conquered, the power of the human emperor network could already probe inside, and escape talismans were usable. This greatly increased the safety of cultivators inside, at least in the first stage. However, according to the records, the human emperor network's penetration was not yet complete. In some special cases, escape talismans would be ineffective. Every time the Windforced secret realm opened, people still died inside. It was not uncommon for those greedy for merit points to lose their lives. To survive here, one must not be greedy. After a moment, Lin Moyu began to observe this world. Standing in mid-air and looking down, he saw a vast grassland below. In the distance, faint mountains were visible. The secret realm was vast. With his vision, tens of thousands of miles were like right in front of him, but looking further he could only see hazy mountain ranges. There was no sign of a maple forest. Not a very good start for those hunting for merit points, Lin Moyu mused. They would hope to see a maple forest upon entering to find the blood, but maple leaves. Even with slightly worse luck, they would hope to find traces of a maple forest and locate it quickly. But for him, there was only grassland below and distant, hazy mountains with no maple forest in sight. The maple forests and the secret realm appeared randomly. No one knew where they would be. It seems I'm not suited for hunting merit points, Lin Moyu chuckled and casually chose a direction to fly. The large mountains gradually became clear in his vision, growing larger. The distance was further than he had imagined. At his speed, it took 10 seconds, about 1.5 million kilometers. The mountain was barren, just a pile of rocks, seemingly with nothing on it. But it wasn't completely empty. Lin Moyu encountered a person, a cultivator in the same instance of the secret realm as him. A 7th-rank god king, not very strong among the cultivators here. He was lying on a large rock, unconscious. He held an escape talisman in his hand but had passed out before he could use it. Poisoned. Lin Moyu landed beside him to check. He found that the man was not poisoned, but was in a deep coma. His life force was weakening. Lin Moyu could clearly feel his aura fading rapidly. His life force was draining away despite not being poisoned. It was strange. He shot a stream of white light from his fingertip. The life force from the law of immortality landed on the man but had no effect. His life force continued to drain at a steady rate. Lin Muyu remembered his previous speculation. He separated a sliver of his soul consciousness and directly entered the man's soul world without any resistance. The man was in a deep coma, leaving his soul world completely uncarded. This was Lin Muyu's first time entering another person's soul world, and he was a bit curious. This world was too desolate. Compared to his own soul world, this man's was frighteningly barren, with only 3 stars and a few planets. In Lin Muyu's eyes, this soul world was nothing but junk. He then saw the man's soul, also lying on the ground, unconscious. So that's it. The man's soul form was covered by a thin layer of black mist. It was this black mist that had caused him to fall unconscious. Within the mist, a hint of the power of rules was present. Lin Muyu understood its nature at a glance. The black mist wasn't a poison. It put the soul into a deep sleep and simultaneously made the soul believe it was poisoned. When the soul felt it was poisoned and its life was fading, this illusory idea became reality. The power of rules in the black mist was faint and weak, but it was still the power of rules. A cultivator with a high cultivation level could resist it for a while, but those with lower cultivation couldn't last even a few seconds. Because the power was so weak, it would be destroyed by the power of the greater world as soon as one left the Wind Forest secret realm. Its nature was similar to the Blackwater secret realm. The Wind Forest secret realm made you think you were poisoned, while the Blackwater secret realm lured you into an illusion, making you fall into a dream. One was active, the other passive. It was hard to say which was stronger. Their effects were different. Comparatively, the illusion in the Blackwater secret realm was harder to detect and lasted longer. Once he understood the nature of the problem, it was easy to solve. He didn't need to do anything else. Just stimulate the man's soul to wake him up. The power of rules in the black mist was minimal and easy to break. Lin Muyu left the man's soul world and lightly tapped a finger. The star-level soul curse technique. He didn't use the fusion time curse, just the soul curse, and he controlled its power. He wanted to stimulate the man's soul, not kill him. If he used too much force, a slight mistake could kill him. A red light flashed, and the power of the curse struck the soul. The man screamed and shot up, clutching his head in agony. The pain at the soul level was unbearable for an ordinary person. Amidst his screams, he saw Lin Muyu and angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" Lin Muyu ignored him. "You're poisoned. Use your escape talisman and leave." The man was stunned. He then remembered that he had indeed been poisoned, and had just been unconscious. A wave of drowsiness hit him again. He felt the poison was about to take effect. Only then did he realize Lin Muyu had saved him. "Thank you." He didn't hesitate, and immediately activated his escape talisman, leaving the secret realm. If he had been 2 seconds slower, he would have fallen unconscious again. Lin Muyu had only stimulated his soul to wake him up. He hadn't dispelled the black mist. There were many ways to save someone, and he naturally chose the simplest one. After the man left, Lin Muyu looked towards the forest. There were signs of rolling on the ground, and a rock seemed to have been broken. From the marks on the broken rock, Lin Muyu deduced what had happened to the man. He had flown in from a distance in a hurry, then fallen from the sky, breaking the rock and falling unconscious. The poisonous creature that had attacked him must be in that direction. Most poisonous creatures in this secret realm appeared in the maple forests. Therefore, it could be inferred that the man had fallen into a maple forest right after entering the secret realm. Before he could react, he was attacked by a poisonous creature and pursued. If he hadn't met Lin Muyu, he would have died here. That was the basic situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured so quickly. At the same time, Lin Muyu analyzed the man's flight path. Following that path, he would surely find the maple forest. His speed was much faster. Just 2 seconds later, a maple forest appeared in his sight. The maple forest was vast, with over 1,000 maple trees. The trees here were taller than ordinary maples. The smallest one was over 50 meters tall, and the taller ones were nearly 100 meters. On a normal planet, they would be towering ancient trees. These tall maple trees had huge canopies, and each maple leaf was over 1/2 meter in diameter. The trees were green, and even without wind, the leaves swayed as if there were a breeze. Maple leaves occasionally fell, covering the ground in a thick layer, but most were green. Red leaves were rare, and those few red leaves were useless. The mission required blood-red maple leaves, leaves that looked like fresh blood. Blood-red maple leaves could grow on the trees or be scattered on the ground. According to statistics, the ratio was 3 to 7. Lin Muyu stood in mid-air, his eyes scanning the maple forest. Soon he found several blood-red maple leaves too on the trees, and 4 on the ground. The probability of finding a blood-red maple leaf was, on average, 1 per 100 maple trees. In other words, in this forest, the chances of completing the mission were very high. Lin Moyu didn't pay much attention to the mission, it was just a small task to do along the way. Just as he was about to collect the leaves, a flash of lightning tore through the sky, reaching him in an instant. The person was as fast as lightning, leaving a brilliant streak of light behind. It was Lei Wenbin from the Intermediate Zone, a lesser god venerable who had comprehended the law of lightning. The law of lightning belonged to the lightning element but was much more powerful, ranking among the top second-tier laws. Combined with his lesser god venerable cultivation, his combat power was extraordinary, far surpassing someone like Dongfeng's. The secret realm was vast, but with hundreds of god kings of the 5th rank and above cultivating in it, even a large secret realm became crowded. Collisions were common. "It's you." Li Wenbin recognized Lin Moyu immediately. His fame was widespread. Li Wenbin fell silent, his eyes shifting between Lin Moyu and the maple forest. He quickly spotted the blood-red maple leaves, and his eyes lit up. According to unwritten rules, since Lin Moyu had found this maple forest first, he had priority. But these were just unwritten rules, there was no official document. Every year, people violated them. While they didn't directly fight, competing for the blood-red maple leaves was common. As long as no one made a move, no one could be blamed. In the end, it was about who had more power. Lin Moyu had a strong backing, but Lei Wenbin didn't know how strong he was. He was weighing whether to compete. Lin Moyu smiled. "I was here first." "I know," Lei Wenbin replied. Lin Moyu looked at him. "Are you planning to snatch them?" Lei Wenbin remained silent, still hesitating. If it were any other 6th rank god king, he would definitely compete. But Lin Moyu was different. No one knew how strong he was. Some said he was as strong as a god venerable, others said he was only good at clearing secret realms and his combat power wasn't necessarily high. But Xiao Sheng and the Azure Sword Daoist, 2 genius god venerables, called him brother, and Lady Yu even called him little friend. Offending these people for a few maple leaves was not worth it. Lei Wenbin finally decided not to compete. He said to Lin Moyu, "Junior brother Lin, go ahead. I won't fight for them." Lin Moyu understood his intentions. Lei Wenbin was hesitant, wanting to snatch but not daring to, and at the same time, wanting to gauge his strength. "Alright, then I won't be polite." Lin Moyu turned into a streak of light and shot into the maple forest. Lei Wenbin's pupils contracted. So fast. Possessing the law of lightning, he had always been proud of his speed. He could transform into lightning. His speed astonishing, almost dominating the lesser god venerable realm. Even cultivators with other speed-related laws were only slightly faster, but their attack power couldn't compare. In both speed and attack, the law of lightning was top-tier attack when advancing, retreat when defending, extremely powerful. Lei Wenbin believed that only a lesser god venerable of the Golden Eagle clan could match his speed. But now, Lin Moyu's speed shocked him. As he was reeling from the shock, Lei Wenbin smirked. "Charging in like that will get you attacked." It was clear this was Lin Moyu's first time in the maple forest. He didn't know the rules. It was best to enter the forest quietly so as not to alert the beasts and poisonous creatures inside. Even if alerted, it would only be 1 or 2, which could be handled. If the disturbance was too great, it would trigger a swarm attack, which was very dangerous. Now, Lin Moyu had made a basic mistake. He was too loud, charging in so brazenly. Before he could get the blood-red maple leaves, the beasts and poisonous insects in the forest would act. Sure enough, as Lin Moyu approached the maple forest, the once quiet place suddenly came alive. Terrifying auras awakened. In the dense canopy, poisonous insects of all colors were waking up. On the branches, flat-headed poisonous snakes raised their heads, looking at Lin Moyu. These poisonous creatures, if they didn't move, were very difficult to spot. Cultivators were often caught off guard by them. By the time they were discovered, it was usually too late. But for Lin Moyu, it was different. No matter how well they hid, they couldn't escape the vision of the dead. These were talisman beasts, transformed from ancient talismans, incredibly realistic, both illusory and real. All talisman beasts had souls. Lin Moyu didn't know if the souls were real or fake, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that they existed and could be seen by the dead. When searching for the blood-red maple leaves, Lin Moyu had already scanned the area with his undead. He knew exactly where each hidden talisman beast was. How could he not know the rules of the maple forest? He had read so many documents. It wasn't for nothing. His understanding of the Wind Forest's secret realm far surpassed those who only knew how to grind for merit points. The space beside him trembled, and 5 skeleton god generals appeared, their god-venerable auras surging into the sky. Since he reached the 6th rank of God King, the skeleton god generals had surpassed the lesser god-venerable limit, and reached the god-venerable realm. Before the talisman beasts could attack, the skeleton god generals struck first. Sword K flew into the forest, instantly killing countless poisonous insects. The maple trees exploded under the sword guy, sending countless maple leaves flying. Hidden among the leaves were more talisman beasts. The skeleton god generals acted swiftly, their sharp-boned swords killing all the hidden beasts. Thanks to the vision of the dead, these beasts had nowhere to hide. Before they could even move, they were slaughtered. Lin Moyu walked as if in an empty space, landing gently to pick up a blood-red maple leaf. Li Wenbin's jaw dropped. The scene of Lin Moyu being besieged that he had imagined didn't happen. His mouth twitched, and his whole body trembled. What are those? Puppets. And they're god-venerable level puppets. A god king controlling 5 god-venerable level skeletons. This was truly hard to comprehend. Among the 4 great star domains, the Xuanwu star domain was famous for cultivators skilled in controlling puppets, but there were realm limits. How could a god king control god-venerable level puppets? And these puppets were strong, seemingly able to detect even the poisonous insects. Had he cleared a secret realm that gave such powerful puppets? With them, ordinary secret realms would be a piece of cake. An uncontrollable desire, mixed with a hint of jealousy, rose in Lei Wenbin's heart. He felt he had discovered the secret to Lin Moyu's ability to clear secret realms. The so-called top genius was just relying on puppets. Without them, he was nothing. Those people were all blind, admiring Lin Moyu too much. His gaze gradually changed. Amidst the jealousy and desire, a trace of contempt was added. He felt that Lin Moyu himself was nothing special and was not worthy of the title of top genius. Lin Moyu entered the maple forest, no longer paying attention to Lei Wenbin. He found the second blood-red maple leaf. The skeleton god generals were clearing the forest, eliminating the hidden talisman beasts. This forest had no large beasts, only poisonous insects and snakes. These small, hidden beasts were mostly behind leaves, in crevices of branches, and under the ground. The ones under the ground were covered by fallen leaves, normally hard to spot. When a cultivator passed by, they would launch a surprise attack. But now, they were all found and instantly killed. In terms of strength, these small beasts were not strong. Their scariness lay in their secrecy, and the power of rules. Against god-venerable, level skeleton god generals, they had no resistance. Lin Moyu strolled leisurely through the maple forest as if it were his own garden. He found 3 more blood-red maple leaves, 1 among the fallen leaves on the ground, and 2 on maple trees that were now just stumps. The trees had been cut down by the skeleton god generals, and the talisman beasts inside had also been eliminated. Lin Moyu looked at the 5 blood-red maple leaves in his hand. They were as red as blood, and faintly smelt of it. Unlike ordinary maple leaves, the veins on these leaves had red, blood-like flows, resembling human blood vessels. The 5 leaves were of different sizes. The largest was over half a meter in diameter, and the smallest was about 30 centimeters. Despite the size difference, to the human emperor network, they were all equal. Lin Moyu opened his soul eye, seeing through the phenomenon to the essence. He could clearly see that the blood-red maple leaves contained fragments of ancient talismans. Each leaf, regardless of size, seemed to contain slightly different fragments. This was what the human emperor network needed. From these fragments, information about the ancient talismans could be collected. Although the amount of information was small, it was still very useful. Of course, if someone cleared the secret realm and obtained the final talisman fragment, that would be even better. The battle in the maple forest lasted for more than 10 minutes and finally ended. All talisman beasts were eliminated. Lin Moyu had obtained 12 blood-red maple leaves, not only completing the mission but also exceeding the quota. He received an additional 2 merit points. Lin Moyu glanced at Lei Wenbin, who was still in the air. I'm leaving. We'll meet again if fate allows. With that, he casually chose a direction and left. This maple forest was too small and had no large beasts. He needed to find a larger one and also try to find a way to unlock the conditions for entering the second stage. Li Wenbin watched Lin Moyu leave, his eyes filled with desire. After Lin Moyu's figure completely disappeared, he looked down at the devastated maple forest. He stood there for a long time without saying a word. More than half the forest was destroyed, with giant maple trees felled. The giant leaves still fluttered in the air. The forest was eerily quiet, with no sign of any talisman beasts. Li Wenbin had entered the Wind Forest secret realm several times but had never seen such a chaotic scene. 5 god-venerable level puppets were enough to sweep through all the merit points in the secret realm, and it was incredibly say. Where did he get those puppets? What a lucky guy. After thinking for a long time, Lei Wendan sighed and flew in another direction. He was envious and jealous, but he couldn't possibly snatch those puppets. First, he couldn't win. Although Lin Moyu was only a god king, those puppets were real god venerables. If Lei Wendan dared to make a move, he would definitely face a fierce counterattack. Forget 5 god venerable level puppets, just one was more than he could handle. Though arrogant, Lei Wendan was not so foolish as to not know his own limits. Although I wasted some time, I saw Lin Moyu's true strength. The so-called genius is just relying on puppets. God venerable level puppets? Ha. When I reach the god venerable realm, I will definitely surpass you. A will to defeat Lin Moyu ignited in Lei Wendan's heart. He believed he had seen through Lin Moyu's true strength. As long as he reached the god venerable realm, he could completely surpass him. Lin Moyu was completely unaware of Lei Wendan's thoughts. To him, he was just an insignificant passerby. While searching for the maple forest, he was constantly considering various possibilities. According to the data, to open the second stage, the most likely condition was the sky turning blood red. But the sky turning blood red was too random. It was entirely possible not to encounter it. Based on the changes of the talisman script, even rules of patterns, there must be some trigger for the sky to turn blood red. Lin Moyu continuously synthesized the data in his mind, searching for the possibility of making the sky turn blood red. Based on his experience clearing previous secret realms and his personal research on ancient talismans, he was more than 90% sure that the sky turning blood red was not entirely random. There must be some condition. Once the condition was met, the change would occur. What he needed to do was find the condition. If he really couldn't find it, he would have to resort to other methods and rely on luck, killing more talisman beasts, exploring more areas. With a clear plan, Lin Moyu knew what to do next. With a thought, many skeleton god generals appeared around him. But this time, they didn't reveal their powerful auras. They concealed their god venerable level presence and flew high, scattering in all directions. Just like in previous secret realms, the skeleton god generals would help him complete the map. Moreover, the current skeleton god generals had reached the god venerable realm. Their speed had far surpassed their master, Lin Moyu. The law of light speed demonification of light was no longer effective on god venerable level skeleton god generals. Their speed reached 200,000 kilometers per second. This exploration speed was much faster. No matter how large the secret realm was, Lin Moyu could get a complete map in a short time. Outside the Wind Forest secret realm, in the empty space about 10 light years away, a magnificent palace suddenly appeared. The palace belonged to the other shore realm, floating in the void, exuding a special aroma of tea that spread throughout the space. The fragrance turned into light smoke, drifting far away. In front of the palace, on a small table, a spiritual teapot automatically rose and poured tea. How Sacred Venerable sat in the main seat, with Elder Lin and Lady Yu below him. The opening of the Wind Forest secret realm had brought not only Lady Yu, but also How Sacred Venerable himself. Lady Yu said gently, "Little friend Lin has entered the secret realm. I wonder if he can clear it this time." Elder Lin shook his head. The difficulty of this special secret realm is too high. The hope is not great. Lady Yu gently moved her hand. It's hard to say. Little friend Lin is truly extraordinary. His performance against the giant golden beast was outstanding. Elder Lin nodded in agreement. Yes, truly outstanding. I never thought he could use the Night Soul Bow to such an extent. But it's strange, how could he have so much faith power? The entire process of Lin Moyu's battle was recorded on the Human Emperor Network. All the other shore realm experts had witnessed it. Other things were easy to explain, but no one could understand how Lin Moyu possessed so much faith power. Faith power requires long-term accumulation. No matter how famous Lin Moyu was, he couldn't have accumulated so much. How Sacred Venerable put down his teacup and said softly, "Don't forget how many summoned creatures Lin Moyu has. If those summoned creatures can provide him with faith power, it's not impossible." Summoned creatures providing faith power. Elder Lin repeated How Sacred Venerable's words, his expression puzzled. Is that possible? How Sacred Venerable revealed a profound look. For others, it's impossible. But for Lin Moyu, what's impossible? If not for faith power, why would he set up a faith array? Elder Lin still didn't understand. But where would he set it up? Where did that kid place the faith array? Lady Yu's eyes lit up. Sacred Venerable, are you saying that little friend Lin has set up the faith array in his soul world? How Sacred Venerable smiled and nodded. If I'm not mistaken, that's it. His summoned creatures are likely all in his soul world. As long as he sets up enough faith arrays in his soul world, he can continuously harvest faith power from his summoned creatures. Elder Lin sighed. This kid's talent and talisman script is truly powerful. How Sacred Venerable continued, and don't forget what he's been doing recently. That talisman array he set up was eventually absorbed into his soul world. Elder Lin was stunned, recalling that time. Talisman Sage Venerable had gained enlightenment after seeing Lin Moyu's array and immediately went into seclusion. What is the function of that talisman array? Is it that powerful? Talisman Sage Venerable is the top expert in ancient talisman research in the human clan. If even he can be guided by that array, it's certainly not ordinary. No one knows how Lin Moyu researched such an array. The word genius is not enough to describe him. How Sacred Venerable laughed heartily. That array is not high level, but its concept is brilliant. Little friend Lin uses a talisman array to draw talisman scripts, fusing them to create more powerful ones. In theory, this method could even be used to directly create ancient talismans. Elder Lin's eyes widened, and Lady Yu also showed a look of surprise. The array was not high level, but the idea was truly sublime. Lady Yu sighed softly. I really don't know how little friend Lin came up with this method. It's truly creative. Sacred Venerable smiled. That's why I say we should let him develop freely, not bind him or influence him with our own ideas. I believe he will bring us more surprises in the future. The skeleton god generals flew at incredible speeds, appearing as streaks of light. Most people in the realm wouldn't even notice them. Their auras were so well hidden that they were difficult to detect without paying close attention. In just half a day, the map of the secret realm was in Lin Moyu's hands. He knew every corner, how many maple forests there were, their sizes, and even the number of maple trees in each forest. The number of people remaining in the secret realm was also under his control. Half a day had passed, and many people had already left. Of the tens of thousands who entered the Wind Forest secret realm, almost all were there to earn merit points. They had their own method. First, complete the basic mission to secure the minimum reward. After finding the first maple forest and collecting 10 red maple leaves, they wouldn't search for more, but would immediately use an escape talisman to leave and re-enter. This method seemed simple but was the result of years of experience. Every time the secret realm opened, hundreds of people participated in the same instance, while the number of maple forests and red maple leaves was limited. If they found an untouched forest and collected enough leaves, the chance of finding a second one would fall to someone else. Running around wasn't necessarily effective and wasted time, so leaving and re-entering was better. They called this refreshing the secret realm. Although it cost an escape talisman each time, the efficiency was much higher, and the total harvest was greater. According to Luo Feiyu, in 30 days, he could refresh the secret realm over 50 times, averaging once every half day. After half a day, more than half of the maple forests had been explored. Of the initial 100 people, fewer than 20 remained. Some had completed the mission, while others were injured or poisoned and had to use escape talismans. Lin Moyu had not yet discovered the method to enter the second stage. Every time the Wind Forest secret realm opened, people died, but the death rate was generally low. There were 21 maple forests left, 3 of which were large, with over 10,000 trees each. I'll explore these 3 first, eliminate all the talisman beasts inside, and see if it triggers any changes. Lin Moyu's plan was to explore them one by one to find the exact method. Of course he could also mobilize all the skeleton god generals to eliminate the beasts and all the forests at once. But if a change occurred, it would be difficult to determine the specific cause. Was it because he killed too many beasts, or just a specific one? Or perhaps because he collected enough red maple leaves? Since he needed to provide a guide for the Secret Realm strategy group, he couldn't rely on guesswork. He needed a definite result. 100 skeleton god generals were dispatched to a large maple forest. They were like tigers among a flock of sheep, their bone swords slaughtering wantonly. The small, weak talisman beasts were easily dealt with. The difference between large and small maple forests was that the large ones had giant talisman beasts. The strength of a talisman beast was proportional to its size. They were formed from more ancient talisman fragments, so the power of rules within them was stronger. The strongest beasts here were only at the lesser god venerable level, far inferior to the skeleton god generals. Lin Moyu himself did not enter the maple forest or collect the red maple leaves. To get an accurate result, he couldn't do 2 things at once, otherwise it would be difficult to determine the real condition. Whether he cleared this secret realm or not, the method he found would be extremely important data. It would be highly valuable for reference, not only for the Wind Forest secret realm but also for other special secret realms. All secret realms originated from the same ancient talisman, they more or less had common points. The maple forest was vast, with tens of thousands of trees growing closely together, and the beasts inside were numerous. The skeleton god generals fought for half a day. After half a day, the 3 large maple forests were cleared. Lin Moyu roughly calculated that he had killed nearly 1 million beasts, large and small. The secret realm remained unchanged. Then I'll continue. First, I'll clear out all the beasts in the secret realm. After some thought, Lin Moyu decided to stick to his original plan. He cleared the maple forests one by one. The skeleton god generals immediately rushed to another maple forest, and began their slaughter. He prioritized clearing the unexplored forests while observing the other people in the secret realm. It had been over a day since he entered. Of the initial 100 people, only 3 remained. One was unlucky and had only just found a maple forest. He was very cautious and collected the red maple leaves very slowly. The other was Lei Wendan, who had superior speed. After collecting enough leaves, he didn't leave but continued to search for other maple forests. His method was not wrong, but Lin Moyu didn't want him to stay. His actions could interfere with his own, but he couldn't directly attack him. Otherwise, the human emperor network would punish him severely. After a moment's thought, Lin Moyu came up with a plan. He took out a skull, or rather, a block that looked like a tree root. It was the skull of a golden maple clan god venerable. The golden maple clan's original form was a maple tree, about 60% similar to the maple trees in the secret realm. They were a plant-based race, and had a feud with the human clan. They were among the 200 races that had invaded the human clan, and were nearly annihilated by the war god. Only a few remnants survive. Now, they had recovered somewhat and had risen again, clashing with the human clan on the battlefield multiple times. This time, Zhao Shang had killed 100 enemy god venerables, including one from the golden maple clan. Lin Moyu released a ball of immortal fire, enveloping the root-like body of the golden maple clan god venerable. The star-level resurrection technique. A second later, firelight flared. Following an incomprehensible law, the golden maple clan god venerable was resurrected in the immortal fire. His soul was reformed, his body restored, and he became one of the resurrected. A slave to Lin Moyu. Since the Earth-Lu realm, Lin Moyu hadn't used this technique much. As his strength grew, the resurrection technique seemed to weaken. But using it here was effective. The resurrected golden maple clan god venerable released a powerful aura. He was over 200 meters tall, looking quite similar to the maple trees in the forest. It was hard to tell the difference without a close look. Using a god venerable to scare you is a bit of a waste, but it's okay, just for fun. The god venerable's skull could have been used as a trump card or as good material for corpse explosion. But now that even the skeleton god generals had reached the god venerable realm, these god venerable skulls had lost their greatest value. Using them up now was a good end. Lei Wendan had collected 43 blood red maple leaves. His efficiency was high, and he had his own method. My luck is not bad. This time, I might break 1,000 merit points, he muttered. There should be no one left in the secret realm now. Those guys only know how to rush in and run out, wasting merit points on escape talismans. He sneered. The fewer people, the better, less competition. He knew there were still many unexplored maple forests in the secret realm. He just needed to find them. If he saw traces of others, he would skip them, because it would lower his efficiency. This method was only suitable for his speed. Not everyone could do it. A huge maple forest appeared in his sight. From a distance, he saw 2 blood-red maple leaves. Good luck, Lei Wendan sneered, his body shooting forward like lightning. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and chaotic images appeared before him. The entire maple forest seemed to come alive, like a giant beast with its mouth open, waiting to devour him. Lei Wendan quickly stopped in mid-air, closed his eyes, and opened them again. His vision returned to normal. He was less than 100 meters from the maple forest, covered in a cold sweat. An illusion. The human emperor network's reminder mentioned that if one encountered an illusion, they should use an escape talisman first. Lei Wendan instinctively took out his escape talisman, but didn't use it immediately. The illusion had disappeared. It seemed he didn't need to use it. But he suddenly realized something was wrong. Had the illusion really vanished, or was he still under its effect? No, that illusion was very weak. It only affected me for a moment, he told himself. If there were danger, my soul would have warned me, but my soul is not on alert. There's no problem. Just as he thought that, a strong warning came from his soul. Lei Wendan's hair stood on end. He saw a giant maple tree, over 200 meters tall, rushing towards him. A walking maple tree. Lei Wendan screamed, his hair standing on end. His first reaction was to retreat. As he retreated, the maple tree moved even faster, faster than him. At the same time, a hoarse voice came from the tree. You can't escape. You will die. The maple tree could not only move, but also talk. Li Wenbin's heart felt like it was about to explode. Without hesitation, he immediately activated his escape talisman, and his figure disappeared from the secret realm. Lin Moyu watched this scene, a slight curve on his lips. The plan was a success. He had finally scared Li Wenbin away. The Starlight Demon appeared on Lin Moyu's shoulder, like a child who had done a good deed, waiting for praise. The illusion Li Wenbin had just experienced was created by the Starlight Demon. However, its ability was limited. Against a lesser god venerable like Li Wenbin, it could only affect him for a moment. After that, Li Wenbin saw the Golden Maple Clan god venerable. The Golden Maple Clan god venerable was about 60% similar to the maple trees in the secret realm, but there were still differences. If Li Wenbin had calmed down and observed, he would have noticed. But he had just experienced an illusion and was in a state of panic. He couldn't observe calmly. Moreover, the Golden Maple Clan god venerable was closing in, giving him no chance. So, just as Lin Moyu had thought, he activated his escape talisman and left the Wind Forest's secret realm. The other remaining person had left half an hour ago. Now, only Lin Moyu was left in the secret realm. The skeleton god generals continued their mission of slaughter, starting to destroy the beasts in the maple forest. Lin Moyu still followed his original plan, clearing one area at a time, not rushing. He still hadn't entered the forest to collect the blood, red maple leaves. Outside the Wind Forest secret realm, countless people were coming and going, everyone in a hurry, as if racing against time. Tens of millions of god kings and god venerables were diligently accumulating merit points. Not only god kings needed them, even god venerables did. And their efficiency was much higher than that of god kings. It was a comprehensive superiority that was hard to compare. While these god kings were busy accumulating merit points, they didn't forget to communicate on the human emperor network. Unbeknownst to them, a rumor had spread everywhere. Did you know? Lin Moyu has god venerable, level puppets. He relies on those puppets to clear the secret realms. That's right. I was wondering how there could be such a genius. If I had god venerable, level puppets, I could probably clear secret realms too, right? In the end, strength is what matters. The fact that Lin Moyu can control god venerable, level puppets, is his own ability. This rumor spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the ears of the god kings. Many who were already unconvinced by Lin Moyu now found a point to attack. They began to look down on him, thinking he relied on external power. Some said that if Lin Moyu faced a god venerable, he would be instantly defeated. Others said they would challenge Lin Moyu once they reached the god venerable realm. But these rumors mostly circulated among the god kings. The god venerables just laughed when they heard them. God kings didn't understand the other shore realm, so of course they wouldn't understand. Even a figure like Lady Yu called Lin Moyu little friend. How could he be someone who relied on puppets? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Moyu's combat power is extremely strong. His own strength is no weaker than a god venerable. You've never seen Lin Moyu fight. What are you talking about? Some people looked down on Lin Moyu, and naturally, some defended him. Those who saw him as an idol would naturally speak up for him, but their voices were too small and were quickly drowned out. Luo Feiyu also heard these discussions and couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Challenge junior brother Lin. That's like seeking death. Forget one of you. Even if all of you teamed up, you wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Junior brother Lin using puppets. How foolish. He knew Lin Moyu well. Those were his summoned creatures, not puppets. Although he didn't know the limit of Lin Moyu's combat power, he knew that ordinary second or third rank god venerables were no match for him. He didn't know where these god kings and lesser god venerables got their confidence. Luo Feiyu felt like a sober person in a crowd of drunks. He didn't want to argue because it wasn't worth it. 3 days later, all the talisman beasts in the secret realm had been wiped out by the Lin Moyu. He pondered with a deep gaze. It seems the condition is not killing the talisman beasts. Then I'll try the second step, collecting all the blood red maple leaves. Previously, 100 people had entered. Some succeeded, some failed. Nearly 1,000 blood red maple leaves must have been taken away. There should be a few thousand left. I'll find them all. Lin Moyu began to act. He couldn't rely on the skeleton god generals to find the blood red maple leaves. They had no special appearance other than their color. To the skeleton god generals, the world was only black and white. Killing was no problem, but distinguishing colors was as hard as climbing to the sky. Lin Moyu entered the maple forest, collecting the blood red maple leaves at the fastest speed. The Wind Forest secret realm was only open for 30 days, which was very short. He had spent more than 30 days in the Blackwater secret realm, but since there was no time limit, he didn't need to rush. Now it was different. He wasn't sure if his method would work. If not, he would have to take a risk and try his luck by re-entering the secret realm multiple times, which also took time. He began to collect the blood, but maple leaves one by one. Since he already knew the distribution of the maple forests, he chose the most optimal route. The number of leaves in his hand grew, quickly surpassing 300. Including the ones collected by others, the total number was definitely over 1,000. When Lin Moyu collected the 362nd blood, red maple leaf, the secret realm suddenly shook violently. He saw a streak of red light appear in the sky. The bright sky was suddenly stained red. After a few seconds, the sky returned to normal. It's not a blood red sky yet. It seems something is still missing. After this unusual phenomenon, Lin Moyu was even more certain that his speculation was correct. At that moment, not far away, a maple tree suddenly shook. In an instant, it changed shape. Its roots became legs. Its branches became arms, huge hands. This strange transformation took only 2 short seconds. It shook itself, and then charged madly towards Lin Moyu. A walking maple tree. Lin Moyu remembered the Human Emperor Network's warning: if you encounter a walking maple tree, immediately use an escape talisman. Now he understood why. The walking maple tree's aura had reached the god venerable realm. Through his soul eye, he could clearly see that it was covered in talisman scripts. Large and small fragments of ancient talismans were connected, significantly enhancing its power. Lin Moyu clearly felt a very strong power of rules. The power of rules was a higher level force than the laws, extremely powerful. A small amount could be destroyed by the power of laws, but a larger amount was troublesome. The power of rules on this walking maple tree was not trivial. Although its aura was only that of a first-rank god venerable, an ordinary first-rank god venerable was no match for it. That was why the Human Emperor Network had given such advice. The advice did not distinguish between bad kings and god venerables, clearly indicating that even a god venerable should flee upon encountering it. Lin Moyu estimated the number of maple trees in the secret realm. The total number of blood red maple leaves would not exceed 2,500. He had collected a total of 378. The others, those grinding for merit points, had collected no less than 900, maybe even 1,300. Including his collecting half of the blood red maple leaves would trigger a change. He didn't know if this change was fixed or random. A walking maple tree. If he killed it, would there be an even bigger change? Lin Moyu's mind raced. In a flash, the talisman beast tree had reached him. Before it could attack, hundreds of sword ki swept over. A skeleton god general stood in front of Lin Moyu and attacked. Hundreds of sword ki fell almost simultaneously on the talisman beast tree. The huge power exploded, and the tree's fierce momentum immediately stopped. Its whole body lit up, and ancient talisman scripts appeared, shining brightly. The power of the ancient talisman rules surged, enveloping the tree in a layer of blood red mist. The mist looked thin but was extremely sturdy, easily swallowing all the sword ki. The ancient talisman is indeed powerful. Lin Moyu was not surprised. He had already sensed the power of the ancient talisman on the tree. Compared to the talisman beasts in the Blackwater secret realm, this one was much stronger. The talisman beast tree seemed enraged. It waved its branches, which turned into hundreds of fists, attacking relentlessly. Each fist could move freely, extend, and attack continuously, fast and vicious. On each fist, the light of the ancient talisman also flickered. The talisman emitted a special power of rules. If targeted, it was impossible to dodge. The skeleton god general immediately activated its golden armor. Layers of golden armor stacked up, both real and illusory, forming a sturdy defense. The golden armor talisman could withstand several attacks from a god venerable and was the strongest defense of the skeleton god generals. The thicker the armor, the stronger the defense. Under the dense attacks, which seemed to be thousands of strikes per second, the golden armor was quickly shattered, layer by layer. The skeleton god general's eyes flashed with red light, its soul fire burning fiercely. 100 rivers of laws appeared in the sky, all of them the law of white bones, all identical. In the river, countless white bones rolled like a tsunami, creating a harsh sound. The skeleton god general using the river of laws meant it was using its full power. The river of laws poured down, enveloping the skeleton god general. Its whole body shone brightly, its white bones now like white jade, sparkling. The bone sword in its hand was also covered with a layer of white dust. The cold gray was the death energy from the law of immortality, the white was the law of white bones. Lin Moyu didn't know the benefits of the law of white bones, but he knew it wasn't weak. At least it could enhance the attack power of the skeleton god generals. 100 skeleton god generals raised their swords and charged at the talisman beast tree. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. The ancient talisman flickered, and the power of rules created a blood-red mist, helping the tree block most of the attacks. The skeleton god general's slashes on the red mist didn't cause much damage. The tree swung its fists, shattering the golden armor talisman, and continuously sending the skeleton god generals flying. However, its power was not enough to destroy them, and the damage was shared among the entire undead army. If this continued, the skeleton god generals would surely win. But it would take too much time, perhaps even days and nights. Lin Moyu observed for a while and understood the ancient talisman on the tree. It was a combination of offense and defense. It could block most of the damage, while enhancing its attack power. Understanding this, he lost interest. In an instant, the sky and the ground were filled with countless skeleton god generals. Lin Moyu summoned 2,000 of them at once, surrounding the talisman beast tree. I've seen enough. It's time to end this battle. No need to waste more time. Dense sword ki came from all directions, carrying the power of laws, striking the tree. The ancient talisman created a blood-red mist, but this time it couldn't hold. There was too much sword ki, and it quickly tore the mist apart. Lin Moyu watched as the ancient talisman on the tree developed countless cracks and then exploded. This talisman was pieced together from many fragments, inherently incomplete and extremely unstable. Once it passed its limit, it would self-destruct. Without the protection of the talisman, the tree quickly weakened. Its branches flew off, and in a flash, it was dismembered and destroyed by the skeleton god generals. The mission prompt clearly stated that the walking meeple was extremely dangerous, and one should flee immediately upon seeing it. Yet, Lin Moyu had dealt with it with ease. It wasn't that no one had ever killed a walking meeple before, but it was something only genius god venerables could do. For geniuses like Xiao Shen and the Azure Sword Daoist, it was no problem. Some god venerables with strong combat power could also do it. But for a god king like Lin Moyu to kill a walking meeple, there was no precedent. After the tree died, a streak of red light shot into the sky. The secret realm sky turned dark for a few seconds before returning to normal. Lin Moyu waited for a while, but no other unusual phenomena occurred. After some thought, he guessed the reason. If I'm not mistaken, continuing to collect the blood-red meeple leaves will trigger the next stage of change. With that in mind, Lin Moyu resumed collecting the blood-red meeple leaves. He was unaware that at the moment he killed the walking meeple, in other instances of the Wind Forest secret realm, walking meeples suddenly appeared. They began to attack the cultivators inside. Moreover, their speed was very fast. They knew the location of every meeple forest and where people were, sweeping through one area after another. This sudden change forced many people to leave the secret realm. But they found that when they re-entered, they would soon encounter a walking meeple again. Once or twice was fine, but 5 or 6 times was unbearable. Countless people were driven out of the secret realm. After communicating with each other, they found that everyone was facing the same situation. Almost every area of the secret realm now had a walking meeple. What's going on? I've entered the secret realm 5 times, and encountered a walking meeple multiple times. This is seriously affecting my merit point grinding. I feel like I won't be able to grind much this time. Grind what? It's good enough not to lose points. Who knows what's going on? More and more people came out. After a few attempts, they didn't dare to enter again. Wasting a few merit points was a small matter, but if they were unlucky, they could die inside. It was truly tragic. Someone suddenly said, I remember now. Something similar happened before. Someone must have killed a walking meeple, causing this situation. Heavens, that meeple is God Venerable level. Which God Venerable did it? So terrifying. So what do we do now? Can't we grind anymore? We have to wait for decades for the secret realm to open again, and who knows how long after that we can enter. At this moment, everyone was a bit stunned. Then they received a message from the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moyu had killed a walking meeple, causing walking meeples to appear in all instances of the secret realm. According to the rules of the Wind Forest secret realm, the walking meeples would automatically disappear after 2 days. Everyone was asked to wait patiently. It was still possible to enter the secret realm within these 2 days, but the danger level was very high and it was not recommended. After receiving the message, everyone was stunned, their faces showing disbelief. So it was Lin Moyu who killed it. Heavens, is his combat power that strong? It's not his combat power that's strong, it's his puppets. His puppets are really amazing. I'm so jealous. If I had such a puppet, what would I have to fear? Just kill whatever I don't like. I wonder where he got the puppet. Could it be some ancient inheritance? Most people believe that Lin Moyu had gained an advantage from the puppet. The rumor spread like wildfire. When most people believed it, it became a fact. Luo Feiyu just smiled faintly when he heard it. A bunch of foolish monkeys. He looked at the arrogant crowd as if looking at a bunch of idiots, thinking to himself, the whole world is drunk, and I alone am sober. He didn't care about grinding for merit points. What was the fun in that? The Human Emperor Network's announcement was there. Whether to go or not was their choice. If they wanted to risk their lives, they could go. Life and death were their own responsibility. If they didn't want to risk it, they could wait. Of course, going in didn't necessarily mean death. The secret realm was vast, and it took time for the people to travel. The ones who escaped were mostly god kings. There weren't many god venerables. Many powerful god venerables might not be a match for the Meppel, but they could stall for time. In the same secret realm, if someone was holding it off, others wouldn't encounter it. It was lucky to be with those god venerables, but even luckier to be with geniuses like Xiao Sheng and the Azure Sword Daoist. They could not only stop the Meppel but also kill it. After receiving the news, many people who were still in the secret realm and hadn't encountered the Meppel were smart enough not to come out. They knew that if they hadn't encountered it yet, they probably wouldn't later. In 2 days, he would collect all the red Meppel leaves in the secret realm. The secret realm change would also happen in 2 days. Lin Wu also received the announcement from the Human Emperor Network and couldn't help but exclaim that the power of the network had indeed reached here, but the penetration was not deep. The announcement appeared an hour after he killed the Meppel, which was not in line with the network's usual style. Outside, the Human Emperor Network's response was almost instantaneous. I didn't expect my actions to cause a chain reaction, and the Human Emperor Network would do this. Thinking of this, Lin Wu smiled. He understood the network's intention. It wasn't to stop others from entering, it was a selection. A selection of the brave, the cowardly, the lucky, the strong, the confident, and even the foolish. The Human Emperor Network was always selecting, most of the time selecting talents. For the human clan, not only the strong were talents, good luck was also a talent and could play a huge role. But where exactly it played a role, Lin Wu was not yet clear. He had not yet reached the upper echelon of the human clan and didn't understand many things. But he had this feeling and believed his feeling was not wrong. There were still many secrets in the human clan. To know them, one must have enough strength. Strength is status. There is no other way. While his mind wandered, Lin Wu's hands didn't stop. He continuously collected red Meppel leaves, the number in his hand growing. When he collected the 1,198th leaf, the secret realm shook violently 3 or 4 times. A streak of red light appeared in the sky, staining it red for a few seconds before returning to normal. This time, Lin Wu had experience. He knew that others had taken 82 leaves, making a total of 2,000 collected. The first change happened when the number of collected leaves exceeded half. The second change happened when it exceeded 2,000. Last time it was a walking Meppel, this time it should be a talking Meppel. Just as he thought that, a loud explosion sounded in the sky. A giant Meppel tree, about the same height as the previous one, appeared in mid-air. It appeared suddenly, without warning. You deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. The voice warped space, rolling in like a tide. The voice was sharp and hoarse, extremely unpleasant. The sound carried the power of wolves, crashing in like a tsunami. This was the talking Meppel, stronger and more terrifying than the walking one. The skeleton god generals, though protected by golden armor, found it completely useless against the roar. The armor lit up but couldn't withstand it. The roar easily penetrated the armor. The soul fire in the skulls of the skeleton god generals flickered violently, as if in a storm, ready to be extinguished at any moment. At this moment, they completely lost their ability to act, and couldn't follow Lin Wu's commands. This was a direct soul attack. The sound echoed everywhere, with no place to hide. Lin Wu's soul flashed with purple light. His soul world immediately set up defenses. A soul robe appeared on his soul, though not very effective. It was better than nothing. Under the soul robe was a layer of earthy yellow hell, the effect of the Thousand Hands scepter, much stronger than the soul robe. The purple demon soul opened its eyes, exuding a powerful ancient soul power. The great tree of talent shook continuously. The 9-collared dragon soul, refined into a 9-collared divine dragon, was ready to strike. The talking Meppel's strongest move was its voice, a soul attack with incredible speed. The soul fire of the skeleton god generals was no weaker than that of ordinary god venerables, reaching the 4th grade level, yet they still faced the risk of being extinguished. If not for the entire undead army bearing most of the damage, the soul fire would have been extinguished. This showed the terrifying power of this attack. An ordinary first rank god venerable absolutely could not withstand it unless they had a powerful soul protection treasure. The soul attack arrived. The moment Lin Moyu heard the roar, it had already appeared outside his soul world. Outside the soul world, a violent vortex suddenly appeared in the void. A thick black mist rolled in, enveloping the soul world, just like the poisonous mist after being poisoned. It carried a potent poison, plunging the soul into a sea of suffering while causing severe damage. Compared to the poison of ordinary talisman beasts, this black mist was much more terrifying. The crystal wall of the soul world emitted a purple light, fully resisting the poisonous mist. The black mist, though seemingly light, was as powerful as punches, continuously hitting the crystal wall. The soul world was compressed to the point of deformation. The power of rules was too strong, extremely invasive. The crystal wall blocked most of the black mist, but some of the power of rules still seeped in. In Lin Moyu's purple soul world, the power of rules condensed into black mist again, charging straight at his soul form. Lin Moyu had anticipated this, and was prepared. This is my home ground. No matter how strong the power of rules is, you will submit to me. The great tree of talent waved its branches, which turned into countless whips, lashing at the black mist. The black mist was shattered but didn't disperse, quickly reforming and continuing its charge. The soul, Kyuding bow appeared in the hands of his soul form. Each soul arrow was like a lightning bolt, piercing through the black mist. The nine-colored divine dragon opened its mouth, and swallowed a cloud of black mist. It let out a dragon's roar, digesting the power of rules within the mist. The law of immortality turned into pure death power, pouring down like a waterfall, cording and destroying the black mist. Under Lin Moyu's relentless attacks, the black mist completely dissipated, no longer a threat to his soul. Underestimating you. The power of rules is strong, but its quantity is limited. It can still be destroyed. Especially when facing Lin Moyu, who had reached the other shore soul realm, its effect was greatly nullified. The talking metal was still roaring fiercely, but Lin Moyu had gradually adapted to its attack. The skeleton god generals were now useless. Under such a sustained soul attack, no matter how many more he summoned, they would just be fodder. Lin Moyu lightly tapped his finger. The immortal fire blazed fiercely, instantly turning the sky a cold, ashen gray. The skeleton throne emerged from the sea of fire. The skeleton king rose from the throne, which transformed into a giant bone sword in his hand. The bone cloak behind him fluttered, making a rattling sound. The skeleton king, a third rank god venerable with a body tens of thousands of feet tall, looked down on the maple tree from above. Compared to him, the few hundred-meter tall maple tree was as small as an ant. The small maple tree had no consciousness, no fear. It instinctively roared at the skeleton king. You deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. It just kept repeating that sentence. The sound echoed endlessly in the secret realm, and with it the soul attack also headed towards the skeleton king. A brilliant river of laws appeared in front of the skeleton king. Compared to the river of laws of the skeleton god generals, it was also the law of white bones, but much stronger and fiercer. Countless white bones flew out from the river, forming a giant shield, protecting the skeleton king. The soul attack fell on the shield and was completely blocked. The skeleton king swung his long sword, a god, slaying slash thrusting out. The sound suddenly stopped. The talking metal lit up with sword light. 1, 2, 3, the sword light grew stronger. Its body was cut, and its leaves flew and shattered into countless pieces. The sound stopped, and the soul attack also stopped instantly. The skeleton god generals quickly reacted, thousands of sword keys swinging out, hacking at it. Their attack power was far less than the skeleton king's, but with their numbers, the accumulated damage was considerable. The talking metal exploded in a sea of sword light, shattering into countless fragments. These fragments turned into ancient talisman fragments, scattered, and disappeared without a trace. A streak of red light shot into the sky, and the sky turned a brilliant red again. After about 10 seconds, everything disappeared, and the secret realm returned to normal. The talking metal was terrifying. Its soul attack could kill a first-rank god venerable and seriously injure a second-rank one, but it was powerless against a third-rank one. A first-rank god venerable, even with a powerful soul protection treasure, could only protect their life. A second-rank god venerable, with a powerful soul protection treasure, might be able to fight it to a standstill or even kill it. As for a third-rank god venerable, no treasure was needed. The power of their river of laws was enough to deal with it. The secret realm was limited to first-rank god venerables. Among the many first rank god venerables, those who could reach the strength of a third rank god venerable, could be counted on one hand. On the other hand, there were a few more who had the strength of a second rank god venerable and possessed powerful soul protection treasures. In short, the talking meeple was not invincible. This time, the human emperor network seemed to be prepared. Right after the talking meeple was destroyed, just 5 minutes later, it issued a warning. Due to Lin Moyu destroying the talking meeples have appeared in all secret realms. The talking meeple is more dangerous than the walking meeple. Those who have not reached the god venerable level should not confront it. Due to the continuous destruction of special meeples, the secret realm has undergone unpredictable changes. It is recommended to temporarily refrain from entering the secret realm. We will notify you when the secret realm returns to normal. Outside the secret realm, the people who had been waiting for more than half a day were all anxious. After the announcement appeared, in just 3 seconds, the entire starry sky was in an uproar. What's going on? Is he giving other players a chance? Lin Moyu killed the talking meeple again. How did he do it? Could his puppets be that strong? What kind of puppet is so terrifying? Is he really relying on puppets? I don't think so. Don't say that. Do you think a mere 6th rank god king can compare to a god venerable? The problem now is, how long do we have to wait? The human emperor network said if we don't want to wait, we can just go in. The chatter echoed throughout the void, with everyone having their own opinion. Many complained that Lin Moyu's actions had affected them, preventing them from grinding enough merit points. But some understood that Lin Moyu was not wrong. Why not use his strength? He couldn't harm his own interests for the sake of others. Lin Moyu was not a saint, and besides, he didn't even know them. In the void outside the secret realm, space continuously warped as many people fled out, all with battered and even fearful expressions. This time, there were many god venerables among them, and their faces were not pleasant. Some were even injured. After asking around, they learned that they had all been attacked by the talking meeple. Only then did everyone realize that the talking meeple used soul attacks. Among all types of attacks, soul attacks were the most troublesome and difficult to defend against. They were powerful, and once injured, it was very difficult to heal. It was unknown when these injured god venerables would recover. If they were unlucky, they might never recover. From the accounts of these god venerables, everyone understood how terrifying the talking meeple was. Even god venerables couldn't withstand it. If it were a god king, even a lesser god venerable, there would certainly be no chance of escape. Yet Lin Moyu had killed such a fearsome creature. Many people were even more convinced that Lin Moyu did not just rely on puppets. I think Lin Moyu himself is also very strong. Soul attacks are all-encompassing, puppets can't block them for him. His soul is very strong, at least not inferior to a god venerable. Otherwise, he would have been destroyed. Among the god kings, there were many smart people. After understanding the situation, they reconsidered. Lin Moyu's own strength was indeed not weak. A few hours later, more and more people came out, including many god venerables, all of whom had encountered the talking meeple. Faced with the unstoppable soul attack, these god venerables could only retreat. Currently, outside the secret realm, it was crowded with people, god kings and god venerables, nearly 10 million waiting. The number of people still inside could be counted on one hand. Lin Moyu picked up the last red meeple leaf, exactly 2500. All the red meeple leaves in this secret realm had been collected. If there were any more changes, it would be now. Both meeples had been destroyed, and the sky had turned red several times. It seemed only the final step was left. Lin Moyu waited for a few more seconds, but nothing unusual happened. Could I have guessed wrong? Did I miss something? Lin Moyu trusted his judgment. He was very confident that collecting all the red meeple leaves was the correct method. He recalled all the data, especially the data related to the sky turning red. This kind of data was scarce, and the phenomenon was not common. On the contrary, the walking and talking meeples appeared more frequently. Lin Moyu had read these materials several times and had almost memorized them. This time, Lin Moyu combined his own experience and looked at the data from a different angle. He sorted all the information from the Human Emperor Network and the Secret Realm Strategy Group in chronological order. He found that the first to appear was usually the walking meeple. According to the records, it usually appeared around the 6th day after the Secret Realm opened. The talking meeple appeared around the 12th day. He hadn't paid much attention to this information before, but now it was different. He understood why it was the 6th and 12th days. It was because of the red meeple leaves. Their appearance was not simply based on the number collected in one secret realm instance, but could be related to the total number collected by everyone. The red meeple leaves were transformed from ancient talisman fragments. They couldn't be infinite. Lin Moyu fell into deep thought, Monitoring his analysis. The total output of blood, mid-maple leaves certainly had a limit. When the total output exceeded a certain proportion, it would cause changes. The first change was the appearance of the walking maple, which would lead to a sharp decrease in the number of leaves collected. When the proportion of collected leaves continued to increase, it would lead to the second change, the appearance of the talking maple, further reducing the collection speed. Then came the third change, the sky turning blood red. When the sky turned blood red, it was basically impossible to collect any more leaves. This phenomenon usually occurred in the last few days of the Secret Realm's opening. But between the second and third changes, there was a point that everyone had missed, the illusion. The illusion always appeared after the talking apple. Lin Moyu understood. He finally knew what he had missed. He had missed the illusion. If I'm not mistaken, an illusion must have appeared in the Secret Realm. To find the illusion, a million skeleton god generals were dispatched at once, conducting a comprehensive exploration of the Secret Realm. They searched everywhere: sky, ground, maple forests, grasslands, barren mountains, not missing a single corner. Lin Moyu felt his analysis was correct. Although the analysis was aimed at countless copies of the entire Secret Realm, this mechanism also existed in each individual instance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have continuously encountered those two special maples. The Wind Forest Secret Realm was a special secret realm with two synchronized operating mechanisms. Lin Moyu felt he had found the method to open the second stage. The skeleton god generals moved quickly. Within 2 days, they had practically turned the entire secret realm upside down. Finally, an illusion was discovered. It was located in a small maple forest on the periphery. It was impossible to detect without going inside. The skeleton god generals who entered the illusion lost contact, but Lin Moyu could sense that they were not dead. It's good that I found it. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Finding the illusion proved his judgment was not wrong. He was now 90% sure. The illusion had no entrance. It looked like normal space. Only by stepping inside it could one feel the difference. A quick reaction would allow one to use an escape talisman to leave. A slow reaction would get one trapped. If trapped for more than 10 seconds without escaping, the escape talisman would become ineffective. Only if one's soul was strong enough not to be affected by the illusion would one be fine. The illusion was not too dangerous, and the number of people who got lost in it each year was not high. Lin Moyu opened his soul eye and saw something unusual. Tiny, almost non-existent ancient talisman fragments were gently floating before his eyes, beautiful like flower petals. Through the soul eye, they emitted a faint, mesmerizing light. Even Lin Moyu was momentarily dazed. The power of the illusion was subtle. In a way, it was similar to the Blackwater in the Blackwater Secret Realm, but even more mysterious. The Blackwater could be seen and touched, but the illusion here was formless and shapeless, difficult to guard against. Lin Moyu prepared himself, fully activating his soul defenses, and stepped into the illusion. The naked eye could not perceive the formless power emitted by the talismans, which infiltrated Lin Moyu's soul world. The power of the rules of the illusion was strange, seeping through everything. Lin Moyu paused, his eyes flashing with starlight, then returned to normal. 410 units of illusionary power had no effect on him. His soul level was too high, having reached the other shore realm. Ordinary illusionary power was not enough to trouble him. In fact, dealing with illusions was simple. As long as your soul was strong enough and your will was firm, the illusion could do nothing to you. After entering the illusion, the lost skeleton god generals once again felt Lin Moyu's presence. They were not far away, less than 100 meters. Lin Moyu observed the illusion. It was a small, hazy world filled with mist, limiting visibility. The mist was full of ancient talisman fragments, continuously affecting the soul. Lin Moyu opened his soul eye and saw through the illusionary world. It was not large, only about 1,000 meters in diameter, but for many cultivators, those 1,000 meters were hell. No one knew what they would see or experience inside. Lin Moyu glanced around and walked forward. In the center of the illusion grew a small blade of grass. It was very special, with only one leaf, shaped like a miniature version of a maple leaf. The grass was as red as blood. Not an ancient talisman. Arriving in front of the small grass, Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. The secret realm was formed from ancient talismans. Everything inside was created by them, looking real but actually illusory. But this small grass was real. There were no ancient talismans on it. Lin Moyu couldn't understand its strange appearance. It broke all his previous perceptions. Not understanding the situation, Lin Moyu didn't rush to pick it. He searched the surroundings, exploring the entire small illusion, but nothing happened. This proved that the key lay in this special blade of grass. At the same time, he discovered something else. Within a 10-meter radius around the grass, there were no ancient talisman fragments. The grass seemed to have an invisible force, pushing the fragments away. The area within 10 meters of the grass was safe. Truly special. A skeleton god general appeared beside him, and went to pick the grass. It grabbed the grass, and pulled hard. The grass was unharmed. A god venerable level skeleton god general's strength was immense, yet it couldn't pull out a small blade of grass. The grass remained intact, its bright red leaf seeming to mock the skeleton god general. After a few more tries, the grass was still unharmed. Seeing that the skeleton god general was not a threat, Lin Moyu decided to do it himself. He grabbed the grass, and pulled hard. It remained intact. This is not the way. Lin Moyu tried once and gave up. He knew brute force wouldn't work, he had to find another way. This blade of grass was very special, reminding him of the immortal sapling that Chukyu had given him. If I'm not mistaken, these two are of the same level. A treasure of this level was naturally not easy to obtain. Physical strength didn't work. Then I'll try soul power. Soul power radiated out, forming an invisible hand that grabbed the grass. Hee. Suddenly, Lin Moyu heard a giggle. In that instant, the entire illusion exploded. Even Lin Moyu couldn't avoid it. Chaotic images flashed before his eyes, and his thoughts paused for about a second. When he recovered, the grass was gone. A small crack had appeared on the ground. The grass had apparently slipped into it. Everything happened too fast. No one could react in time, not even Lin Moyu. From the crack, a red light flashed. Lin Moyu quickly retreated. The red light shot into the sky, heading towards the horizon. The sky immediately turned a brilliant red, as if covered in a layer of blood. This time, the blood-red sky did not return to normal. Lin Moyu sighed inwardly. He didn't expect the grass to escape on its own. The duck in his hand had flown away. He was a bit disappointed, but the change in the secret realm had occurred, and he had no time to think about it. The urgent matter was to find a way to pass the second stage during this change. The mission prompt had warned that the most dangerous time was when the sky turned blood-red. The source of the danger was still unknown. Lin Moyu contacted the skeleton god generals in the secret realm. They were scattered everywhere, and any change would not escape their sight. Soon, information came back, and Lin Moyu's expression changed. The maple forests had suddenly come to life. The trees in the forests merged, forming giant maple tree clusters. Each maple tree was over 1,000 meters tall, exuding a god venerable's aura, and possessing terrifying power. Switch! The sound of rushing wind. A giant branch crossed a long distance in the air and whipped towards him. A skeleton god general stood in front to block, raising its sword to defend. With a loud bang, the skeleton god general was sent flying. The branch was also shaken by the force, but immediately, more branches came. They came from all directions, dense and relentless. The maple trees in the forest had merged into giant maples, at least 1,000 meters tall. Their branches became whips that could cross great distances, aiming straight for Lin Moyu. Faced with countless whips attacking from all directions, Lin Moyu's expression did not change. A large number of skeleton god generals appeared beside him, their sword kai deflecting the branches. At the same time, he ordered the skeleton god generals near the giant maples to surround and destroy them. The skeleton god generals had a numerical advantage, 1,000,000 against 100. The difference was too great. The battle was extremely fierce from the beginning. The entire secret realm shook. Both sides fought without fear of death, locked in a life or death struggle. A resurrected golden maple clan god venerable stared at a giant maple tree. Its branches, like whips, lashed out, hitting the giant maple and causing a large amount of bark and debris to fly off. The giant maple counterattacked crazily, with tens of thousands of branches lashing out. The two sides fought fiercely, a spectacular scene of tree versus tree. 1,000,000 skeleton god generals besieged the giant maples. Rivers of lava surged, the river of white bones rolling like a fierce tide. On the battlefield, the sound of clashing white bones echoed everywhere. The secret realm was about to turn into a world of skeletons. The maples were strong, but the number of skeleton god generals was too large. With tens of thousands of hits, countless branches were cut off. The giant maples quickly fell into a disadvantage. Lin Moyu stood still. No more branches were attacking him through space. The giant maples were struggling to defend themselves. He looked up at the blood-red sky. The entire secret realm was stained with a bloody color. The thick smell of blood, combined with the countless piles of white bones, really made one feel like they were in a hell of blood and bones. Lin Moyu frowned. He didn't hate the smell of blood, or the feeling of a bone hell. He was used to these things. But this place gave him a strange feeling. This blood, Red sky didn't seem to be simulated by ancient talismans but seemed to be made of real blood. This place seemed to have experienced a great battle. Lin Moyu pondered. He knew the formation process of the ancient talisman in this secret realm was from the flesh and blood of a terrifying giant. Back then, he was lucky enough to witness a corner of that earth-shattering battle, but he didn't know what exactly happened. After that, the transformation process of the ancient talisman, he only saw the formation of the Blackwater secret realm. He didn't know the rest. Could something have happened during that time that he didn't know about? The battle between the skeleton god generals and the giant meeples gradually ended. With an overwhelming numerical advantage, the giant meeples were completely destroyed. The entire forest disappeared, razed to the ground. The secret realm shook again. The blood-red sky became even thicker, the smell of blood stronger. The ground shook, and the few barren mountains in the secret realm collapsed one after another, revealing a large number of ancient talismans. The fragments of the mountains were formed into giants, 8 in total, tens of thousands of feet tall, standing between heaven and earth. This was a change that had never been recorded in any data. Lin Moyu immediately became alert. The moment he saw those giants, he was stunned. Ancient giants, he exclaimed. The appearance of these giants was exactly that of the ancient giants, but their aura and strength were completely different. The ancient giants were unfathomable existences. He had no idea how strong they were. But the 8 giants before him were only second-rank god venerables. With a thought, the skeleton god generals charged like hungry tigers. 1,000,000 first-rank skeleton god generals besieged 8 second-rank giants. The result was not surprising. Lin Moyu watched for a moment, and then stopped paying attention. The difference in strength was not too great, the collapse of those giants was only a matter of time. The continuous changes in the secret realm were a huge obstacle for ordinary cultivators. The siege of the giant meeples just now would have been a headache even for Xiao Sheng, the Azure Sword Taoist, and others, but for him, it was extremely easy. Now it was the same. The 8 giants, though strong, were no match for 1,000,000 skeleton god generals. Sometimes, a large enough quantity can create a qualitative change. Lin Moyu focused his attention on the blood-red sky, opening his soul eye to see its essence. The sky was full of ancient talisman fragments. It seemed that the blood-red sky was formed from these fragments. But Lin Moyu felt that it was not that simple. With his current understanding of ancient talismans, he could analyze a bit. These talismans were like a curtain, hiding a sea of blood behind them. That's right, in his perception, behind the sky was a vast sea of blood. And he also found that he could see through these ancient talisman fragments without consuming soul power, just like in the Blackwater secret realm. There, he could also see through the ancient talismans. And in the end, the Blackwater secret realm's talisman even flew into his soul on its own. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu instinctively felt that if he cleared the Wind Forest secret realm, he could also obtain the final ancient talisman. At the same time, he knew that those other shore realm masters really wanted to get the ancient talismans. Am I snatching their food? Will they get angry if I take their talismans? But they didn't react last time, and they didn't ask for it back. It seems they tacitly agreed. I don't know what they are thinking. But if I can really get the ancient talisman, I won't be polite. Lin Moyu made up his mind. The stone giants formed from the mountains finally shattered under the fierce attack of the skeleton god generals. They completely collapsed, their bodies disintegrating into nothingness. At this point, the land of the secret realm was completely quiet. The metal forests were gone, the barren mountains were gone, leaving only a vast grassland. If there were any more changes, they could only come from the grassland. The entire secret realm gave Lin Moyu a feeling of desolate loneliness. A wind from nowhere blew, howling, as if the whole world was sobbing, making one's nose tingle. The secret realm seemed to be expressing its sorrow, but Lin Moyu knew that this was just an illusion. The changes of the Wind Force secret realm's ancient talisman were closely related to the soul. Every small change could subtly affect the soul of the person who entered. With the light wind, the grass on the grassland danced. Sure enough, the final change was in the grassland. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed slightly. The skeleton god generals immediately raised their guard, ready for the next battle. The green grass did not turn into new beasts, but all the grass and the entire secret realm intertwined, forming a sharp green sword. The sword tore through the sky and earth, slashing at the sky. The sky made a tearing sound, and a hole appeared. The green sword exploded, and countless blades of grass flew into the hole, stabilizing it. At that moment, a vortex leading out of the secret realm appeared beside Lin Moyu, accompanied by an announcement from the Human Emperor Network. Wind Forest Secret Realm, first stage completed. You can choose to continue to the second stage for more rewards. Please note that the second stage is an unexplored land that no one has ever set foot in. The danger level is unknown, and escape talismans will be ineffective. Do you wish to continue? Please choose within 1 minute. The announcement was as usual, seemingly just a routine procedure. Without much thought, Lin Moyu's ultimate goal was to clear the entire secret realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to trigger its changes. Now that the first stage was completed, and he could enter the second, how could he give up? Danger. Of course, there was danger, but how could a cultivator retreat because of it? If he was afraid of danger, he wouldn't have come here, and would have stayed home to cultivate. Lin Moyu took a step, and appeared at the entrance to the second stage. All the skeleton god generals disappeared, recalled by him. With the next step, he vanished. Entering the second stage, outside the secret realm, under the starry sky, the magnificent and ancient palace was still there. Our sacred venerable suddenly paused and said softly, "Little friend Lin has entered the second stage." Lady Yu's beautiful eyes looked around, her gentle voice ringing out. "Really? Little friend Lin truly does not disappoint." Elder Lin whispered, "I really don't know how he did it. I tried back then, but I couldn't find the entrance to the second stage." Ta sacred venerable smile. "When little friend Lin completely clears it, and writes a guide, you will naturally know." A look of curiosity also appeared in Lady Yu's eyes. "Then we can only hope that little friend Lin passes smoothly. I am also very curious." Tens of thousands of god kings and god venerables had been waiting outside the secret realm for 3 days. In the past few days, the complaints had gradually subsided, and the starry sky was quiet again. At this point, complaining was useless. Many sharp-eyed people had realized a fact: those who had not yet come out of the secret realm were all extraordinarily strong, capable of resisting the walking and talking meeples. Xiao Sheng and the Azure Sword Daoist, for example, were still trapped inside. Some suspected they were dead, but that was quickly proven wrong. Just a day ago, Xiao Sheng and the Azure Sword Daoist appeared outside almost at the same time and then went back in together. What was special about them was their excited expressions, the excitement after a great battle. They were filled with a boiling fighting spirit that made it difficult for others to approach. Needless to say, they must have fought with the 2 special meeples and won gloriously. Besides them, a few other god venerables had also come and gone in the past few days. Although not as relaxed as Xiao Sheng and the Azure Sword Daoist, they had at least proven that they were strong enough to deal with the 2 meeples. That was the difference in strength. On the third day, the Human Emperor Network's announcement appeared again: "The Wind Force secret realm has returned to normal. Everyone can enter." This short sentence made the quiet starry sky boil over. Everyone couldn't wait, rushing out, stepping onto the golden path of light, and entering the secret realm. It's finally over. Wasted 3 days, lost dozens of merit points. Thank goodness, at least it's back to normal. I thought we couldn't enter anymore. I just hope Lin Moyu doesn't cause any more trouble. I'm not a genius. I just want to grind for merit points. I want to exchange for magic treasure, and I'm still short 3 merit points. I'm counting on this secret realm. Don't let anything unexpected happen. Everyone had their own thoughts, but no matter what they thought, their goal was the same: for merit points. Lin Moyu passed through the tens of thousands of miles long corridor to the second stage and truly entered it, a different world. The power of the Human Emperor Network had completely withdrawn. Escape talismans were ineffective. For the entire human clan, this was an unknown land. He knew he had no way back. Either he passed this stage or died here. He could only move forward. Turning back would lead to eternal damnation. This was a situation he had foreseen, and a choice he had made before entering. The sound of waves and howling wind was in his ears. Standing in mid-air, below him was a vast, endless sea. The wind here was gentle, the sun was warm, and a giant sun hung in the sky, giving light to this world. It was completely different from the harsh, dense thunderclouds of the Blackware secret realm. If not for the blood-red sea below, and the thick smell of blood in the air, this would be a wonderful world. Through his analysis and previous experience, Lin Moyu guessed that the entire ancient talisman had turned into a complete world. After shattering, each fragment continued to execute the will of the original talisman, thus creating strange worlds. The Wind Forest secret realm was the same. The first stage created grasslands, barren mountains, and maple forests, with the maple forests being the main theme. The second stage created a sea and a burning sun. The sea made Lin Moyu feel strange. A vast, endless sea of blood, exuding the smell of blood, looked extremely terrifying. The dark red color of the sea confirmed his previous observation. The talisman clouds in the sky were covering a sea of blood. The sea of blood seemed to be trying to break through the talisman clouds. The first stage of the secret realm was resisting the sea of blood. Could it be that the Sea of Blood was not transformed from the ancient talisman but was an invader from another world? With curiosity, Lin Moyu dispatched the skeleton god generals, 100,000 of them, with a speed of 200,000 kilometers per second, spread out in all directions. At the same time, Lin Moyu used his soul eye to observe the Sea of Blood. There were no ancient talisman fragments in the sea. Combined with his intuition, Lin Moyu was 80% sure that the Sea of Blood was not transformed from the ancient talisman. This further strengthened his speculation that the Sea of Blood was an invader from the outside world. In essence, it was not much different from him. The Sea of Blood exuded a cold killing intent. Lin Moyu dared not risk entering, nor did he command the skeleton god generals to approach. In an unclear situation, he chose to remain still and observe. The world of the second stage was much larger than the first. The skeletons flew for half a day before reaching the edge. After half a day, the map of the secret realm was clear in Lin Moyu's mind. The secret realm was spherical, with a diameter of up to 10 billion kilometers, comparable to a star system. In this vast space, there were no islands, no talisman beasts, only the Sea of Blood. The Sea of Blood had waves of different sizes. Small waves were only a few meters, but sometimes, giant waves up to 1,000,000 meters high would rise. Such a wave could submerge more than half a planet. These giant waves came suddenly, without warning, as fast as a god venerable slap. Many skeleton god generals were hit by the giant waves, and their golden armor talismans were immediately activated. After the collision, the golden armor talismans shattered, and the power of the blood wave and the talisman neutralized each other. The skeleton god generals escaped the wave, and continued to fly up. The power of the blood wave was extremely terrifying, stronger than a full power strike from a first-rank god venerable, but still not reaching the level of a second-rank god venerable. While the giant waves were raging in the air, a fierce wind suddenly howled. The wind seemed to have a shape, blowing straight at the giant waves, blowing them away in an instant. The giant waves did not fall like rain, but directly dissipated, disappearing without a trace. Lin Moyu maintained his soul eye. He saw that there were many ancient talisman fragments in the wing. The ancient talisman and the Sea of Blood are indeed fighting. I must find the source. Perhaps that is the way to pass the second stage. Lin Moyu looked up at the sky, at the brilliant sun hanging high. The sun looked extremely hot but actually had no temperature. Immediately, Lin Moyu and his 100,000 skeleton god generals flew up. 100,000 streaks of light shot into the sky, like 100,000 sharp swords piercing the horizon. The Sea of Blood gradually shrank in his vision, and the sun grew larger. Lin Moyu's soul eye discovered countless ancient talismans. It was the light emitted by the sun. Billions of rays of light, each containing countless ancient talisman fragments. These fragments floated in the void, dense, forming rings of light. Lin Moyu looked at the center of the sun. He saw a huge ancient talisman. Just a corner of it, a part of the complete talisman, but much larger than the corner in the Blackwater secret realm and more intact. The moment he saw the ancient talisman, his soul stung, and his soul power was severely drained. Lin Moyu quickly looked away, not daring to look again. This ancient talisman was terrifyingly powerful. A dangerous warning suddenly sounded in his soul. The ancient talisman fragments turned into rings of light, rushing towards Lin Moyu. They turned into billions of sharp arrows, covering the sky and rushing towards him. Lin Moyu's expression changed slightly. He quickly retreated. The sharp arrows rained down, numbering in the hundreds of millions. There was no place to hide. Lin Moyu knew he had become a target, not just him, but his entire army of skeleton god generals. A chaotic sound rang out. The wings of the undead, which had been put away, immediately spread out, shaking violently. The wings turned into countless invisible blades, cutting off the spiritual locks. Lin Moyu's body felt much lighter. He accelerated to his maximum speed, retreating at 150,000 kilometers per second, but in less than a second, he felt he was targeted again. This time, the lock was stronger, but the wings of the undead still cut it off. This cycle of being targeted and cutting the lock repeated. Lin Moyu continuously changed directions, and the sharp arrows pursued him relentlessly. They were like mad dogs, clinging to him, seemingly unwilling to give up until they killed him. The speed of the sharp arrows from the ancient talisman was incredible, far surpassing Lin Moyu, and they quickly caught up. The arrows magnified in his eyes. Lin Moyu immediately activated the golden body talisman on him. A set of golden armor immediately appeared. Boom! The golden body talisman shattered. Just one sharp arrow had broken it. After breaking the talisman, the arrow shattered on the spot. But immediately, more arrows flew over. The attack power of the sharp arrows from the ancient talisman was terrifying. Each arrow was no weaker than a full power strike from a god venerable level expert. And now there were hundreds of millions of them. Although Lin Moyu had many golden armor talismans, against hundreds of millions of arrows, it was like a drop in the ocean. Hundreds of millions of arrows attacking at the same time were equivalent to hundreds of millions of god venerable level attacks, enough to blast him into dust. Faced with this situation, Lin Moyu was not flustered. He used the old but most effective method, using his undead army as a shield. The skeleton god generals flew towards him, golden light shining. Sets of golden armor appeared from the void, stacking up to form a thick defensive wall. The sharp arrows rushed over, hitting the armor. Countless armor shattered, perishing along with the arrows. At the same time, the skeleton god generals released sword kai. These god venerable level attacks could also destroy the arrows. Lin Moyu continuously replaced the skeleton god generals, recalling those without golden armor talismans and summoning new ones that had them.